What's up? What's good? Let me know, please, if you can hear me good, if you can hear me well. I've got my boom arm for my mic. It broke about a year ago, and now it just really got destroyed and fell apart. But I'm kind of makeshifting it, and I think it's still working. But let me know if it's still working, everybody. Good to see you all on this fine Sunday evening, of course, as always. I guess I got to beg anybody who wants to come and join me and talk a little bit from the studio, even for just a few minutes, whatever, even during this introduction, and then pop out, whatever you want. I'd appreciate a little bit of company. It's always nice to have company, right? That's what I come here for anyways every Sunday. It's for the company. It ain't really for the art content. You're all welcome. If anybody wants to come and hang a bit from the studio, of course, the link, you just got to click the link right below here in the description. I believe it's at the end of the first paragraph. And let me jump in and say hello to everybody right away. The early bird Marvel fan came in this morning at 11:43, just doing a check-in. Wanted to make sure everything was going to be okay, so he got his show tonight. Then Peter came in an hour and 3 minutes early. What's up, Peter? The early bird indeed. Not quite as early bird as Tom. Tom's like a chickadee. You're the bird. Evening all. Hope everyone is in good spirits this evening. Hit that. That's what I like. What's up, Mike Asbill? Good to see you. Thank you for that reminder. Yes, please hit the thumbs up, which is right below where I'm pointing somewhere. It's funny, speaking of thumbs up, everybody, I was, I've talked a little bit about this in the past. I was in the back end of my YouTube channel last night. I was looking to see if I could play around with some kind of a feature, And so while I was there, I happened to notice some stats for some videos, and it was basically the percentage of thumbs up and thumbs down. And as usual, and I haven't checked that in many, many months, but as usual, there's always one motherfucking jackass who comes to every episode just to hit the thumbs down. Every now and then there's two jackasses, And Kavi, for that episode that me and Jeff did on how to collect art on a really small budget, that one, 3 jackasses gave us a thumbs down. Imagine that. Trying to help people, give them ideas. But some people in this world are so fucking miserable. They're just miserable pieces of shit. Excuses for human beings, They have nothing better to do than thumbs down people on YouTube. They're so stupid they don't even realize they actually help us. They help the algorithm by just by interacting that way. They think it's hurting us, Anyways, whatever. What's up, Mr. Red Jack? Lovely to see you here. User Insler, is that a new person? I'm still seeing these weird fake names for a lot of people, not the usual names. Hello, any HA auction? I guess people will tell you. Hopefully people will talk about it. Everyone have a good holiday. Don't talk politics. Enjoy your family and friends. Catch you later. All right, later, Brian. What's up, CJ? Good to see you. What's up? The live chat crew in the house of the collector. Yes, sir. Always got the live chat crew keeping it real on Sunday nights. I love it. Rickster, what is up? Good evening to you. Look at that. Newell in the house. Stingray, what's good, buddy? Yes. I don't know who this person is, but somebody with an at. No name, just an at. Are you guys seeing the same thing as I am? Is it all I see is an at symbol without a name? Who's jumping in to hang out in the studio for a bit? Link in description. Well, thank you, at whoever you are. I appreciate that for encouraging people to try to get somebody to jump into the studio and chat a little bit. Happy Sunday. Bye-bye from my lovely wife. I appreciate it. Thank you, Vivian. Bid you good evening. No bids for soup for me. No soup for you. Who bought the Neil Adams Superman? Of course. Oh, who was that? What happened here? What happened here? Now I just fast forwarded. Just fast forwarded. This is very weird. Let me get this. Sorry, everyone. There we go. Who bought the Superman Neil Adams cover? Apparently, At did. At bought it. Yeah, At bought it. Whoever they are. A lot of crazy prices today. A lot of cheap prices as well. You know what's funny, Tom? I was just thinking. I didn't get to tune in all weekend. Just about an hour ago, I took a quick look because I had to set up the the Heritage website so I could share the screen later. And I took a quick look at stuff. While there was some stuff that sold really strong, at the same time, I saw several items that I thought, oh, that's kind of low. So we'll get into that and we'll see. We'll see who agrees, who doesn't agree. What's up, John Brown? I did them, Marcus. I did them. I didn't have many to do. It was really only my plate and utensils. So, Jason Ladwig, what's happening, Jason? What about them Lions? I mean, a lot of injuries as usual, more than ever this year. So it's not looking good for a Super Bowl run again. I mean, anything can happen, obviously, but it's just not looking good this year again. The injuries are just decimating the team. But how about them Lions today, right? They catch up to the pathetic lowly Giants, of course, the 2-9, no, now 2-10, I think, lowly Giants. They catch up after being behind all day to get into overtime. And then my man, Hutchinson for the sack in overtime to win the game on defense. Love it. Awesome. And my Patriots, another great game that came down pretty close there near the end. Love that. Awesome. So great day for football so far. I can't believe the tin prices. You mean high or low, Marcus? Eating hot dogs from a paper plate is uncouth. Yeah, and chili cheese dogs and things of that nature, you know. And hello. Do you have an apron on? Yeah, it's called a t-shirt, CJ. You're in spirit heading back from Disneyland. Wow. Hope you had a great time there, Ian. Hope you and the kids, I'm assuming you went with the kids, had a great time. Good to see you. Hearing, thank you. Appreciate it. If you induct it, fuck it. Yep. Thank you. Appreciate it. Loud and clear. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's good. Okay, excellent. I just will try to avoid touching it so it doesn't just fall apart on me. That's what I got to avoid. The boom arm is on the outs. And it's still working. Excellent. You like watching me? Apparently so, Tom. Apparently so. Oh, I appreciate that, man. Look at that. Tom McDonald's in the house. What's up in Chicago? Other than immigrants getting arrested by ICE 100 times per day. And American citizens. Awesome. What an awesome country. I have a paper bag. Hey, Tom, Copy, Ian, yo, Tom. Hey, Derek Neiman in the house. Happy Sunday to you, sir. No bibbity. You been growing a beard, just giving it up. No, giving up now. No, I was just, again, I didn't have time to look. I didn't have time to do anything. It's been busy all day doing shit. And ran out of time. I was like, okay, I guess I'd rather have supper this time. Last week, I didn't get to get supper before I did the show. And that was not good. So I thought this time, you know what? I don't care. Whatever. I'll go unshaven. And at least I'll use that time to eat instead. So. Who else? Dude, a large portion of my videos have a single thumbs down. Really makes me wonder if the same guy. It could very well be, just some asswipe who just, for whatever reason, I guarantee you, if he told us the truth, it would be some dickless wonder type reason. Absolutely, whatever. Fuck these idiots. They don't. Like I said, they're stupid. Who you have nothing better to do. That's how miserable. You really do have to be miserable to do that kind of shit. You know, you must really hate yourself and your life. And counts as much as a thumbs up on YouTube. That's what I said. That's exactly right, Marcus. That's what I was saying. These morons who keep thumbing down don't realize it still helps. It's an extra. It's just it's one extra bit of interaction with the video. That's what YouTube likes. So internet brings out scum. It sure does. This hobby also brings out scum too. It is what it is, you know. I mean, every segment of society, that's true, Tom. But every segment of society has their pricks, right? So obviously the hobby ain't going to be any different. Always that one guy dropped on the head as a child. No, I think they're just miserable pricks. That's about it, you know. Sub numbers going up though. That's not good, Tom. You know that's not good. I don't like it, but I know that you'd notice over the last 3 weeks it's suddenly shot up from like 696 to 715. Like, what the hell, man? Almost 20 in a month, man. Too fast. Don't like it. Philip, what's good, Philip? What's happening there in Michigan? When cheap art ain't worth their thumb nosing. Yeah, but what about all the other shows? Like literally every other show, every other show, no matter what it's about, has at least one thumbs down. G'day to you, David Barnes. What's happening? Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while, David. Good to see you for sure. That is me, is you. Thanks, guys. I come on. You don't know that I'm jerking you around right now? I know that's me. I know. I'm just wondering, why does it only say at instead of my name? So weird. You guys took me seriously? You of all people should know all I do is screw around. I'm never serious. Very rarely am I serious. And yes, it is my avatar. I know. Thank you. Wow. I must be a good actor. I just keep a straight face and act like I'm being serious, and you all believe me. Wow. That's pretty good. That is now a real mystery person. It's canon. Look at that. Straight from Japan. Timothy Finney. What's up, Tim? Arigato. What's happening? Good to see you. Hope all is well with you. It's Seder. Curious if Godzilla pages are expensive now because Godzilla is all over modern comics. It's kind of annoying, to be honest. It just kind of doesn't it bug you like when it's like it's so overwhelming. Why in one shot they're just these everywhere, like just dumping him all over the place. I don't know. But man, yeah, I did one of the pages I noticed was that a Trimpy page. How much was it, Marcus? Like 8-9 grand or something or more? I don't remember, but like I remember, you know, we were around back in the days when it was like, you know, you get $200, nobody wanted that shit, you know? Wow. That's for sure. That's for sure. Indeed. What a game, Philip. What a game. Especially the ending. Love it. What's up, Ian? Good to see you. Another Cali kid in the house. Now we can talk football. Well, I mean, the games for me ended early. So, yeah, you can say whatever you want to say. Pretty good game about to start now. I think the Rams and the Buccaneers. That should be a good one. I like that one. But I forgot to go set the recording. But that's okay. I'll watch the highlights afterwards. Then we should jump on. I'll buy you a mix. Football talk. Why don't you jump on, Tom, instead of telling others to jump on? Yes, football talk. Bonjour, everybody. Kilted Corgi back in the house. Hey, let me quickly, because I forgot like 3 weeks ago or two or 3 weeks ago. Let me just say, shout out to my newest subs. They're no, you know, I typed this out 3 weeks ago or whatever, so these are no longer the newest subs. But Kilted Corgi, Norse Cali, Devil Cat, and a bunch of anonymous. So 1, 2, 3. So yeah, so 3 of you that I name dropped, and that means 16 of you whose names are anonymous to me. I could not see it because your own privacy settings would not let me. But welcome and thank you. Good to see you again, Kilted Corgi. So cool. And Tim is way high. 9K before Vig for a prelim. Oh, a prelim went for that much? Wow. That does sound high. That does sound high. I don't know if I I don't know if I tracked that one, so I don't know if we'll be seeing that one tonight. I don't know, but I have a Godzilla and Red Ronin page from that same issue. Sell it! Sell it! I mean, unless you love to look at that thing so much more than, let's say, a nice scan of it, a lot more than you like $9,000 or $10,000 in your pocket, you know. But I guess we could say that for everybody. If you truly love it that much, then yeah, it's okay. It's all good, you know. Hi to everyone, and hi to you, Kenneth Bird in the house. Good to see you, Kenneth. Lovely to see you. Thank you for dropping in and saying hi. The Bears. Yeah, how about the Bears? I got to give it up to them. That's a franchise I always despised. I still do. But congratulations to all of you in Chicago and who or outside Chicago who root for the Bears. Because, wow, they have really put it all together. And boy, oh boy, they're winning close ones. That's the problem. They really they really need to start winning, you know, with more separation in the points. But hey, as long as they're winning, right? But yeah, that's shocking. But yeah, they're just bringing it all together. Everybody's playing like a unit, and that's what's doing it, man. So congrats to all of you fans out there. Marky Melchior. You know what? Somebody told me that Joseph in the UK with the same last name is actually pronounced Melchior. Melchior, like the CH is a hard K. Mark, I may have asked you the last time you popped in. Is it Melchior or Melchior? Let me know. But hello, Mark. Hello. What is that Wolvie fan? What the hell? Is that the Wolvie fan? Rob Gomez in the house here? In my house? Hasn't been in my house for like 2 years? What? Wow. I never said it was a beard. It's stubble, right? It's stubble. And you're right, actually, Rob, by the way. It doesn't go much longer than this, which is good because it makes it easy to shave. And I still can't stand shaving. It's a pain in the ass. You think maybe contact many of the guys from the first year show? You already why are you mentioning that? You already left me the message saying the same thing in that old video with Jason that I did the show and tell with Jason. Why are you saying it here? I'll like I told you in the reply to the video, I'll probably end up doing that eventually. I'm just not motivated to go back to the well yet. Not motivated to do that just yet. Look at that. Wolvie fan in the house. Holy shit. Can't have such an awesome collection as you. Maybe the thumbs down guy is someone who flipped the page that you featured. I was also thinking about that too. Philip. The only thing is that I doubt it because there's always somebody thumb downing me at least once or twice, since I started the channel, right? So over 3.5 years or whatever. Yeah. So, but maybe when I have 2 thumbs down, maybe the second guy is one of those guys who I featured their money losing trade on the Stop the Insanity show. It could be, you know. So that's it. Low and to the left. I guess you're talking about how it's hanging. Hey, Wolvie fan, you wanna come into the studio and hang out with me? Shit, that would be awesome. You got any time? You don't have to hang out for the whole show. But if you got some time, you want to hang with me, we'll talk about some of what happened in the auction. That would be cool. You're welcome. And if you want to, the link is down below in the description. You can just click that and you'll jump in. So 10K with big. Okay. All right. Good evening. Look, he's back for sure now. First he's early, now he's back for real. What's up, Peter? Bakersfield Comic-Con on Wade paid for the first Christy McNichol. Wow, there's a name blast from the past. Holy shit. And holy shit, look who's coming in to join. Never fails. Well, it fails from time to time when it's other shows, but it never fails when it's like these heritage type shows. Always a pleasure to have him. What's up? What's up, Matty?
Rubén, how you doing, man?
Yes.
How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm so happy to see you, man. I've been meaning to actually reach out and see how you've been doing and check in, because I know November was going to be your busy month, like you told me, and I was like, that's why I didn't reach out yet to ask about, let me know if you know what your schedule's like to see when we can fit in another Hold for the Gold or any one of those type shows. But yeah, man. So you doing good? You've been traveling, right?
Oh, it's bananas. Yeah, a lot of travel for work. A lot of movie business stuff happening at this time of year, and was just in LA for an extended period of time and back, and so it's got a lot accomplished, which is nice. But yeah, I the timing worked out. The stars aligned. A rainbow shot out of a sewer grating around the corner with a red balloon above it, and so here I am.
And what?
And so here I am.
I know you're
Yes.
No, that's good. That's good. How are you feeling? How's your health? Everything good?
Trying to get some stuff under control for sure. Okay. Can't complain. Still alive.
Okay.
So,
you look good. Anyways, I mean, so that's a good thing, man. Always got my fingers there for your health and all of yours as well, everybody. It's not just my buddy Matt, Health is all I care about, honestly, in all honesty. And later at the end of the show, if I don't forget to wish you a happy Thanksgiving, see, that's why I put that corner thing there in the bottom right corner. Because in case I forget, you guys know I officially I'm wishing you right now happy Thanksgiving this coming Thursday to all you Americans who celebrate it. And the best for your health, especially artwork, I suppose, if that's what you care about too. But you can't have the artwork if you don't have your health. And as we get older, a lot of us, like I always say, we tend to start having problems, right? And got to get more health issues to go get checked out and whatever. So may everybody's health be good. And if it's not good, may it get better soon. Yeah, man. So no, it's cool. I'm happy to have you here. And I see somebody else is trying to pop in, even though they're having trouble. Rob, do you know Rob, by the way, Matt? Rob, Wolvie fan? Rob Gomez?
I know Wolvie fans IG account. I don't know if I've ever met Rob in person, but
okay, well, you're gonna I'll introduce you right now.
Yeah,
I'll introduce you right now. He just popped in. That's cool. Oh, he's got his look at his camera. It's like weird. It's shooting up to the ceiling. All I see is a ceiling fan. Let me see. Look at that. Rob. Rob's gonna look down at us. He's gonna thumb his nose down at us.
The hell is going on over here?
What's up, Rob? Hey, just so you know, I hear you, but your video is very, very choppy, super slow, and very slow, choppy. But just letting you know, I don't know if there's anything you can do about it, but probably just your connection, I guess, the Wi-Fi.
What do I gotta do to fix?
I'm not really a techie guy, so I don't really know. It's probably are you on Wi-Fi? Probably that.
I don't fucking know, dude. Hold on a minute. Give me a second.
Are you using a PC or a laptop? There's even a lag with my audio, I guess, with him.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Okay. If it doesn't work out, man, I appreciate you trying anyways, So in the meantime, we'll keep chatting.
Bro,
yeah, go ahead.
I think so.
Yeah, even your audio ain't working too good now. It's going away, man. Yeah.
I'm gonna keep trying.
Yeah, keep trying. Yeah, thank you.
Cool.
Whenever you want. Look at that. I'll reach out to you next time for a planned show for sure. Let me just catch up to everybody here. Murdoch, what's good? Good to see you. I think in the ending of the Scooby Tour, we finally unmasked the thumbs down guy, and it's Bill Cox. Just FYI, I could never be bothered to go there and thumbs down. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just, it's so petty. You know what I mean? It's such a petty thing to do. I could never do it. I don't care if I...
Well, you can see, right? As a content creator, you can see who gives you a thumbs down, right? Like, isn't that No, all that metric is hidden.
No, that's all anonymous. Yeah, of course they have to make it anonymous because otherwise, people who take it personally would be reaching out, right? They'd be reaching out and attacking those people.
They would be homicides. Yeah, that would be crummy.
Yeah. So that's the thing, right? So
hey, CJ.
Hey to everybody. Look at everybody saying hi to you, Ian.
Hey, Ian.
Kavi. And David Barnes. Matt can teach Rubén why Momoko auctions do well. We might see some Momoko tonight, Marcus. I got several of them tracked, so we might see them if we got time. Let me see. What's up, Sean? Good to see you. Let me see. Plus the Lion. Yeah, right. Short week for them. The Lions coming back in 4 days. That's right. All right, it's a show now, guys. Well, we'll see if Rob can come back. Potato quality internet, apparently so. LimeWire running.
Oh, wow.
Festive, Rob, slow mood. What's a PC? Doesn't know the two term. Okay, I'm gonna skip a bunch. Thumbs up, thumbs down are not revealed. Hit those thumbs up. Yes, please hit the thumbs up, everybody. We appreciate it. Hi, Matt says Tom McDonald. Let's see. Shomo Momoko. What's up, Mike? Mike in the house.
Hi.
Time to sell peachy covers. Go for it. All right, I'm caught up. Hey, Matt from Mike. And Philip says, I know who can sign one of the Momokos. I think it was this auction. All right. Rubén, the No Way Momoko. Wolvie fan, just want to let you know, I see that you're trying to get in again, but it's horrible. I don't even see your. Oh, let me see. I mean, video's shitty as usual. Wolvie fan,
what's going on over here?
Rob, you've never met my friend Matt, right?
Never person.
Mr. Kennedy, I hear great things about him.
I don't know from who, but I appreciate it. Whoever's playing hype for me, I appreciate it. I get your emails for when you do your sales shows, so I'm on your email list as well.
Sweet. I'm lying. I don't know who you are, but you seem like a cool dude. If you're a friend of Rubén's, you're a friend of mine. So here's to you. Here's to me. Excellent. Friends forever we shall be.
Awesome.
All right, buddy. So, both of you, I guess I'll ask, did you guys spend any amount of time looking at this weekend's auction? Bidding, selling, anything?
I looked a couple weeks ago. There were a couple of pieces that I was sort of interested in. One started going high early, and it just didn't make any sense for me to kind of hang around and watch. Of course, I've seen all the people reporting on the Superman #1, which is maybe that's like a whole show in itself, right? The fact that that's clearly not a 9.0, that at best, and by CGC's own process and grading critique, that would be a 7.5 as far as I can tell, just looking at the front and back cover. If there's problems on the inside, that brings it down even further. But hey, it's good that there's at least two people out there that are willing to pay $9 million for a non-key book.
Well, key in the sense that it's a first issue.
Does that ever matter?
Well, yeah, it does matter. Come on, you know that.
I mean, in this book it does, but it's sort of like it's no Batman #1.
Yeah. I mean, look, is it really at the same time? Is it really like? Were you shocked? Would you say you were shocked? Or?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I didn't think it was going to go for that much because it's not Action #1, because it's not Detective 27. I mean, it's not even like Wiz. Like it's really, of all the kind of quote unquote big books, it's the least consequential. But also it's like, does this mean anything? Like, does the fact that a Superman #1 sold for $9 million in a fake 9.0 slab, I say fake, it is a legitimized CGC slab, but that's clearly someone buying the grade and not the book. Will that matter for the next time a good book goes up for auction? Like if Detective 27 goes up, if Action Comics #1 goes up for auction in a high grade like that, will that go higher, or is this a moment in time?
I think it'll definitely affect it. The question is, in terms of how much, that's always hard to say, because the thing about this one, aside from, it's the number one, which is important, but really the main
Come here, Raina.
reason,
highest rated copy.
Yeah, right. All those extra millions came because of the high grade nature of the copy, whatever. That's really what they were betting on for sure,
Yeah, but if I can interrupt here and interject.
Yeah, no, you're not interrupting. You can always jump in.
I'm an art guy. I'm not a comic guy, but I think all us art guys started in books, and I heard plenty of bullshit. Oh, sorry. Can I curse on the show or no?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So I've heard plenty of bullshit with all these fucking guys that have someone on the inside on CGC who put in their fucking numbers for them just to help them out. So it may not be a 9.0, but they got a guy that's in there that makes sure they get their 9.0 and maybe help them make some money on it. And who's going to argue with it? Because you got millions of people that are looking at it at GPA analysis, and they're seeing the sales, and they're going, well, if CGC said it's a 9.0, it's got to be. So, I mean, does that take away from it, or does that add to it? Or, I mean, what again, I'm not a book guy, so I don't know, but I've heard plenty of bullshit behind it.
I have an interesting question and commentary about that, Rob, if I may, and it's that it's possible that book got swapped. Like, I saw pictures of that book before it went in for grading, because there were pictures of it out there, people kind of talking about it. And the book that's in the slab doesn't look like it's the same book. The book that's in the slab has heavy browning at the top of the front cover. It's got popped staples. There's a bunch of stuff that's wrong with that book. And I'm wondering if all of a sudden that book that maybe was an actual candidate for a 9.0 shows up in a 7.0 slab, and someone cracks it and sends it to PSA, and PSA gives it a 10. Because with there being no 9.5, no 9.8 at PSA, that book, if it's that much better than the CGC 9.0, a real 9.0 could get a 10 at PSA, and maybe that's a $15 million book. I don't know.
Look, I used to have a comic book store back in the early 90s, and I'm going to tell you a fucked up story. One of the main guys back in the day in CGC, I don't think I've ever shared the story. What the hell was his name? God damn it. I wish I remembered it. If I remembered, I'll say it later on. He used to come to my store back in the early 90s. He was a punk little kid, and he used to go through all my books looking at the spines. And I say, why are you being a pain in my balls? Just buy the book you want. Well, fast forward into the New York Comic Con in 2003, I think, and he was one of the main guys at CGC, and he gave me his card. Hey, Rob, remember me? I used to go to your store. I didn't remember him. I don't know. Who the hell what do I know? And he goes, I'm one of the main guys that grades books at CGC. And he even, I don't know if I should say this, but he even said to me at the day, if you have a few books, I'll help you out and I can get you a better grade. So I really believe that politics has been involved in CGC since day one, because you Matt, you know books better than me, I guess. We never met, but I get the impression. I mean, I've had books graded, and I've had people tell me you got lucky, and I've had people tell me, that's bullshit. It should have been rated way higher. So I think there's some inside chicanery going on, and I have a very strong opinion about that whole CGC bullshit. And I hope they never do that with comic art, because that would kill the industry, in my opinion.
If they start grading comic art, I wonder how those pages with the missing corners will get graded. It'll be my great defense in my in what I've been saying about that. And again, the hobby has spoken. The hobby doesn't care. I don't know anybody that collects original art that wants it inside a plastic sleeve, which is going to degrade it over time anyways, right? Like, actually letting it get a little bit of air is much more healthy for almost all the elements that keep old pages together than having it in a slab, which, from what we can tell, the CGC slabs are not UV protective. There's a whole bunch wrong with the slabs. And I mean, you kind of want to get out and look at stuff and handle it. And understanding that it's a unique item, whether it gets slightly damaged over time is almost inconsequential, right? Because we're talking about unique things.
Yeah. And I understand the whole grading for books. I totally get it, because you got 20, 30, 40 pages. and a cover and a spine and blah, blah, blah. But for art, I don't think it's the same. And I think it would definitely fuck up our hobby if they sorry, you said I can curse, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway,
this is the freest original art focused channel on the internet, bro. Yeah, you can curse.
From Canada, where free speech still means something.
Fuck yeah. Fuck Trump. No, just kidding. I love you, Trump. Trump, I know you're watching. I love you. No, but I all kidding aside, I seriously believe that would really, really fuck up our hobby because, you know, I understand the books. I got books. I get it. But when it comes to art, like you said earlier, Matt, they cut corners back in those days. That's what they did to, I don't know why, but they did it, you know? So I hope they never do that bullshit. I know there's some guys on the far left that are pushing, or far right that are pushing to get them graded, you know? And I think there will be I think it would be a bad idea, and I'll come out strong against it.
The only thing I think, and I wouldn't defend this, and I still think it's a bad idea, Rob, for sure. But I think that for things that aren't signed and it's not really clear who worked on it, that having it slabbed in an authenticated sleeve, and you see a lot of those actually, where someone has gotten like a coverless, a like sketch cover comic, rather than get it graded, they don't want to risk it not getting a 9.8 and making it hard to sell. They just get it authenticated. And that's like comic art that's done on a comic. And so like that, I don't have as big a problem with, but like the idea of there being I don't know, if like back in the day you had like Steve Ditko, if you were Paperboy and Steve Ditko did like a sketch of Spider-Man on the back of a comic, you know, backing board and gave it to you, and he's no longer with us, and maybe he signed it, maybe he didn't. I could see, you know, maybe getting it authenticated, and really having it authenticated would almost require it being slabbed. But I find it to be a much less attractive option. And certainly, like for production art, it just looks dumb. It looks dumb in like a hard plastic container.
My biggest, I don't mean to cut you guys off, but my biggest beef is comic books, regardless. Action Comics 1, Superman 1, Detective 27. There's a few out there. Some fucking old ladies got one in their goddamn attic. Art is one of one, period. Yep. So you cannot tell me, because this one of one is in great shape, it's worth more than if the one of one wasn't in great shape. You don't know. There's only one goddamn piece of it. So for me, bullshit. 100% bullshit. I'll fight. Sure. I don't care if it's Alpern. I'll fight them all.
Sure. And and not, you know, not all comic art is created equal. So even if it's the same artist and writer and letterer and an inker from the same issue, there different pages in there have different value because there's better things on certain pages. First appearance of a character, just a better action layout, or, you know, a storytelling element, that it's really, really hard to use some kind of generative aggregator that says, well, because this is the same size and because, I don't know, has the same amount of ink on it or something, that it might be the same value, when we all know that there are pages that we love and there are pages that we hate from the exact same people.
Yeah, and it's funny you say that, Matt, because I hate to get off of the subject, because I'm sure there's a lot of people who disagree with me. When in the hell did we get into the opinion that a first appearance on a page is more important than the actual art? That shit's driving me crazy. I don't give a flying F that tells to astonish or tells of suspense. I don't know whatever Iron Man first appearance is. Give me my Sabretooth #1 cover any day over any of those goddamn first appearance, and I don't care that it's worth more. We started collecting art, and I have an idea of how Rubén collects art. We started collecting art because we love the art, the nostalgia. Who gives a shit that it's the first appearance? That shit's driving me crazy, and I cannot wait until that is done with. I cannot wait, because it's utterly pathetic. And that's not an opinion. That is Rob Wolvie fans fact, goddammit.
Here's a question for you, and because you're a Wolverine fan, would you rather have that first appearance page of Wolverine from Hulk 180, or would you rather have the cover of 181?
Now, I'm glad you asked that, because I had this conversation in the last 3 days with a good friend of mine, Collector. And I said to him, I can give a shit what 180 is worth. I want the cover where Wolverine's big and tall and huge. That's what I want.
A better illustration.
Yes, and I even took it further, and I know a lot of the guys out there are going to think I'm crazy, especially that fucking Maki Poo. I'm telling you, I'd rather have my Sabretooth #1 cover, which is for me very iconic for Sabretooth, as opposed to Iron Fist 14, the first appearance of Sabretooth. I don't care if it's worth $200,000 or $300,000. I want something that I can hang on my wall. Period. But that is my opinion. That is not a fact. So
well, that 14, that Iron Fist 14 is John Byrne, though, right?
Yeah, it is. But still, his first appearance is probably worth $200,000-$300,000. My cover ain't worth that much. But I'm telling you, on my kids that I love more than my wife. Hold on. Okay, no, my wife's not here. I will take my Sabretooth 1 cover over Iron Fist 14th first appearance any day. 100%. 100%.
I will have to because that's how I feel. I will push back a little bit, Rob. I've done this before. We've talked about the same topic. It's not the first time, obviously, it's going to come up here. But just to make it clear, I do give a shit. I've always given a shit long before anybody in the hobby really heard of people. Oh, first appearance is a birth page, blah blah blah. You know, I gave a shit, and honestly. I think a lot of people, back in the 90s, going back all the way through the time, and this hobby, gave a shit in the sense of, hey, that's pretty cool if you get a page from that character that you like's first appearance, right? I don't, my issue is more about how insane it's gotten to where the speculation is so insane that they will try to pump up the first appearances of the most inane foolishness characters you've never heard, like compared to some of the craziness I've seen and heard, some crap character like Madam Web, that makes Madam Web feel like an important character. Like some of the other ones that people have been trying to hype, okay? And we know Madam Web is a shit character, has always been a shit character. Nobody cares about the old hag, whatever.
It is a cool cover, though. And so I know you were just kind of like pulling any character to make the example. But that is a cool cover, and that is her first appearances on the cover of that issue.
Do you mean the Amazing Spider-Man?
Yeah.
That's a cool cover. But no, I'm just thinking about like, cheesy, lame characters in general that over the last few years, people got, excited about trying to get the art because, she came on a television show or whatever. They put a movie or whatever the hell it was, who the hell cares? Like, no, it's such garbage. Nobody's ever going to care about. And okay, even if she's young, she's not an old hag in the movies or the TV show, but who cares? Like, she's lame no matter what. Like, it's not just that she was an old hag. She's lame. Who cares? She's lame, right? But there's worse, far worse than that. So that to me, Rob, just to let you know, to me, that's where it just gets really annoying. You know what I mean? All those ridiculous appearances that people try to hype. Two things.
Netanyahu over here, Jewish Dragon, Netanyahu's right. Why in the hell do you care if it's a one of one? One of one, it doesn't matter. It's one of fucking one. If it's a goddamn dog piss stain, doesn't matter. It's one of one. But I will tell you, I really believe, and again, I don't get involved. I don't give a shit. The agenda of pushing the first appearances, you've noticed some of the people that push it, it's guys that have come out from the book side. The comic book guys are pushing the first appearances. They're not giving a shit about what the art looks like. I have a couple Gambit first appearance pages. I sold one, and I have the same guy keeps asking me, when are you ready to sell the other one? And I say to myself, this art sucks balls, And I think it's more of a comic book person pushing the first appearances than it is like an art guy. But again, that's my opinion. I never, ever, ever try and say that I know more than the others, unless it's about Adam Kubert. I know more than all you motherfuckers.
Thankfully, most of these motherfuckers don't give a shit.
You're right.
Well, I will say this though too, but one of the people who I think is that we tease the most about it, and he's a really good dude, is Jordan. You know, like Jordan.
Oh yeah, I love Jordan. Yeah. And Matt, I probably said this before.
Jordan's cool. He's good people.
Yeah.
Though.
Just in case he's a good person just in general, right?
Yes, 100%.
In case I haven't said it before, I think I have, but just in case I haven't, I want to make it clear too to everybody, because not everybody has been around, certainly not as long as I've been in the hobby, and we've all been around different amounts of time. But I can tell you, I remember Jordan from the early days. I don't remember him going as far back as the 90s in my first few years. Doesn't mean he wasn't there. I just don't remember, but I certainly remember him from the very early 2000s. And even then, he was buying stuff from me. And even then, I remember he was into just collecting first appearances and stuff.
Yeah.
He didn't make a big deal out of it, right?
Yes.
Like now it's become this huge deal, but he was collecting them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And,
No.
Yeah.
Jordan is the OG.
For sure.
He's good people, and Jordan appreciates both first appearances and great art. You'll never. Jordan,
and he's not that's right. He's not a bandwagon jumper.
100%.
Like, let me try to come in and make some money off the first appearance hype or whatever.
Exactly. No.
But I mean, like, and there's like a couple of people. So like, like the Donnellys have a really good collection of first appearance pages, like really, really amazing collection. And I mean, I know that people get frustrated because they don't post prices. I've never really had a problem with those guys. I really enjoy them. I really like Steven a lot. But then you've got like the new guys, and you're absolutely right about this, Rob, that there's like one particular high profile comic art buyer who's partnered with another high profile comic art buyer, and they will contact you through CAF and be like, hey, you want to sell that first appearance thing? And will you give me a discount for it? Which is like even more insulting. No, say his name. Say my name. Sorry. But
Stingray, busting my balls all the time for the first appearance.
But like I've spoken about this before, and I don't want to like beat a dead horse, but like when I've seen people have shared screen grabs of messages back and forth from Zatari and him like wanting to buy something that isn't for sale, and then like, okay, and they spit a number out, and then he gives them data of why it isn't worth what they want for it. And it's like, dude, you're asking about something that number one isn't for sale, and number two, you're just gonna flip it in 3 years anyways. So it's like you don't love it. You're not like someone who absolutely wants it. You're trying to play this weird like stock trader version of comic book original art, right? And and I've occasionally picked up pages that I thought were undervalued for what they were, that weren't necessarily things that I collected. But mostly, for the most part, the stuff I bought, I really, really wanted, and I wanted it for at least a certain length of time. And as we all do, we fall in and out of love with pieces, right? And for me, honestly, like if a piece gets too valuable, I don't want it anymore. Like
exactly.
It freaks me out. Like, I don't want to have something that insanely valuable. I'd rather turn that into a bunch of other stuff that I like.
I've said that myself. Now, not all of us can be as wealthy as Rob, of course. And I more power to him. But like, I certainly tend to sell my stuff long before he sells it. Like he's got way more, expensive shit than I do. But yeah, Matt, we've talked about it in the past on this show too, right? Like on not this show, but this channel. I've always gotten uncomfortable. Like I'll say it again. I still, even after all these years, back in like 20 whatever years ago, when the 70s covers from Marvel started hitting $3,500, $4,000, I was like, okay, this is crazy. Like, no, I don't feel comfortable. And to this day, that 3,500, 4,000 range is still my comfort level for getting a single piece and not feeling like, oh man, I got so much money into that. Like, I'd rather have the money back out. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird, and it's not to say that, okay, once it goes above that amount, I sell my piece. No, I still have stuff that's worth more, and I paid more than that, whatever. But I absolutely agree with you. I don't feel, even if I have them, right? Even if I haven't sold them, I will also say I certainly don't. There's a certain level of discomfort I'm always feeling by having X amount of stuff, money into certain pieces that are valuable. Except for my Hulk 272 cover, which will always be $2 million just for Sean. He's waiting to buy it from me. But he doesn't have that kind of money either. So, but
I'll give you $1,999 for it.
Give me a few months to think about it.
Okay.
Where's my gavel?
Listen, I know about a recent transaction. I won't mention names because I think it's kind of private. I just bought in the last week. I bought. Now I'm not a new art kind of guy, but I buy what I like. It's that simple. Whenever someone reaches out to me, hey Rob, what do you think? Is this worth it? I don't give a fuck. I said it's not a stock. Buy what you can put on your wall. So I recently bought the Simone De Meo's X-Men of Apocalypse #1, 45 grand, no big deal. And I was speaking to Matt, the rep. He didn't tell me who offered him money for it, but I found out later on that this guy offered him less because he wanted to buy a piece on Heritage. So the guy ended up buying on Heritage now when it gets out there and you guys want to fucking call me, go ahead and call me. But I ain't mentioning names. But when the page that just sold yesterday or the day before, the Bishop, the first appearance, which it wasn't. The first appearance of Bishop sold for almost $50K. The guy opted to buy that instead of the book. First of all, that's not even his fucking first appearance. Yeah. 282 covers first appearance, and issue 283. There's 4 or 5 or 6 pages before the issue before the page just sold for $50K. There were first appearances. He opted to buy that because of a first appearance. I thought it was ridiculous.
That's weird.
There's no way in hell I'm spending $50K on a page that's not even a first appearance. The art's beautiful. I love Wills. I'm going to buy a whole book on art that I love any day over a goddamn alleged first appearance. It isn't even a first appearance. I don't get it.
Where did you see that, Rob?
If you go to Heritage, the Wills Portacio page, it's listed as first appearance. It's
this auction.
Just now, yeah, it's over 47, 48K. The guy that bought it passed on the XOA book. I bought the book for 45K from Matt. I thought it was a great deal. And I don't get it. I buy art because I love the art, not because of first appearance. And he chose to take one page over a whole book. Now, Simone De Meo may be a nobody. Who cares? Who knows? But you buy the art you like. You don't buy the art that you think is going to be worth money one day. Now, don't get me wrong. In 10 years, we could be on your show, Rubén, and that book could be worth $500,000. And I may look like a genius. And Matt's going to say, that fat motherfucker knew what he was talking about. I didn't buy it for that. I bought it because I love the art of the book. And I would never spend that kind of money for an.
I actually almost bought a Simone De Meo page from Matt before Comic-Con, and it didn't work out, but it didn't work out in a really good way. And Matt was extremely communicable, about everything that he hadn't been sent the right pages. And it was a page from the Aliens book where Mr. Sinister purposely infects himself with the alien virus. I was like, that's a beautiful page.
Nice.
And
that is a badass rep.
Yeah, and then that's a great 4-issue series that I wish had been like a 12-issue series.
Yeah.
And I don't read a lot of Marvel comics, but someone was like, "Oh, you should check this out," and I was like, "Oh, it was really, really good." And so and we've talked about this before, Rubén, where it's like, when someone goes above and beyond, Matt is a guy that goes above and beyond. Like his level of service is really, really top level. You're dealing with a professional. A lot of people that everybody speaks very well of ghost you for like months after you've paid them on something, and you don't hear back from them, and it's become the standard. Like the standard of fair business practice has gotten so much lower than it used to be that Absolutely. We're all just used to it.
Yeah, Matt is old school. Take care of your customer. And I don't know him well enough, but I think he's in a family business, his own family. So he's probably learned that from years and years. Yeah. But that dude's going to be successful, and he does things the right way, and he's honest and fair. Yeah. I will go to bat for him any day if anybody wants to talk crap about him. He's a good dude. And then this guy, what the fuck's his name? Stanley 299. First appearance pages are for investments. Go ahead. Don't waste your money. Go buy Google or go buy goddamn Amazon. Don't waste your money on a first appearance page, because I'm telling you, look at the Tales of Suspense pages with Iron Man. They are dropping like a goddamn sack of bricks in the ocean. Buy the art you like, people. What the hell's the matter with you? God damn it. Are you kidding me?
I have to feel like that stuff was like the piece I want adjacent. You know what I mean? Like you really want that cover and you can't have that cover.
Yeah.
So I'll take one of those other things. But I sort of feel like that's maybe the norm. Like if you really want something because you had that comic as a kid and you read it, you thought it was great, you want a little piece of it, it doesn't matter what piece it is, then among those pieces that are available, you're going to make the best decision for yourself. But then somebody else is going to come along and they're going to acquire that from you later at some point. And then to them, it becomes, this investment piece where they get to like brand it as, first issue appearance page, which to me is like, what does that even mean? Like, does that have, I recently sold a Black Orchid Bronze Age appearance from the back of Phantom Stranger. And it's a beautiful page. And it's definitely the first time I think you see that character use her powers on the page. But it went for the same price of a page from that issue. Like it wasn't like it was all of a sudden 5 or 10 times more expensive. It just gave it more appeal. So like that I'm fine with. Like I'm totally fine with that, maybe elevating if it's a well laid out page. If it's not, less good, if that first appearance is done at the detriment of the storytelling, then that's not a good thing either, which you see in like those early Darkseid cameo appearances, which are trash. But like, that someone's got that first page from Lois Lane or whatever, and they're like, oh, this is the first appearance of Darkseid, the size of a dime in the corner. So it's an interesting, like you say, it's a speculator's market. It has nothing to do with the quality of the artwork. It has nothing to do with what makes collecting comic art different than collecting comic books.
For me, nostalgia should be number one. We were all kids and we have shit that fucking, gets us going and we love it. So I'm all good. Oh, Stingray!
Hey!
Big fat bastard. How you doing?
What's up, Stingray?
For me, nostalgia should trump everything, and I'm 100% for it. Buy something.
No, hold on, Rob.
Yeah,
Rob. In fairness, I have to push back again. In fairness, you keep pushing that, and you know what? Like a very high percentage of the people in the hobby, that is why they buy, right? So I get it for sure, but just keep in mind that not everybody's on nostalgia, but it is certainly it's probably the biggest reason. But there are, that segment of guys who are like newer in the hobby and have been buying for the last, 5 to 10, 12 years, and only buy brand new art from books that they read every month. And they're primarily buying it because they think it's cool and they're enjoying the stories that they've been reading lately. So they like to get pieces of it, so it's not quite as nostalgia based for some of them, but you're right. I just wanted to basically make clear that it's not nostalgia 100% for everyone. That's all I'm saying.
And joy is similar, right? Like nostalgia and joy are similar things. And I think that's what you're saying, Rob, is that like there's a certain type of buying what you love. Like clearly he just mentioned spending like $50,000 on a new comic, like a new number one. So he can't possibly have nostalgia for it. It's the whole book. That he just loves the artist and he's willing to like say, I like this artist. I like what this work as a complete collection is, and it's something that I'm willing to spend money on, and I'm gonna hang on to it for a while. But like I think you're right, Ruben. That and I mean, what got me excited when I came back into collecting after a long time, and after I wrote that Pop Sequentialism book, was that I was only going after new stuff and like in buying pieces from books that I was currently reading because I was priced out already. Like I was priced out of my nostalgia. I got priced out of my nostalgia probably 20 years ago,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Me too.
But don't let Ruben fool you, man. He likes to be the fucking devil's advocate. His crappy, shitty DC art he buys, it's because he friggin' loves it from when he was a kid. Look at his collection. He's got some great DC. I've sold you some DC shit.
I know, but hold on. I didn't say that I'm not one of those. Of course, I have collected nostalgia for, of course.
Look, we rarely win against Ruben, so I want to get one win on you.
No, you got to win. That's all right, man. Hey,
you're a nostalgia guy.
Yeah, no, that's all good. Listen, I also want to say, let me just add to that because I've said this before, but let me say it again because you're here now, Rob, and you're talking about this. I also will say, speaking about the brand new, like the newer contemporary art, right? For that stuff, when I buy that stuff, right? I primarily buy it much more so for the aesthetics of it. But yes. I've said here live before that even that stuff, the newer stuff, there's still, for me anyway, I'll speak for myself, there's still a certain level of nostalgia involved, in the sense that just seeing the characters involved, right? Even though it's brand new art, right? It still takes me back and makes me think about, those characters from,
of course,
throughout, the entire time I've been in the hobby. You know what I mean? So it's still reminding me of, look, I've been in this hobby for X amount of decades, or since I started, comic reading as a kid, blah, 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 So even for that stuff, there's a certain amount involved, So, I've never denied that. Like my primary thing has been that, but I've always tried to look at both and try to get certain things, especially on the newer side, that's more aesthetically inclined. But that's how I balance it out, right? The newer stuff, I do get more because I try to look. Actually, I can show you guys something.
All right. Well, he's turned away. I think part of the benefit to buying newer stuff also is that if you know where to look, it's generally easier to get your hands on it.
Yeah. And if you're a reader, you know the good pages, because it's not like the text is printed on the page anymore.
Right. So to that point, like there was a page that I saw from a Spider-Man issue that came out about a year ago, Ed McGuinness page. I read that book and I'm flipping through and I went, holy shit, I have to have this page. And then I kept watching Ed McGuinness's Big Cartels page where he sells art. And that page, along with all the rest that he did from that book, went on sale in February, and I got the page. So,
Newell does not explain to nobody, because that fucker loves his Stingray and he sticks to his guns with Stingray.
Yeah, for sure.
You're one bad dude. That shit'll never be worth money, but you love it. That's all.
No. See, fuck that. You don't understand. The moment he shows up in the MCU, I'm cashing out and I will be just disappeared in some island somewhere.
Fucking Stingray.
Who has changed their screen name? Who changed their screen name to @TheRealBillCox?
That's Caesar Alvarez.
It's hilarious. But I mean, like, we're looking at, Ruben's background. And Ruben was, the way I met Ruben was that Ruben bought, paperback art covers for me back in the day when I was running La Luz de Jesus. And like, that was among fine art buyers considered like the ghetto of fine art. And comic art pages was like the ghetto of the ghetto. Like, it was really very looked down upon in the fine art world, unless it was like golden age, like, covers or like early Jack Kirby. And so like in 2011, when I put together the survey show, I mean, what's great about that catalog is it has prices in it. Like, you can see what stuff was marked in that show, and those prices were considered high at the time. And now you can kind of look at that and be like, whoa, look how things have changed.
Let me please welcome a new person who's not, I don't think they've ever been in the chat before. Scott Hinton, 4948. So thank you for dropping in, Scott. Appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry. Continue.
And then like that piece that's right in back of my head right there. I mean, that's a Mark Quinn, painting. So like it's like this big in frame. It's like this big. And like, that's probably worth more than all but maybe 2 or 3 comic art pages that I own. But like, it's that what was important to me in like my advocacy of comic art was that people who were buying like fine art and paying a lot of money for fine art would gain an appreciation for figurative narrative work, because the love of figurative narrative work had gone away somewhere in the mid 70s up until about the 2000s and the 2010s. And it started to come back after the 2010s, where people really started to appreciate it. It was still a bargain. I still think that comic art is an incredible bargain when it comes to owning something original and unique. I think that, when you go back and look at how things appreciate, that published provenance artwork is always a good investment when you look at 10-year increments of what it originally costs and what it becomes worth in most cases. So, we're still, we can complain, and I already have, that I've been sort of priced out of my nostalgia, but they're always making more, and there's always good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me, if I may, real quickly, just the point I wanted to make.
There's never real quickly with you, Rubén.
That's true. That's true. It'll be pretty quick though. So in terms of the newer stuff, obviously, it's easier for me to buy art from Mike Perkins because I represent the guy. But just to show you guys an example here, let me just to change the. Sorry. Let me see which one it is. There. So just to give you guys an example, so from the current series that he's working on, right? The Batman Second Night. This is the page. I just received it. I just got this a couple days ago in the mail that Mike sent it from the UK. So he sent me this one. He sent me one for my friend and another. Well, whatever. A lot of the customers are friends, but whatever. So for some customers that I got to ship it to, right? This one is the one I chose. I only got one page from the issue. Okay, just so you see what I'm talking about when I say I try to focus more on the aesthetics.
Beautiful.
This is a Batman book. Is there something that
no Batman on it? Yeah.
Right. You see, that's what I'm saying. For me, I love the establishing shot with the gorgeous old vehicle, the old classic car, first of all. I love that's Lois Lane. That's her, that's her reflection in the rear view mirror. That's actually my favorite panel off the whole page, And so it's just essentially just the aesthetics that I wanted to get.
It's got like a horror element to it.
Yeah. It looks like fumetti, right? It looks like some of those Italian comics.
So I want to make. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you guys off.
Go ahead.
I apologize.
Go ahead.
Matt brought up fine art. I have a very strong opinion about that because I'm going to tell you. Recently, I think it was like last week, a Gustav Klimt sold for I don't know 200 million or some crazy money.
Yeah.
I really believe our hobby, and it doesn't need to be about first appearances. It has to be. I think it has to be with it has to do with quality art. I really believe that our hobby is the next generation of collectors with money that want to buy something to invest in. Because we all can't buy a $200 million Gustav Klimt or a $500 million fucking what's the guy with no ear? That guy,
Bingo.
Can't, But we all as kids love Batman, Superman, Wolverine, Spider-Man. So I truly believe I'm 50 now. I'm a lot older than all you guys. I believe in the next 20 years, that our hobby will be the fine art hobby of what people will be investing in, because not only is it going to be more affordable, I think it's just more aesthetically pleasing to the person.
Maybe, but I think honestly that it's probably going to be card art. And I think that Pokemon cards, and to the extent that any of the Pokemon card illustrators are working in an analog way, that those are going to be the pieces that are going to be worth like hundreds of millions of dollars, because I think they speak to a much larger generation. Yeah. We're looking at a generation that is yet to discover wealth, and they're going to really dive in hard.
100% nostalgia. 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't get look, I understand card art because I have boxes of them from my store back in the day. I still have them now. And for me, I still feel that a published cover of comic art should be more desirable than an actual card art. I don't get the whole card art thing.
Well, one's a drawing and one's a painting, so there's one aspect of that too. And
there's a lot of pen and inks. If you look at the first series of Marvel, that's all pen and inks. There's no paintings. Well,
I'm not talking about those, and I'm not even talking about Marvel cards. I mean, I'm really seriously talking about
like Magic
and Pokemon. Yeah.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, I used to have so much Dungeons and Dragons art, and I sold it all to Matt Coder. Made a ton of money. I made a killing, bro. I can't even. You would not believe the money. Call me one day, Matt. I'll give you my number later. You would not believe the money I've made on all the D&D art that I sold to Matt Coder.
Oh, wow.
For years, since 2010, I've sold so much shit. I had like 70 pieces.
Wow.
And yes, if someone hooks into something, like the card art's big right now. Marvel card art. But yeah, of course, Magic the Gathering has been huge forever.
Yeah.
Once somebody hooks onto it, everybody follows. So yeah, I can understand why something is more popular than comic art. I get it.
I mean, like, this is just a sticker, right? I guarantee you that if the artist who drew this put this up for sale, it would eclipse like the most expensive art being done by the most talented comic artist right now, because the people who love Pokemon have deep pockets. Like,
Yes.
There are certainly kids that are still collecting, and that's great. One thing that I do love about that is when Pokemon kind of rebranded after Pokemon Go, they changed their card style. They started doing full art cards. They're really cool looking. Like, they are objectively really, really interesting cards. They're cool looking.
Probably bigger than comic art. I agree.
Yeah.
And as answering Baker fan, I'm a late 80s, early 90s guy. So I had Jeff Easley, I had Larry Elmore.
Elmore's amazing.
Keith Parkinson. So I had a lot of the quality shit from the late 80s, early 90s, and I sold it all for big money, Baker.
Was this like the Dragon magazine cover stuff?
Yeah, I had like 4.
Oh my God, those are so beautiful. I, of course, had a subscription as a kid, and it would drive me crazy when they would like try and stuff it through the mailbox with all the other mail like inside it. It would get totally fucked up when it came through. But I have huge nostalgia for that stuff. I probably more for that than I do for even the spot illustrations and the manuals. Although I got to say, like, if that succubus drawing from Monster Manual, or was it, from Monster Manual 1, I mean, that's got to be as close to like a holy grail for an entire generation of gamers.
Hell yeah.
As anything that ever came afterwards. Yeah.
I was playing D&D all the time when I was a kid. Oh,
yep.
Great shit. And that art was beautiful, in my opinion. So I bought it not for money. I bought it because I loved it.
Yeah.
I remember calling Jeff Easley's rep. I forgot her name. And she had like 8 or 9 paintings for like $15 a piece. I said, I'll take them all. And she said, like, really? I said, yeah, I'll take them all. And I ended up selling them to the guy that's buying all the art. I sold it for crazy money. I could not believe he was willing to pay that much.
Probably 20 times what you paid for it, at least.
Well, probably, easily, maybe even more.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So I think it should be time we should get into the actual what the whole episode was supposed to be about, which was talking about this weekend's actual heritage auction. So what I was gonna do, since I didn't actually invite anybody officially, and I figured I'd be doing it by myself, I was just gonna do what I did last time, which is go through all my tracked lots and just kind of stop on a piece every now and then and just talk about it, see what people think about it. But this goes out to all of you in the chat, in the live chat crew, baby.
Look at that beautiful humble brag on screen right now. Like, I met Jeff Easley at Ernie Gygax's house, back in the day. Like, jealous.
But yeah, I was gonna say if we could do the show kind of like, if you guys in the chat, if there's specific pieces that made you go, oh wow, and for any reason, whether it's because you love how it looks, whether you were shocked at how low it sold for, high it sold for, any reason, what I'll do is instead is that maybe I'll do a search. Maybe we can try searching and just look at the pieces that way. But if that is difficult to do, then yeah, maybe I'll just kind of go through. It's certainly easier to go down and scroll through my.
How about starting with War Machine for over 40K? That's freaking crazy.
Yeah, that was wild. I just saw that
the 22nd appearance of War Machine.
Crazy.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's yeah.
I know, I was just busting balls, Baker fan.
Actually, but what I noticed, Rob, though, not that it makes a huge difference, but at first I thought, oh my God, it's a War Machine cover, as in the War Machine series. Then I noticed, it's from the Iron Man. It's an Iron Man cover.
Iron Man, exactly.
Right. But people like that. That does carry more value because it's a long running title of a long running character. The problem is that it's it's a large image, but it's War Machine and not Iron Man. So it's kind of like, well, why would you pay $40K for that?
The crazy part is on Friday, a Bob Layton Iron Man cover went for $50K. Spend the $10K and buy a Bob Layton Iron Man cover.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to redraw it next year.
Yeah.
And Peter agrees with you, Rob. Oh, that's funny.
Peter, I'm usually right.
Oh, so what do we got here? What do you, Newell? What are you putting in the chat here? What link are you linking me to?
That's a heritage thing that went today. It was one of the ones I was actually watching, but I didn't end up bidding on it. I just was impressed by what it went for. I have no idea what that kind of stuff goes for, so
Oh, it looks cheap, $27.50. It's a John McDermott Voyage to the Deep #2 painting from Dell Comics.
I have no idea who John McDermott is, but if you look at it, you'll see why I liked it.
Yeah, it's got a nice gigantic stingray. Let me see if I can see if I can show that. I mean, a real one, guys, not the stingray, of course. All right, so that means I gotta stop screen. Means I gotta stop the one I was already had set up, and then I gotta redo the share screen. All right, here we go. John McDermott. Okay, here we go. Let's share this with everybody.
There it is.
Yeah. So it's an interesting, fun cover, nice looking little painting. But I think at $27.50, the content explains it, right? It's just characters nobody knows, and it's just an undersea sort of adventure type cover. So yeah, that kind of explains it. But yeah, if for anybody, that's the lovely thing about the hobby, is that for anybody who does like that kind of stuff, like you might be into, like, I don't know, marine biology, or you just love the ocean, blah, blah, blah. And that might be enough. And if you like illustration, that might be enough of a reason for you to go looking for this kind of stuff. And to be able to pick up a 1963 cover for less than $3,000, like fully painted, it's pretty cool, right? I would say so. I mean, of course, it'd be cooler if that stingray had a red and white costume on it, obviously. But
I keep trying to type Sean. I guess Sean changed his screen ID to Baker fan. So of course we all know Sean Clancy, good dude. And my thumbs are too retarded today, and I can't do anything.
He didn't change it, Matt. That's some kind of screwy thing that YouTube did.
Oh.
Yeah, YouTube pulled something, and a bunch of people's names are being changed to like different. That's why Cesar Alvarez is you're seeing the real Bill Cox or whatever.
Oh. Yeah, Cesar did that.
He might have done that. I don't know, but a bunch of people have names you haven't seen before. That's why. So you
Jason D'Ambrosio went in and changed his to like Bill Cox calf or something.
What's that?
There were multiple. Jason D'Ambrosio, he went in and changed his to Bill Cox calf or something like that. There were multiple Bill Coxes on some of the chats last week.
Let's continue the tradition. Kashra put Marcus on timeout in the last chat. Let's put him on timeout for a little bit.
Yeah, I guess mine added a number to it. I used to just be pop sequentialism, and now it's got 7213. I can't imagine that there are 7212 others out there.
Yeah.
And I invented the term, so I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. And right now, today, it changed. For me, it changed. Today only. My name doesn't appear. You only see the @ sign.
Huh.
Yeah. Weird. So there you go. But okay,
let's look at some art.
Yeah. Let me just do it the usual way, since nobody's really sort of throwing out names of art and stuff. So let me see what I've got saved up here. Share screen. Here we go. What do we got? My tracked lots. All right. Let me see. Give me a second. Let me make sure everything. I'm still signed in. All right. I'm still signed in. And, since you were talking about that comic earlier, it's actually, Matt, a pretty good reason for us to kind of say, hey, What did you all think about this? Let me just say real quick what I've always thought about this cover. I actually, shockingly enough, like the comic book version better because I've always loved the striking orange, red, brilliant background that really gave it that pop, you know. But also the thing about this is that I think people confuse this cover confuses people. A lot of fans of it, I think it's one of the greatest covers ever. And I think the confusion stems from the fact that what they're looking at is the idea of it. So the idea of the iconic pose showing the strong man bursting out of chains, right? The kryptonite chains, right?
Doc Savage kind of motif, yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's what it's all about. But I've always said when you actually examine it, especially if you're well versed in Neil Adams, his art, it's really far from one of his best ever aesthetically drawn covers. In particular, the hands are not very good. The fists are not, it's like he banged them out real quick. But especially the face. I always said the face looks like they got somebody like Kurt Swan to do the face and simplified the face. It's not a Neil Adams head, and who knows? Maybe it was, I don't know.
That might have been editorial instruction, right? Like that happened a lot.
Yeah, it might have been. Yeah, who knows, right? Either way, I just want to put it out there, but still a favorite of mine. It's still fun. And I just want to say that price-wise, I actually thought it sold for, not like, so I was expecting it would break 1 million, and I thought, I don't know, maybe right around 1 million to 1.2. So it's not that much more than that. So yeah, I guess I could still say it's kind of like in the ballpark of what I was expecting. But any of you guys have opinions about that?
I'm amazed that it's a 1.5. Like,
oh, really?
I to your point, I don't think it's a very good cover. It's not like Neil Adams is particularly attached to the character of Superman the way that he would be to Batman. So I mean, does that mean now that any of those Ra's al Ghul covers are now worth 2 million? Maybe, but I also just think that it means that there are very, very wealthy people that are snatching up stuff that they think is good. Great, let them buy less than stellar stuff. I love when rich people and their money are easily separated.
Yeah, and let me just say, because Chuck just asked, has this cover sold before? Let me tell you, no.
The other one did though, right? The better cover did.
What's that?
Aren't there two versions of this where like one was a slightly redrawn, almost treasury size edition?
If it was, I don't remember what you're talking about. Yeah, sorry. I did want to say though that I'm not going to name names, but I know the person who consigned this, and just for shits and giggles, I'd like to say that what I just told you guys about how I felt about the cover and the art on this particular piece, I actually sat at dinner with the owner when he still owned it. This goes back 21 years, I think, 21, 22 years ago. At dinner during WonderCon, I went to WonderCon. I went to dinner with the owner of this piece who consigned it, and two other guys. And I kind of just got into one of those passionate kind of like, wanting to make a point, trying to say like, yeah, as famous as this cover is, right? Like when you think about it aesthetically, like, right, just from pure aesthetics and the laws of art, it's not as great as everybody seems to think it of, And it was so funny because the owner just kind of sat there with this look on his face, like, what the fuck are you doing talking down my cover art? while the other two guys were trying to suppress the laughter, Right. So anyway, just some good memories there,
I will tell you that I know who bought it, and it was pure nostalgia.
Oh no! If you're buying it, for sure, it's going to be nostalgic, of course. I mean, for sure.
Who bought it?
Normally, I don't give a flying fuck. And
what industry are they in? I'll ask.
They're a comic art collector, and they're not in Bitcoin. They're not in any of that stuff. They've just been collecting for a lot of years, and he sold a few pieces to get to this piece. And normally, I hope you guys know me well enough. I don't care. I'll drop names left and right, but he was very, very specific on never bring me up. He's very, very black hole, and it was all about nostalgia for him. I'll give you my opinion. I'm one of those guys who's not a Neil Adams fan, not because I don't like his art. I didn't grow up with his art. I look at this cover and I think it's fucking beautiful, and I understand the nostalgia factor of it. I mean, it's #1. That image has been all over the place. It's iconic. I can understand, but if this goes for 1.2, 1.5, whatever, what does the Green Lantern 76 cover go for?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
What does the Joker cover go for that he did on Batman? They just doubled in their price because those are way better according to Neil's art, in my opinion. Again, all this art is an opinion. It's fucking subjective. It's not. There's no GPA analysis for this.
Right, but again, this obviously your friend had someone else almost win this. So like for it to get to 1.5 million, two people had to be willing to pay at least 1.45. And so sure. I can appreciate that he sold a lot of stuff to make this happen. And good for him. I hope he's on the younger side so that he can enjoy it for 30 years. Is that
what you said happened though, Rob? Is that what you said happened? He had to sell a bunch of shit to pay for it?
Yeah, he made it a point, and he and I, when we talked about it, I don't know anything about Neil Adams' art. I only said to him that my opinion would be that it was going to go for more than the last couple big pieces went, and he sold a few big pieces of art to some of the dealers and some private collectors because he said that he was going to get this piece no matter what.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
And he did.
Yeah, and he got it. Because as soon as he won, he goes, "I got it." I was like, "Shit, you paid a ton."
Did he? When you tell the truth, Rob? When you guys talked about it, did he must have given you some indication at the time of how high he might go? Like what? Like was he already talking about hitting the million mark at the time?
No. We both thought 6 to 8.
Oh wow, yeah.
So it went to 1.2, so I'm sure he did some other finagling. He's probably still doing the finagling to pay it off.
Wow. This must be an unmarried man with no children.
No comment. But Timothy Finney is wrong. I don't know if Timothy Finney, who's been collecting for many, many, many years, has got a gorgeous collection. I think he might be wrong. I don't know if it's more iconic than the Green Lantern cover or the Giant Joker. I think those are bigger than this one.
I would agree with you. I would say that several of those Green Lantern covers, definitely that Joker cover from Batman or Detective, many Batman covers. Like I never thought much of this, and I'm not really a huge Superman guy. But if you were a huge Superman guy, I can see why this is maybe one of the 10 covers of the modern era that you would want, because certainly you don't have a shot at like Superman #7.
Correct.
Like the really, really classic stuff.
And look, Ruben, I'm so happy that in our chat, Jason D'Ambrosio showed up. So it's good to see someone fatter than me in our chat.
Always a self-deprecator, aren't you? All right, let me back out of this and let me start going down. So I don't know what it is about. Why is everybody so super excited about, I don't know, these tabloids? I got to tell you, I never read any of the tabloids. I must be one of the few people who I hated the idea of Marvel and DC crossovers when I was a kid. I just thought, I knew that the adventures would never mean anything. So that's what pissed me off about it. Like, I was like, who cares about this? What do I care about reading this story with Superman and Spider-Man when it'll never be referred to in any Spider-Man or Superman comic in the future? You know what I mean? So I always hated them. I hated it back in those days. I hated fantasy. If it wasn't going to be canon, I just didn't care. But people just love it, and they pay a lot of money for this stuff.
The Treasury.
Look, we know they want Ruben.
Treasury, yeah. Well, like any crossover, honestly. But yeah, the Treasury stuff. Like this is a Treasury piece here. Not.
That's what I was saying. Is like I remember that Superman being repurposed as like DC's version of Treasuries, which I think were called Super Collector Specials, but they were that large format size, and I think it was a redraw. But it might have been actually Dick Giordano who did a redraw of the Neil Adams cover. I'm not sure, and I could be wrong, but that's what I was recalling before. I actually had a really, really nice Treasury page from Jack Kirby from the Captain America bicentennial book. that I sold back in the early 90s. I think I sold it for $6,000, and that's got to be worth at least a couple of zeros more.
You know, it's interesting that these guys in the chat, they're saying, you know, the tabloids were widely distributed and were on the stands for longer.
That's Marcus messing with you. He's talking about like the National Enquirer.
No, don't listen, Marcus. Don't listen to him, bro. He eats wieners during on Thursdays and Fridays.
Yeah, but Chuck is saying they sold them everywhere.
They were certainly at, you know, like the department store. Like I remember getting the Star Wars ones like from a department store. I had never walked inside a comic shop until I was probably in my teens. So I
never saw them. I never saw them until in 1982 when I walked into my first comic shop. You know, but I certainly had, you know, I'm in a big city, so we had tons of like what they call magazine shops, I guess. They focus mainly on selling magazines, and some little bit of junk food at the counter, and sometimes a little section of porn vids in the back for guys to rent, you know.
You were
but primarily, you know, magazines and comics, obviously, right? And periodicals, any periodicals, newspapers, you know. And yeah, those kinds of places, certainly I would have remembered seeing gigantic, what I would have called gigantic comics at the time, you know? Yeah, never saw them until the special. So I thought, I've always been under the impression, literally until right now, when I saw these guys talking, I've always been under the impression that they were never sold anywhere. Of course, there weren't that many comic shops in the United States in the 70s, but they did exist.
Yeah.
So I just thought they were maybe in those comic shops and maybe a few places like, I don't know, like a Sears catalog or something. I don't know. I never saw them.
They were in like Kmart.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like smaller kind of department store retailers. Like in Massachusetts, we had a place called Riches, which used to have them. We had Caldor. I think a couple of the toy stores like Child World and maybe even Toys R Us at a certain point might have been carrying them. Although I think Toys R Us comes after the primary Marvel Treasury Edition era. But I do remember them. And, you know, someone's mentioned, you know, Marcus mentioning the Power Records stuff. I still have my Power Records, Neil Adams, Frankenstein, the Wolfman, and Dracula, which I treasure. And when he published it as Monsters, that was the thing that the first time I ever asked him for a signature on anything. And I had him draw Man-Bat on it for me because that was my Neil Adams stuff.
I heard, I mean, I may be causing controversy here, but I had heard, I mean, I don't know if he's reputable or not, but I had heard that Neil Adams' sons stole a bunch of his art, and when they sold it, they had to keep it private for like a few years so Neil would not know that his sons were ripping him off. Is anybody know the truth to that story?
Well, I know that Gil Kane stole a lot of it.
Well, no, Gil Kane was a fucking thief. That I know. But I'm talking about like in the last, he just died, what, like a year or two ago?
3, maybe. Yeah.
So about 4 or 5 years ago, just around COVID, I had a friend who had a comic book store. He was buying a bunch of Neil Adams art, and he was buying it direct from the sons. And he said that he could not show it to no one. He had to hide it for a few years because the son said, we don't want our dad to know because he thinks we stole it. Does anybody know if that's true or not?
I don't know. That's
Really?
some inside baseball right there.
Holy shit. Okay, never mind. I thought it was a... I
actually almost, so I have a couple of Ray Zones like production pages from the Rocketeer 3D comic, which Neil Adams Continuity Studios did. And so he was going back and forth quite a bit between New Jersey and Burbank because he co-owned the original Continuity Graphics. Yeah. So I had a couple of pieces waiting for him to sign, and he never got around to signing them, and I had to go and pick them up. So, I mean, and I'm pretty sure it was one of his sons that was hanging on to it for me and was a very reputable dude, like didn't give me any, you know, pushback about picking it up or anything. And I honestly didn't have any paperwork supporting that it was mine, but, you know, they were really, really cool about it. And it's like, oh, I'm really sorry my dad didn't get to sign it. You know, here it is.
Yeah, I met Neil. I've been collecting for a while. I mean, I don't know, as long or longer. I mean, my first piece of art I bought was in 1990. I was like 15 years old. And I used to go to Fred Greenberg's convention all the time back in New York, the Great Eastern Conventions. And I met Neil Adams a couple times. And I'm going to tell you, I was never a fan of his art, only because it was prior to what I collected. His art is beautiful. I get it. But the couple times I met him, that guy was kind of a prick. He was never very
he was very prickly, yeah. And like I remember asking him at a show about like, hey, what do you think about, you know, this Green Lantern page selling for $40,000? And he was like, well, it's stolen. And I was like, what? Do you want me to call the cops? You know, like type of thing. And he's like, no, this stuff was stolen years ago, and I don't see a penny from the resale of it because we don't have anything like that outside of California. And that's why none of the auction houses operate out of California, because they'd have to pay a resale value, which was still in the books up until about 2013. But no, Neil could be definitely a bit of a prick. And it depended like your level of excitement and how much you kissed his ass or whatnot, but not necessarily. But later in life, he did become a lot easier to talk to, like much more approachable.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Stanley 299, it says, keep spilling the secrets. I got a fuck ton. I'm going to tell you a fun one. You want to hear a good one or no?
Yeah.
All right. Not about Neil. I'm a 90s guy. So back in the day when I was a kid, I was a frequenter of titty bars and bars. And I used to be very good friends, very, very good friends. I can show you pics with Mark Teixeira. And me and Tex used to hang out all the time when I lived in Jersey. And before Disney fucked up Times Square and there was titty bars and peep shows, me and Tex used to go all the time to Peep Land, Show World. Dude, that guy was crazier than a normal guy, and he loved spending money. Let me tell you, back in the 90s, it was like the Wild West of the comic art guys, because they did some crazy shit.
So I was spending time on the Deuce when I was like 12 and 13, like back in like 83. And like hopping on the train from Boston and going in to buy like shell toe Adidas. And it's amazing that I didn't wind up on the side of a milk carton. But yeah, the Deuce was crazy back in the day.
Yeah, it's funny because Marcus asked if I had a beard as a kid, a beard. He knows his mom used to come and call me and do free beer rides, free beer rides.
Yeah.
So you showed that Travis Charis cover, Ruben, and we didn't really say anything about it.
I know, because you guys keep talking about other things. That's why. So I got to keep it rolling, you know.
The Huntress cover is like considered one of those classic covers, and I ended up like picking it up out of nostalgia at like a local comic book shop. So I looked at it, I'm like, this has got terrible anatomy. Like so many of the artists that are considered classic artists of the 90s did really, really terrible anatomy. I mean, Batman's head is like really kind of square and small.
Let me just to play devil's advocate. Let me always also remind you as well, Matt, that the vast majority of collectors don't really notice anatomical issues. Some obvious ones, yes, but like for the most part, it's just like, wow, oh yeah, I remember Batman with the Travis cover. Yeah, it was so awesome in the early night. That's what it's really. That's what the reaction. So
you don't notice that as much as they are forgiving of them because she's got a fat ass.
Yeah.
So it's funny. I think I'm not a Travis fan. I know his art goes for a lot of money, but I actually think this was a pretty decent deal. It's 90s. It's Batman. It's Catwoman. Sexy. 90s was about sexy art. And Travis did some great art back in the day. So I actually thought it wasn't a bad price. I think Carl has bought some pieces from Travis on the auction and paid probably more than that. And in my opinion, again, art is subjective. She looks sexy. It's a good image of Batman, and it's 90s Travis. I thought it was a good deal. I didn't think it was bad. If I was a fan of his, I probably would have pulled the trigger. But again,
yeah. Well, Marcus brought it up. Caesar brought it up that he thought it went low. So
yes, I agree.
I would have said 20 grand is fine to pay for that. If you're collecting, Travis's Batman covers, I mean, he didn't do a bunch of them. If you were a fan, there's not a whole lot of inventory, and $20,000 would seem fine. But, to double down on the point, like a lot of that stuff that people have like such great nostalgia for was really motivated by 13-year-old hard-ons. It's like this idea that they couldn't get a Playboy magazine, and so they kind of like these sexy layouts on the comic book covers. and a lot of it just isn't really to par. Like if you were to compare to, you know, and Arthur Adams, I mean, he draws very, very long legs that are absolutely anatomically impossible. But there's no doubting that Arthur Adams changed the look of comic art by his stylistic nature. And there's an element that goes back to fine art in lengthening of the figure, which makes his art actually closer to classic than standard illustration. And I mean, if you were to stretch her legs back out, she's about 4'11". So, you know, but Batman is also like 5 feet tall, you know, like looking at the proportion of this figure. But again, like if you were a kid and it's the right era, then there's not a lot of that. You're really limited to what you can pick up. And he was definitely a draw. We sold more of those comics at the comic shop because his covers appealed to the kids that were still reading Batman comics in that era, which were not being particularly well written at that time.
And to add on top of that, I mean, listen, we see a lot of good girl art, not even just from J. Scott Campbell, from a lot of the names I probably can remember from the 90s that sell for similar prices. Travis Cherish, I'm not a collector of his, but I understand that his art goes for good money. I believe this was, you know, considering what it had on it, it was a fair price. You know, again, it's a sexy. Who's the broad? Is that Catwoman or is that just some other girl?
Is that Huntress?
Huntress, okay. Sexy, the ass coming out. It's a decent Batman image. Forget about the 4 feet and 6 feet tall. I mean, shit, we can talk about that all day with Simon Bisley's art, with Rob Liefeld's art, McFarlane's art. I think for the price, I don't think it was bad. Again, it's got that good girl art appeal, and it also has an iconic character from the 90s or from forever.
I agree.
Well, Rob, I've been told in private that the consignor took a beating on it, so that would sort of infer that you're right, that it typically would have gone for higher, certainly privately, you know. Matt and I always, you know, we do our Stop the Insanity series and our Hold for the Gold series. You know, we constantly preach about, like, if you're going to send a piece to auction, and you haven't owned it for a minimum of 5 years, most of the time you end up losing your shirt, or at least some amount of money, you know.
I expect the consignor thought he was going to get more, and I would have agreed with him. I don't collect his art, and I was a bidder. I actually bid on this piece till about 14 or 15K. And again, I would have bought it just to keep and then resell it in 5 or 10 years. I thought it was a great cover, and there were not many deals in this heritage auctions, but I think this was one of them. Again, it's artist subjective. There is no GPA analysis. So, you know, the next guy, Marcus, could tell me I'm crazy, you know, and he can go eat his wiener at whatever place in Fremont he goes to. But I think that was a deal. I actually think it was a deal.
Well, see, Caesar, I don't know. I look, Caesar's a friend. I don't know if he got it firsthand or second or third hand knowledge. He claims that privately the consignor had acquired it for 50K. I don't know if that's true, but either way, it seems to have taken a big loss.
June of 2021. You know, I mean, like, that's an insane amount of money for that.
Yeah, it ain't worth 50K. But it ain't worth 18.75, whatever it is.
Well, I agree. I think I was surprised. I thought it would have gone for more than that, you know.
Yes, I agree.
Antoine, just if you really want to be specific about it, since you're right, it is French, so it's charret. It's charret. Can I keep saying charist? Can I keep saying charist? Yes. Since he was talking about you, so you can say it back to him. Yes. Keep saying charist.
Wait, the Nick Barucci 2904, is that the famous Booch?
It is.
It is. He got numbers added to his name as well, just like I did. It's a weird thing that we've been talking about.
What do you mean, you bastard? Booch, love you, brother.
And can I just take a moment, please, everybody? I want to talk to my friend, the special guest. Well, not really. It wasn't planned for him to come on, but if you're there listening, I just want you to know, I know that you've logged in, but I cannot see you. So I'm not sure if it's because you're not ready to come in, or Yeah, or if you're listening on the side or what, or if you don't want you don't want to be on camera. I'm not sure.
Related
I'm
by
not sure
Rob's
if I can
beard.
bring you in. But listen, nobody else can see you but me. So maybe stick your head in front of the camera and tell me, do you want to be on camera or just audio? Do you want to be on camera and maybe do a head nod, yes or no? And if I don't see you pop your head in there, then I know that you're logged in, but not at your computer right now. So okay, well, keep it going. Keep it going.
The Booch, I love that motherfucker, Booch.
Yeah, what's up, Nikki? By the way, everybody, speaking of Nikki, let me just tell you, because I didn't even do the perfect timing. We got more people now than we did at the top of the show. Let me remind everybody that because this week is Thanksgiving, all right, Nikki B, the infamous Nikki B, he's going to have another show on Friday, the EXP, the Original Art Experience, and it is going to be a really cool, according to Nikki, Black Friday bonanza, in his words. All right. So let me first put the link. I got a direct link for this Friday show at Nikki B's. I'm going to put it in there, and let me show you. He's even got. He's so excited about his sale this Friday. He got Kyle to do a Santa Nick's Black Friday bonanza thumbnail for the show. So very cool, Nikki. And we look forward to seeing the deals. Deals. There better be good deals, Nick, because I'm helping to promote you here. And I don't want people to think I'm a liar. So they better be like great deals. A bonanza and cornucopia of great deals. All right.
Booch, call me, man. Let me do your show on Friday. I got one or two really killer pieces that I'm thinking of selling. I'll do them on your show. You never invite me, you jerk off. Love you.
There are always good deals on Nikki's show.
The Booch don't mess around, goddammit.
Oh, that's so funny. And let me see. A bunch of all-stars in this room tonight. User Insler. Is this your first time here? I've never seen that name before. User Insler. Let me know if it's your first time, man. Who else we got here? Last holiday before Festivus. Will he offer gift cards? Who knows? You got to tune in Friday and find out. What else?
Marcus is always looking for the free shit. Marcus, give him a free wiener in Fremont. He'll take it.
Is it Harrison Ford? No, it is not. I will have a few pieces
right?
starting at $25. A few pieces. Starting. Does that mean you're going to do the? You're doing it as a. Some of these pieces you're going to be kind of trying to take best offers or something. Dynamite in your stocking, indeed, and more under 100. All right. So for the bargain hunters and the flippers, tune in to Nikki B's EXP this Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific.
I also want to say I've been seeing a lot in the trades about a lot of really, really interesting talent coming over to Dynamite and doing some interesting work. So congratulations to Nick on that.
Yeah, he's running a hell of a company over there. He's got some great shit coming out. Even my daughter has been collecting some of my daughter's Love is Red Sonja, and keep it up, brother. Keep it up.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you guys, and I'm trying to get an answer out of User Insler. There you go. Is it your first time here? That's all I'm asking, pal. And let me see. Yes. Marcus knows. Flip. Buy them all at $25 to $100 and flip them. Send them into auction so that Matt and I can then show them to everybody else here on this channel a few weeks later. Powerpuff Girl, yeah. Steve, what's good? Mr. B and G. Let's see. They said it wasn't. Oh, it's Gil. There you go. See, it's not a surprise. Now we're all disappointed in you, Gil. Mr.
Gil. Why's Gil gotta be like that?
User Insler. Okay. Anyways, until I find out if my man is gonna be able to come in here, and now he's gone.
Rubén, do you celebrate Thanksgiving in Canada?
Different dates.
Myself personally, not really. It's a day off. It's a day off, but we like my family never celebrated it. Like my family's, my parents were Europeans, immigrants. So for them that didn't exist in Europe, and yeah, so they didn't know what turkey was not part of the Spanish diet. So the only thing we did was, my mom, she never made turkey. All she knew was that it took all day long in the oven to make. And so what she did, she basically thought, well, a turkey looks like a chicken, except it's much larger. And we already eat chicken from time to time. So what she would do is on the Canadian Thanksgiving, which is back in October, she would make a chicken, roast the chicken in the oven and have some French fries, gravy, and whatever. And that's it. We would eat that every Thanksgiving. And that was it. It's not like we were out there, celebrating. Yeah, thanks. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. No, it wasn't really
okay. Hey, Ruben, Fat Man over here, Marvel fan. He wants to talk about more about heritage. What else? What do you want to talk about, Marvel fan? Send a link or something. What do you want to talk about? Stop talking shit and send a pic, jerk off.
Let me get out of this. And
I love that I'm the least controversial person on the show today. Let me just tell you that.
You love that, right?
I am. What are you talking about, man?
Least. I said least controversial. So I appreciate you, Rob, for taking the target off of my chest.
Listen, me and Marvel fan, we're on Bub Crawl annual number 2. Me and him are gonna do a big ass sumo wrestling. Him and me. I think he's gonna win because that fucker's way bigger than me, man.
Well, with that being said, I just wanted to say that, and for me, almost pretty much any page from Giant Size X-Men #1 is a gem, is a treasure, and I remember every page very fondly, and with so many characters on this one, and I remember the whole scene with Sunfire getting pissed off and leaving. I don't know, like, is it just me? I don't know. It just seems like these, given what all these other classic comic arts, pages from classic comics are going for, I don't know, 60 grand. I don't know. It just seems kind of affordable now in comparison to so many other things. I don't know.
Do you think Dave Cockrum is just generally undervalued when it comes to modern era X-Men? Like,
well, he's certainly going to be, more than Byrne, more undervalued than Byrne, of course, right?
But I mean, even like classic Paul Smith pages go in that range.
Yeah, but
I know.
See, for me, I know there's a lot of Paul Smith diehards. I don't understand it. I buy art because I like the art and not because of the story. And a lot of people tell me I'm nuts. And supposedly the Paul Smith run was tremendous.
Very well written. Yeah.
But I'm going to tell you, it's funny. This fucking guy, what's his name over here? Hold on. Give me a second. The Matthew Bulmer brought up the O'Bar Crow Splash. That blew my mind. $60K for that James O'Barr Crow Splash. I mean, I know his stuff goes for good money, but that splat, I know you're in the middle of a piece, and I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. Keep talking.
That's a tremendous piece, and for $60K, wow, that blew my mind.
You thought that was a lot, you mean?
I thought that J.O. Barr, I mean, again, I don't know enough of his art. I do love it. And when I had my store back in the early 90s, his comic wasn't super popular, but there was a niche of who was buying it. Yeah. So, and I know I met him once at a show in Miami, and he didn't sell his art. So when this guy Bulmer is asking about the price, I happened to agree with him. I was like, that blew my mind. I did not expect that number at all. It makes me think, what are first appearances going to go for of J.O. Barr's Crow? What are his covers going to go for? Because he don't sell. And the few pieces that are out there, when they go for sale, it's from a private collector. So that actually blew my mind.
Okay.
Yeah, he would do sketches. He wouldn't sell his original stuff. And
the
sketches were really, really detailed. Like, he wasn't just like kind of crapping them out. He was doing really, really good stuff, but he wasn't doing it 11 by 17. He was doing it, like 9 by 12. I remember him doing it in store at my buddy's shop in Hollywood in the early 90s. And I was kind of like, I was like, oh, it's kind of a cool looking character. I opened the book and I was like, this isn't for me.
Right.
Every time they try and reboot the films, it's trash. So like the nostalgia for it keeps getting weakened by every adaptation that sucks. So that was a very surprising price.
Yeah, and this is another one. I love This is Glenn Fabry, right? The
Yeah.
Preacher cover.
Yeah.
I love his art. I have a couple of his Hellblazer covers. I love Glenn Fabry's art, but I was kind of blown away at that price. I mean, we've seen some of his covers go for 10, 15, 20 grand, but this one, I think that's what is that the Saint of Sinners?
The God of Killers?
Or is it God of Killers or Saint of Sinners?
Saint of Killers. Saint of Killers.
Yeah, Saint of Killers. That's an amazing piece. I mean, but again, that's another one that blew my mind. I mean, I think what Heritage taught us, and I don't want to take away from the other guys, because I know Vince and fucking Micah and the guys at Comic Link, Josh and Doug, but it's showing me that you got to sell your art on Heritage, because that, for me, I don't see it going for that much money on the other two places.
Totally.
Yeah. Well, when it's fresh to market, especially, then I agree absolutely.
Yes.
Hey, what's up, Robert Berman in the house? But I just want to say real quickly, Matt, especially to you, because remember what I said about that you were talking about the comic book, right? The expensive comic book, Superman #1, CGC, blah blah blah, 9.0, $9 million, right? And I said that it is to a lot of people, it is, first issues are absolutely important to most collectors. This is a good example of that, because if you've been following the Fabry Preacher covers over the last year or so, right, that they've all been coming out.
Absolutely.
A lot of them have been selling kind of like in the teens, like 17 grand, 14 grand, 13 grand, with occasional ones a little bit less and a little bit more. Now, this one sells for $42,500. Guess what issue this is? It's not #1, but it's #2. So imagine, right? It's an early issue. It's not even #1, and people still care, man. You know what I mean?
But is it because it's Saint of Killers? I know he was I read this book back in the day.
I honestly think it's because it's the #2, so it's the second Jesse cover because he's on the wanted poster. And but if you're going to compare, like, and Mike is obviously in the chat and a huge collector of Preacher and a huge collector of Vertigo stuff. I'd much rather have any of those Fabry Hellblazer covers, which I just think are better covers than the covers on Preacher.
But are they going to be? I have 3 of Fabry's covers. I love his Hellblazer covers. I read that book back in the day. But will the Hellblazer covers go for what Preacher went for? Because Preacher is kind of in the norm now, right? They had a show about it. People know who it is. I think
it's long enough ago, though, right? Like Preacher was successful. It certainly pushed the price up on all the original art, and people start to appreciate it for what it is. But I also think that Garth Ennis stuff doesn't age well. And like, I think that, that the boys and stuff like that, I think the adaptations are better than the comics were. But you don't really see a huge difference in what the cost of boys pages are, really, unless it's like really, really key. Whereas I think Constantine is a classic character and considered, because obviously Hellblazer 1 came out before the Vertigo line was broken off into its own thing, has lineage going back to it being created by Bissett, Todd O'Bin, and Alan Moore. So I think that there's probably a better provenance for Hellblazer to appreciate and value if it's great cover art, and again, not all things are created equal, right? There are amazing covers. There are pretty good covers, but like any of the covers that are during that Ennis run are fantastic. And the first few weren't Fabry. Fabry, I think, came in to do like the 4th or 5th cover on the Ennis run and then started doing them beyond that into other writers taking over the book. So I think that there's something important to be said about that as well. And yeah, I didn't like the Preacher show at all.
Yeah, neither did I. And it's funny because they're talking about the recreation. And I remember back in the day, what the hell's his name? One of the guys that reps him was offering him out back in 2010 or 12. Glenn was only doing so many recreations. So clearly, Felix, that's Felix Comic Art. Okay, yeah, Felix, he was way ahead of the curve when he took it, because that made good money on. I was surprised what a recreation made on Heritage. But again, those covers and the book was a great book. I read Sandman. I read Hellblazer. I love the Vertigo, but I think Preacher was probably the more popular of the three. I mean, and not because of the show, but I think at the time it was a more popular comic. So to do the recreation was probably the right idea, and I'm glad to see that Felix made some money, because I know he didn't pay that much for it when it came when this guy was offering him whatever the hell his name is
How do you know what Felix paid for anything, Rob?
Because I know Felix is a badass and has been here long, but I was offered the same thing he was back in 2010 or 12 when what the hell's the guy's name? Shit, I'll remember it. But
Dunbier?
the guy that read him, who?
Was it Scott Dunbier?
No.
Right,
The guy in England.
Oh, in the 90s. In the 90s, Dunbier had him, I think.
Yeah. In 2008 to 12.
Andy Brown from Berserker Art in the
Brown.
UK. Look at
Yes,
that.
I used to buy a bunch from Andy Brown, and he said to me, "Hey, listen, Rob, we're doing one of one recreations. Do you want any?" And they were very affordable at the time. So Felix got ahead. Yeah, Berserker Art. Felix is correct. So he was ahead of the curve, because that's a beauty of a piece. I almost went for it. I just can't get into recreations. Hell of a buy, Felix, and hell of a sale. Congrats.
You know, I picked up the first appearances of every major character from that first issue, and then Felix picked them up from Anthony when I sold them to Anthony 10 years later.
That's our connection. By the way, that's the whole reason I'm on. By the way, hello everyone. Thank you, Rubén, for putting me on. I'm an observer, a watcher of the show. As I explained to Rubén, I have OCD, so I'm an all or nothing guy, and it's been hard for me to dig into these shows, because I have to watch from the beginning, and I got to watch them all to the end, and I got to watch all the episodes. It's a compulsion. But I started breaking these off into chunks, and the one chunk I've really enjoyed is To Stop the Insanity with my old buddy Matt Kennedy, and I'm getting caught up on those. And on one of those, it was one of your appearances that I was listening to, where something came up that I thought it'd be fun to talk about. How you doing, Wolvie fan? This is the first time I've seen you.
Hey, Felix, it's just an honor, man, because I hear all the legends about you, so it's good to finally speak to you in person. I'm going to go bother you at OAX.
Yeah, definitely come say it. And then no legend, just been around a while. But Scott Dunbier wasn't the rep for that Preacher art back in the day. You know, the whole scene was different.
Oh, they were selling it themselves. That's right, because
Exactly.
I picked it up directly. I picked it up from
You
Steve.
just buy them from Dylan, like, in stacks. And it was Andy Brown, Berserker Art, that offered those recreations. And it was at a time when none of the covers were available, because one guy owned every cover from 2 on to the rest of the series.
Exactly.
Yeah. And
yes.
Number 1 was buried in, since we found out where it is, and it's not going anywhere anytime soon. And so your only chance to get something like that was a recreation. And he offered them, like, we'll do them once. And then the one I went for was number 1. And it looks, I haven't seen the real thing, but I can't imagine it looks much different. Fabry has been amazingly consistent. His skills have not diminished.
100%.
He did make one change to differentiate from the original. Number 1, he signed it. He dated the recreation at the current day. I think it was 2011. And also he changed, there's a clock tower. He changed the time on the clock. But otherwise, you wouldn't know. Ultimately, I had it, but like Wolvie, just not really into recreations. It was nice to have it because it was impossible to get the actual published art. And I'm a huge Preacher guy, and I would disagree with you, Matt. I will agree. I think the comic is much better than the show. I think the show didn't do
100%. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I think the only letter to an editor that ever got published was in Preacher that I ever wrote. And Dunbier actually handled Shade the Changing Man, so I was buying Chris Picciello and Brendan McCarthy art from him in that same era. That's why that.
Yeah, and that was before my time collecting, so I only learned about all this after the fact. And again, it's totally fun. This was San Diego Comic-Con 2007. Just randomly stopped by Anthony's booth, and he had these amazing Preacher pages. There were 3 of them, and so they were not cheap. Only to come, find out later that they were originally yours, Matt. But
And if I had known that you wanted them, you would have got them for what I sold them to him for. You would have got them for half at least.
Don't worry. Don't.
I know.
Worry. It's fine. It's just a funny connection.
And if I remember correctly, Felix, Andy, when he had offered them to me, they were only doing one per cover, correct?
Yes. It was $4,000. I paid.
Yes,
$4,000.
exactly. It was 4K. Yeah,
4K.
absolutely.
And I ended up selling it for the same 4K. You know, I mean, I think anybody who's been collecting and buying, observing the market since 2020 or the pandemic, it's a different reality from what it used to be pre-pandemic. So believe me, I was happy to get my 4K back out of it. And it's since, traded hands a couple of times, and now it's done. What did you sell for 16, something like that? So yeah.
Matter of fact,
whoever had it.
I think, Felix said one guy owns them all. I think the same guy owns most of the Hellblazer covers too, correct? Or am I way off?
He owns a lot of Fabry. I don't know if he owns most of the Hellblazers, but I will agree with my old friend Matt though that I think I'll take Preacher over Hellblazer. I'll take Preacher over Hellblazer. Like the quality or the image aside, I think Preacher. It's very important work from the 90s.
I remember, so back when, those Preacher pages, by the way, they probably still have the pencil in the back of them. I think they're like $60 and $80 a piece.
Yes.
What Steve was selling them for. But
that's what Scott was selling them for.
Yeah.
Imagine what what Steve got for them.
Oh, like $30 or $40. But like I did pick up.
That's what it was. Then.
Yeah. And like, so next to their table is where Glenn was. Glenn Fabry had his art at somebody else's table. I don't think he had his own table. And so that classic cover of Constantine with the bottle of liquor and the head tilt, that Hellblazer cover, like really iconic, that was $2,500. That was 1995, 96.
Yeah, that's so much money back then.
So
much money back then.
I mean, you could pick up piles of like Brave and the Bold pages for like $5-10 a piece.
Well, talks about like in 1995, Miller Daredevil covers were $1,000, so he paid $2,000.
Yeah, and back then when people were paying that kind of money, you're going to get what you want. And now we see that they made the right decision because they're making a killing. They're making a killing amount of money on a lot of those covers.
Yeah,
for sure. But nobody, I don't think anybody could have predicted where this ended up.
So but, I don't know, Felix. It's the first time I'm talking with him. So can I ask him a personal question if everybody's okay with it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Felix, you are the king of OA when it comes to the new stuff. I just bought from Simone his X-Men of Apocalypse #1 for $45K. Did I do okay? Did I fuck up?
Time will tell. I mean, that's true. That's true for any of the art I sell, art anybody sells. I mean, it feels like a lot, even the art I sell, I know objectively this is a lot of money because as a collector, I feel that. Like if it wasn't me selling, if I'm seeing that on someone else's site, I'd be, that's a lot. But the market is the market, right? I mean, if there's a buyer for it, that's really all that matters. Like how I feel about it,
Felix, the consummate professional. God damn it!
I've said this before. Yeah, I've said this before on the show, Felix, and I don't know if you've ever seen any of the episodes where I have, but I've been saying for at least the last year on several appearances with Rubén that people will say, "Oh, they don't like the drops or they don't like the prices," and I'm like, look, until you started coming in as a rep, artists were not guaranteed that they would have a legacy and be able to live off of the sale of their artwork. It was always that they had a rep, they would send all their pages into the rep, the guy would put them up on a website, and maybe some would sell, the really best stuff would get cherry picked, and everything else would sit there forever and ever and ever. And the fact that you've been able to design a way in which to build excitement around the artwork of the handful of people that you work with and get them an actual livable wage for their artwork, this is brand new. This did not happen. This was not, we're just talking about the fact that Steve Dillon probably got $40 a page for Preacher pages.
Let me just say, this didn't happen overnight.
Oh, I know.
I was just talking to someone else. So when we first started selling Daniel Warren Johnson pages, he wasn't Daniel Warren Johnson. Those pages were like $80,
Yeah.
So it took time to slowly build it to this point. I think the modern market has been changed so that anybody who's now collecting, any artist who's now selling, any artist rep who's now becomes a rep, the environment is completely different, So I think people are sort of used to these values and this idea that modern art has value and that all art, no matter what art you buy, started off as modern art. If you have confidence in your own taste, if you have confidence in your judgment, you know, you can sort of look beyond that sticker shock and decide. Look, there are people who are obviously going to be angry and salty, and what it really comes down to, and I've discovered this, is unless people can buy the art that they want at a price that they want, that they're okay paying, you know, they're going to be unhappy. They're just going to be unhappy, and you know, art is limited. There's only so much of it. Anyway, you know, we all know.
Yep.
You know? Hey, by the way, you guys continue your auction, you know, analysis. I don't mind. I can wait. I've actually kind of enjoyed it. You know, I'm having this technical difficulty. I just saw you guys were talking about the Travis Charest cover, which to me, like, that was like a really good, I don't know what it sold for privately, but 18K doesn't seem bad for that period of Charest to me.
That's exactly what I said, dude.
So we think it seemed to go cheap.
Yeah, I don't know that it's cheap. I don't know that anybody got a steal.
Well, you know what I mean. Like
I would say like 20K.
Lower than we expected is what I mean. You know, like how much?
I'm still going to stick to my guns and say that was a steal because we've seen what his art goes for, and it's 90s. It's got some good girl art. I'm telling you, that was a great fucking buy, in my opinion.
Maybe it's a good buy, but I'll tell you, as a guy who does like Travis Charest, that's not the Travis Charest I'd want to buy.
That's exactly right. That's the issue.
Still early Charest. Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, I'm not a fan of his, but I just seeing what it sold, I got the impression. Look, bro, look. My name says it all. I'm a Wolvie fan. I'll talk shit about all the Wolvie art you want, but I just thought seeing what it sold for and seeing some of the stuff, and I thought it was a decent price. I was into about.
Well, I think what we saw in action too is you had the guy who was willing to pay whatever it took to get it a few months ago.
Yes.
He's now no longer involved in the bidding. Right?
Yeah, big problem. I agree.
You take him out of the equation, and this is where we're at.
Yeah. No, like you were saying,
if you guys know what the private number is, then that's like it's Exhibit A for your next Stop the Insanity.
Yeah, I won't be using that one only because I know that the first transaction was private. So, you know what I mean? I tend to use things. Transactions that were found online, and that way people
can I also
easily trackable and transparent.
Transparency, and nobody can say to me, "Oh, where'd you get that? You're bullshitting."
Great point. I will say, not specific to this, but just as a general idea, let's pay no attention to so-called private offers,
100%.
Private numbers. Unless it's an actual sale. You know, people have accused me. Oh, you know, your numbers are fake. Your sales are fake. You know, you sell. How's that possible? How do you get those numbers? How do you sell all that? Okay, first of all, like Bill collates all the numbers for all the dealers who are under his umbrella, right? I will say that my numbers are really the only real numbers because I'm not a dealer in the sense that it's not my inventory that I can change the price. I can discount. I can't trade it. So the sale is the sale. We don't discount the art as policy. So, you know, if you doubt what we sold the art for, go ask the artist. Okay, ask them if they got paid for what sold and what did they get paid. You know, so
don't forget, Felix. Don't forget. Even that, I'm just playing devil's advocate because you said, you know, to those people, go ask them. It won't matter because even those non-believers, right, that are conspiracy minded, right?
They don't give a fuck.
They're just gonna say, like, even if they went to the artist and the artist corroborated what you said, there's still a conspiracy-minded person still going to think.
I guess so. You know,
they were just talking to each other. They got the story straight.
If you believe that, then that means all the artists are in on it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But that's right.
I don't think they truly believe it. I think they're. I think they're just looking for something to further their own narrative.
Maybe.
Yeah. No, but hold on. I mean, I'm on the outside looking in. Felix, and forgive me if I say it, he's the guy if you got some killer artists in modern art because, you know, I have never bought from Felix, but I've seen some of the prices he's commanded. And this fucking guy, he knows how to merchandise his guys. I mean, you got to have a good person, you know, fronting you. And again, I don't know. Nick,
other people say, oh, you know, it's all hype and Felix is ridiculous. He exaggerates. Yes.
People want what they want, and they want it when they can get it, and you're providing it when they can get it.
But guess what? I really believe it.
Yes.
And I've been doing this long enough with the same guys. You know, I pick guys very carefully.
Yeah.
And I've been doing it long enough with the same guys, and you can see the trend of the values. So if it's just empty hype, it's not sustainable.
Yeah.
No, and he's right, because look, I know one guy, Adam Kubert. He's a good friend of mine. I've known him for 20 years. And when someone comes to me to buy, I have 70, 80 pieces of his. I charge maximum dollars for his pieces because they're one of his best. And they don't mind paying it. And it's because of I believe in his shit. And I'm telling you, Felix, man, bro, you are one badass. And I don't say that because the scarred guy in your group scares me when I see him. You are, you know your shit.
I just want to know. I just want to be put on the Paul Pope waiting list. That's all I want. I just want to be on that Paul Pope commission list. I'm saving because I want that piece so badly. And I was a huge buyer of his artwork back in the day from THB, which I let go way too cheap.
Up to the point, Maki Poos, I can't believe they sell out so fast. So this is the interesting part of it. If it's not as much an issue anymore, but you know, a few years ago, the traffic was so heavy that it would crash Bill's servers. And so in an effort to sort of troubleshoot, any of you who have are under Bill's umbrella know that when an order is placed through the site, you get notified by email. You know, your email gets pinged that someone placed submitted a request through the site.
Yeah.
Bill CC'd himself on those emails, so he knows when those drops happen, he can see like all like bing 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 bing. His inbox gets flooded, you know. And we actually, Marcus probably remembers because Marcus watches all these fucking shows. But we actually did one with Bill, and it might have been a Paul Pope drop. Just here we are. We're gonna push the red button, and all the art's gonna populate on the site. The drop is going live, and let's listen to the email dings, and through the camera you can hear it ding 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 ding. Just it goes that fast. There's that many people. It's not just it's not just comic art. We just did a drop of a variant cover. Not really my thing, but it is an opportunity for the artist. It was for Daniel Warren Johnson, 1,000 copies through Third Eye. It wasn't exactly 1,000. We had a few for a signing, but anyway, it all sold out in 10 seconds. So I have nothing to do with that. That's run by a totally separate third party. They do all the fulfillment on that. And that's not art, that's comics, but still, that gives you an idea.
That's crazy. And Felix, if I remember correctly, I just get I'm not out there looking, so I get friends constantly telling me, "Hey, did you hear this? Did you see that?" Right? Was it the comic that was you printed up 1,000 copies and it was like $80 each or something? Is that it?
Yep. And
are you being facetious, or is it literally it sold out in seconds?
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Literally.
According to the owner of Third Eye, and according to people who tried, they said, "Look, it's like within seconds. They had autofill or whatever. And they still when they click to order, their cart got empty. Sorry, sold out. That's
wow. That's wild, man. Holy shit.
And I was on the phone with Steve from Third Eye as was going, like immediately after it happened. He was just speechless. And for those who don't know, Third Eye is sort of the king of variants. It's why we were
the last man standing at this point. Like a lot of the people that were big into the variant game are gone, and he's the guy that's left.
They do their own variants, but they handle variants for a lot of people, like sort of like OEM, like you don't know. It's like like Kirkland brand is made by the same. You wouldn't know. Right. So I'm sort of peeling back the curtain. Scotty Young, James Tynion, all these guys who do a lot of variants. They actually contract that out to Third Eye. I'm the only guy who says, I'm using Third Eye. It's Third Eye. Third Eye's doing it.
And Felix, this is also something my friends told me. So I was going to say yes to Nick. He's asking a question. I was going to answer him yes, but since I can hear it from the horse's mouth, I'll let him ask you. And I think it was limited to one per person, right?
Yep. Strict.
So that means that in 10 seconds,
1,000 unique users,
1,000 unique fans of your artist.
More.
No. Right. That's what I'm saying. A minimum of 1,000 just to buy up all the quantity, plus all the rest who couldn't get any.
Yes.
That's crazy, man. Wow.
I got a silly OA question. Felix, I've heard, I've been collecting for 30 years. I've known you. I don't know you personally, but I know you have some great shit. But do you, and I don't give a flying fuck, but do you buy or collect any of your reps' art?
Yes. But
cool. Very cool.
That's how I repped them in the first place, is I was a fan. I was a collector of their art. Now, since I rep their art, I buy very, very little. And the funny thing is, though, a lot of people can kind of suss out if they really pay close attention, because the stuff doesn't make the site. Like, they have an idea, like, what doesn't make the site. But it's coming into this. I made a vow to myself, which was, I'm going to follow the Scarface credo. Don't get high on your own supply. This is business, and I'm trying to build their fan base and their collector base. I want to get the art out as widely as possible.
You have to place it. Build collectors, all of that. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to spread it out as much as possible. And I don't think there's any more democratic way than to do a drop. And it's the first come, first serve. Now, on any given drop, maybe your computer's slow, maybe you got a bad internet connection. But over the course of time, I think it is still the fairest way.
It's funny because I have a different credo, but again, I'm not you. I don't got a ton of killer reps. I'm good friends with one guy, and I'm more of a membership has its privileges. So I go through Adam Kubert's art first, and buy the stuff that I like, and then I say, okay, Adam, sell whatever you want. I'm selfish like that. So it's good that you do that.
For me, it's hard to be that picky. I like it all. And it's a slippery slope, I almost want it all. And I think I said at the beginning, I have a kind of an all or nothing mindset. It's not always the best, but it is kind of how I'm wired.
Was the first book that you repped Manhattan Projects?
It was.
I remember back in the day. Yeah.
Beginning of it. That's the absolute beginning of it.
Yep.
I just want to say, if you're all just joining us now, welcome back to Comic Art Collecting with Felix Lu. And
don't want to hog it again. Seriously, go back to the heritage.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna say though, Felix. That's why I was telling you when we talked privately. I was gonna say, one of the Stop the Insanity shows would probably be the best show to do that. But you're welcome to hang as long as you want. Stay as long as you want.
I will just cut to the chase. I will because I told Rubén, I want to be kind of a surprise with you and with Matt. And Rubén was a little skeptical maybe, but good sport. Thank you very much. So I'll just show you. It was something you guys talked about on this episode that I was listening to, and it just cracked me up. You both have very strong opinions about it, as do I. We're all about the same age. It's why this is very meaningful to us. And I think Matt is nodding knowingly. I think he may know, but I'm going to show you now.
First of all,
I am the owner of this cover.
Ooh. Oh, nice, baby. Woo! Yeah. Wow.
Which I was fine. I might not be doing what I'm doing if it wasn't for.
It's the most important comic of my lifetime, I think.
And this particular issue, I was 14. I was going to the comic book shop in Berkeley, California, on Telegraph Avenue. There were two legendary shops within a couple blocks of each other. So many people have gone through there, artists and pros who started their comics careers working in those shops. Anyway, I was never like a real big two superhero guy. I was always looking for something more.
Yep.
I was looking for something more. I just anyway. And the manager of the shop, who would later become an owner of Comic Relief, but the manager of the shop at Best of Two Worlds was the famous retailer Rory Root, and he put this issue in my hands. He goes, "You got to read this," and it just opened everything up for me. So yeah, this was a big issue. I know. I was listening to the episode and Matt was saying, this is 21. This is the anatomy lesson. This is where it really begins. But Moore actually worked on issue 20, which sort of
got to close off the previous line.
Wrapped up the previous run. And I'm not going to discount your memory or your reality that in your shop 20 was more valuable than 21 or more sought after than 21. I would simply tell you that in my experience in the shops, no. 20 was interesting. Don't get me wrong. But more of like trivia, you know.
It was like an extra bonus you get yourself.
Thank you.
If you're already completing the Alan Moore thing, you know what I mean?
But back in its day, like, and you could even see if you go back and look at the old Overstreet price guides, 20 was more valuable in the early days because it was the first Alan Moore Swamp Thing. And again, like, I don't think that people were understanding that this was where his story starts. And it was how it was in the Northeast. And there's a lot of examples of that. I mean, like, you can also look at, you know, why is the Daredevil 158 worth more than Daredevil 160? You know, which is honestly the first, and 161, I think, is the first issue that Miller writes by himself as the only writer. And that 158 is just him doing the artwork. It's not really particularly very good. You know, the Deathstalker character, like, it gets good when Miller starts writing it, you know, like, but, you know, it's still the most valuable, which is kind of weird. That's one of the, maybe for my money, the single best single issue comic ever written.
It's funny because Bissett did that, right? Steve Bissett?
The interior, but Yates did the cover.
Yeah, Tom Yates did the cover. And, you know, funny thing is, Ruben in the same episodes talking about how you reached out to the owner of this cover, and this is a cover that not just me, but you know, Alan Moore Swamp Thing fans have been hunting for forever. I mean, forever. And there was a possibility that Yates still owned it. There was a possibility, you know, again, this is just piecing things together, that the Donnellys had it. If they didn't still have it, that they had it because apparently they bought a lot of
Ronin
stuff.
That's right.
So all of those were possible, and it turns out Yates sold this at Comics and Comics, which is the store down the street from Best of Two Worlds, at a signing. And the owner, the guy who bought this, had a pick of 3 covers, and he picked this one. I actually had gotten to know the owner, and he's been local to, you know, this is funny. He's been local to me this entire time. Wow. And then one of the other covers was 23, which was just sold after that on the auction after this one. And I guess I can kind of I don't think I'm betraying you, but that was from Tom. That was from Tom.
Yeah. Right.
So you know, he still has had some of that art, you know, after all this time. You know,
your badassery doesn't just end with your reps, brother. That's a killer piece.
Thank you. I couldn't be more thrilled to get this. Obviously, I do not bid in every heritage auction. I actually bid very, very infrequently. But when I saw this, I started making plans, and I had art that I knew people wanted. And so I sort of set things in place in case I won. And when I did, I could move pretty fast. I did, you know, it did require, you know, some minor assignments, but for the most part, you know, the bulk of it got paid off already through private sales. And Mark Vega just said hello. And thank you, Mark. Mark was a big piece of it. Mark got a Love and Rockets cover from me that really went a long way towards this. You know, I you know, at some point we can do this in the future, you know, but I'll show you the 4 main things I sold. So I was a 4 for 1, you know, and
now that's what you got to do. That's what you got to do, Felix. Come back on a planned night. We could talk all about this kind of shit where it's not, so it doesn't hijack the rest of what we're supposed to do.
Yeah. So anyway,
you know what I mean? But that would be awesome.
I thought you guys would be.
I really appreciate you coming on to show that, because I just want to say the one thing real quick. That episode of Stop the Insanity, I guess that was a Hold for the Gold episode.
Yeah.
That episode, I tell everybody all the time, we tend to go like 6 to 8 weeks between episodes, and this is only because I love Matt. I want to have him as my co-host all the time, and so those shows basically are scheduled based around his schedule. So whenever he's available, he lets me know, and then we do a show, right? And part of the reason for the time between shows is because it's related to his job, and the time, how many hours my shows go, and the fact that it gets late for him for the Monday morning, all that stuff. And on that episode, he had told me, I told him I'm going to try to get this one to no 5-hour episode. It'll be like 3.5 tight, 3:15 even, maybe 3.5 hours. And he's like, okay, yeah, cool. I'm okay for this weekend, though. It won't be too bad if we go over. But I'm like, okay, still, I'm set to go. And when we were 2 pieces away from the end, we were at the 3-hour 15 mark. And then we got to this piece, and we spent another, hour or 45 minutes.
Hey, listen. Obviously,
I love it so much, and
I caught up to it after I had already gotten this piece, and it really tickled me. And you said, oh, it should have been worth a lot more. It should have been worth
more. I still,
I don't know. I don't know. I don't.
I'm happy you got it for so cheap, Felix. So cheap.
Yeah, that was about that was my limit. That was my last bid. That was my one.
Oh, you were there at the top already?
Yes. That was my only bid. That was my only bid. And if someone else had bid one more, I'd be out. Because that takes me over my.
So it took you to your absolute top limit.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Felix, come on, we know you got no limit, brother.
Well, that was meant to be then. That was meant to be,
Well, I lucked out because as I found out, there were 4 people in it over 120. And the guy I outbid didn't actually bid. He had a proxy. He had a friend bid for him. And the friend got the max like mixed up between the hammer and with the VIG, right? So he kind of got that. There was a miscommunication. He
went 20% under in his max.
So he if it was the actual guy bidding, I would have lost.
Yeah.
So is it a keeper, or are you gonna? Is it something to sell for your kids?
I think.
Yeah, it's a keep. I mean, the prices are such, especially in the last few years. You have to buy to keep. I mean, your stop insanity, hold for the gold. That is all sort of really conventional wisdom if you've been around a while. But I think more than ever now, if you're going to be spending this kind of money, like, I still say, do not treat this as an investment. I think for a lot of reasons, it's not a good.
True.
Yeah, it's because of our emotional attachment to it. Like if someone offered me 2 times right now for that, I wouldn't sell it. I would still hang on to it. Now there's nothing else in this world where at this level, if someone offered me 2 times what it's worth, I'm not selling. Why am I so stupid about this?
For that piece, I mean, like, if I owned that piece, I wouldn't sell it for $1.5 million that guy paid for the Superman piece. Not because I think it's worth that much, but because it would be worth that much to me. Like, that for it to leave my life after having entered my hands for even the smallest amount of time, that it's just not something I would want to do without. And like I said about that guy that bought that Superman piece, it's like, I hope he's a younger man who will be able to hang on to it for about 30 years. Because if you're spending $1 million on something, and granted, you got that for 130, which is awesome.
I miss the that discussion. Well, I'll tell you what's funny. That is one of my all-time favorite covers, Superman 233.
It's awesome cover.
And I will acknowledge that it's not necessarily Neil's best and he hates it and whatever. I don't care. I love that cover. That to me is my favorite Neil Adams cover. Now
I love it. I just FYI, in spite of what I said earlier, I was talking specifically about how most collectors don't tend to see aesthetics as much as the nostalgia, because nostalgia blinds them, right? But what I said aside, it is still, as I said, one of the most iconic Superman covers ever. And even for me, it's still one of my all-time favorites. I was just wondering.
I became like
one of the best drawn. That's all.
I became like a crazy collector around 2005. And that was one of the early ones. Where is this? And I found out where it was because it wasn't on cap. I found out who had it, and it's because Matt, I'm sure knows him too, Dave Mandel. He knew where everything was, and so I talked to the owner, and the number then was 120. And you got to remember, there was nothing that was even close to 100. So he wanted like 20% on top of what was like a nutty price. And 120 then was an absolute non-starter. Absolute non-starter for the fact that I would have had to write a check. Now, what 1.5 million aside, going into this auction, when it was around 450 plus VIG, that was more doable for me today than 120 was 20 years ago, because guess what? I've since built up all this other art in my collection. You know, just it would just be a bigger version of this, right? I wasn't in on it anywhere near that. Here's the thing, like that cover, I was hearing from heritage people, multiple heritage people, that $1 million number, that I was pretty sure they were that confident that one way or another, it was going to get $1 million. So I was going to be out no matter what. But the fact is, like, going into the live auction, it still was well under that. So, you know, you dream a little bit.
In 2005, like, wasn't the most expensive piece sold still like Mad Comics #2? You know, like, yeah, where it was like $80,000 or something. And then, like, shortly after 2005 and 2007, I think the Weird Science Fantasy cover went for 130, and then it started to change. You know, like, then
I own a Neil Adams action comic with Superman in that same pose that he did later that year, that presumably he did to, you know, fix what he didn't like about the first.
See, I told you, Ruben. I said there was another version of that. I was right.
But you know, and people were writing me even before this thing sold for 1.5. Because, oh, you should be so happy. Yours going to be worth that much more. I don't think so. I think this was a one of one. You know, I don't think this is going to impact Neil Adams prices broadly across the board.
Oh no.
Yeah, as much as that'd be nice for me. Yeah, I don't think that's.
No. This is definitely about. It's a very memorable key issue, whatever you want to call it. It's been known forever as that important. Because don't forget,
I think Adams defined superhero comics, especially DC comics. And you look at what Jose Luis Garcia Lopez, it was a great artist. He's one of my, you know, I know nothing but respect. When he did that style guide, it was all basically, you know,
Neil Adams
doing Neil's aesthetic. So,
oh, sure. But Garcia Lopez's dynamism in his poses, right? The figure poses, that's all from Neil. That's he's absolutely coming.
It's still undervalued. Undervalued.
From studying Neil and inking George, you get him. Yeah.
I mean, he'll tell you himself. I mean,
I don't know if it was a young man who got it. I'm kind of thinking not. But boy, it'd be cool if, say, the Lucas Museum got it, so we could all go see it. You know?
Yeah. You never know.
I think maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is a young fan. That would be actually pretty cool to me if that's what happened. But I guess we'll see. And yeah, Marcus makes a great point. The Neil pages after Friday didn't see a big spike. So yeah, there you go.
It was funny because I was kind of looking at them quickly, and I saw a Green Lantern, Green Arrow page from number 77, I think. It was a beautiful, large facial shot. I think Hal, I can't remember, but whatever. Just he was great at these, you know.
And that wasn't even the best panel. He had a
no.
Where he's doing the O, right?
Yeah. But that's the thing. I was looking at those pages and I'm like, I remember seeing one of them. I looked so quickly, I didn't take note of the prices. I just wanted to see the art. And I noticed one of them was like, oh, 13 grand and change. And I was like, 13 grand and change after all these years, because those pages were hitting the low 5-figure range already many years ago.
The reason for that is, you know, amongst the Neil aficionados, it's the equivalent of Coletta over Jack. It's Frank Giacoia, who's considered Neil's, you know, weakest inker.
Yeah,
and I believe that played a big part in that. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Well, definitely no. I mean that always plays a big part for sure. Yeah, for sure. But all right. So are you going to stick around, Felix, or what's the deal?
I'll stick around.
Yeah. All right. So let me share this back up, and we'll see what else we got here. Share screen. Oops. All right. Yeah. So the next one, just wanted to ask. I remember this cover very fondly here, guys, and I'm just curious what you guys think of the art and or the price, whatever the case may be here.
Crazy.
Oh, Marvel Premiere, was it?
Marvel Bizarre Adventures 27.
Bizarre Adventures, right? The Galassi cover.
Yeah. What's crazy, Rob? What's crazy?
I mean, does anybody remember it? I know the story was great. You had 3 separate stories by.
I remember
Nightcrawler Solo. Of course, I remember that.
Definitely remember it.
Yeah,
okay.
Because I remember even as a kid thinking, like, you know, I didn't want to collect any magazines, but I just thought, I'd be at the store and I'd be flipping through whatever they had, and I'd be like going through the magazines saying, wow, X-Men on a painted cover. Because, you never saw painted covers in those days, really, certainly not on comics, And so I was like, wow, that is so cool. My God, it's so realistic. And yeah, I loved it just from the get-go, and I've never forgotten it, So yeah, I think this is memorable, certainly for guys of, a certain age, if you will. I mean, most of us, I guess all four of us are probably at least in our 50s, correct?
Slow your roll, brother. I just turned 50.
Hey, happy birthday, Rob.
Now you're a kid.
Yeah, still am.
You're the young one among us, but yeah,
Yeah.
man. So I
Great
thought,
cover, great
classic.
memories. That Iceman had its own series. I think Cockrum did the Phoenix or the Nightcrawler one. I don't remember which one, but there were 3 separate stories. I remember the comic when I was a kid, but I was very, very surprised. I'm not a Gulacy guy, so I don't know what his stuff goes for, but I was in till about like 28, 30. It blew my mind that it went for 60. I was very, very surprised.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Oh.
100%. But I'm
Oh.
not, bro, I'm no professional like Felix. I'm at the whim of stuff. I overpay for stuff. It is what it is. But I was very surprised on what it went for, because I remember the story for sure. And I remember the 3 separate stories from each of them. I think it was Cockrum. Was it Byrne? I know that 3 of them did it.
Yeah.
Gulacy did none of the interiors.
Right.
Beautiful cover. And like you said, how many painted covers were there back then? I was very, very surprised. Very surprised.
Although I got to say that if I had a shot at any of the painted X-Men covers of my youth, it's
That's the
definitely
one.
Brent Anderson's cover to God Loves Man Kills.
Holy cow.
Like,
Yeah,
I know.
Have any of us have anybody ever seen that cover? Does
No.
anybody know where? I know there's a prelim out there, but boy, that cover, wow.
yeah.
Yeah.
And it was just like maybe the greatest X-Men story ever at that point. Like it was really,
I believe so.
it was poignant, beautifully written. Claremont really established himself as the guy to beat. Like he's like clearly the best writer in comics at that point, and it would take the Brits to come in and kind of take over.
God Loves Man Kills is to me like exhibit A of how poor a job Marvel does at their back catalog, because that should be something like Killing Joke, where you just see everywhere. It's
where it never goes out of print. Yeah,
exactly. Anyway, that I would love to see that cover, because I think that would go bananas. And I think the $60K for an X-Men cover from prime Claremont era, 1981. It's not a main artist, but Gulacy's an excellent artist. So now $60K doesn't surprise me at all. As a matter of fact, I actually think that one kind of low. Yeah, I actually think that one kind of low.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's where I am. I was thinking, wow, that's pretty affordable for that thing. Wow. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it's early, right? It's early 80s, right? Probably 81 or
1981. 1981.
Yeah.
1981.
Yeah.
So that was never a valuable X-Men comic per se.
No.
But it's
I remember. I think I remember it in my area, anyways, as a kind of like either a $5 or $10 back issue, and it was sometimes in the bin. But if the store didn't have anything great on the wall, at times they would put it on the wall because it stood out, But it wasn't very valuable.
it was in the magazine racks next to the creepies and eerie's.
Yeah, but how iconic is the cover? Do any of us remember that cover being so iconic? I don't think so.
That's what I just finished saying. I love to see it because of course it's iconic.
Yeah.
Well, it's not iconic like X-Men 137 or 140.
Sorry. Iconic, right? Iconic. Sorry, is not. That's a strong word. It's memorable.
Right. Exactly. No. But I was saying, let's.
Very
memorable. Very, very few, but that is memorable enough to where it should be a very valuable piece of especially since we talk about like how much of this hobby is nostalgia. I have a lot of nostalgia for that cover. I really like that cover.
It also establishes in a weird way that kind of ghostly image of the Phoenix and back of Phoenix in a way that was never really. I mean, it might have been done once on the in the early run of Cockrum before Byrne, and I don't think even Byrne did like a version of that, but it became kind of pivotal to how they presented Phoenix when they brought her back post X Factor, where you would always see this kind of spirit of the Phoenix in back when you knew that they were going to make her into a more important character again. So it has a kind of historic value in how it presents them, but it's also the first solo Nightcrawler story, which is massive, and for me was particularly. And I love the miniseries.
Yeah, but to ask a question I'm sorry, Felix, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. But ask the four of you, when that cover came up in Heritage a couple months ago, did any of you guys remember it and go, holy shit, that was a great storyline? I don't think so.
You're right. You're right about that. I don't really care about the comics inside. I just really enjoyed that cover. And this may be neither here nor there today. But back then, Paul Gulacy, I was a big Paul Gulacy fan. I mean, I was.
Oh yeah, Master Kung Fu.
Yeah,
Master Kung Fu. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was peak Gulacy around then. The first half of the '80s, or even the entire '80s, and I don't think he's been really heavily collected or very valued today. But his stuff back then really popped. It really, on the stands.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's class. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Ruben. But I don't know if I could, and I don't want to disagree with the panel, but I don't know if it's classic Gulacy because again, back in those days, painted covers came up few and far between. So was it really classic Gulacy? I don't know if it was. When I saw it, I thought it was beautiful, but I didn't think it was.
It's a memorable Gulacy cover. I certainly have never
remember that fucking cover. Bullshit.
But it's a painting. So, I mean, like, I think, to your point, Rob, I think that because it's a painting and we think of Gulacy for his comic book covers and for his interiors, that it isn't necessarily a great example of Gulacy's art, but it is a special example of Gulacy's art. I love the Gulacy Black Widow stories that were in Marvel Fanfare. I think are like one of the most beautifully illustrated versions of that character. And I mean, I think Perez did some of those too, but the Gulacy's were crazy. And Gulacy's run on Six from Psorias, I think, was like amazing artwork.
Thank you. That was what I had in mind. I didn't even want to mention it because I figured no one would remember it, but Mark V remembers. And as a matter of fact, if Nick Barucci is still there, Dynamite republished it a few years ago. So that to me is the best.
Early Epic series, fantastic work. I mean, that's when you couldn't fail picking up something with the Epic logo.
Epic Illustrated.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't. As you know, I've never been a big sci-fi guy, but even I collected Six from Sirius just because I loved Gulacy, and I was like, oh, he's doing some new project, whatever. I'm in, and I saw it, and wow, it's beautiful,
Yeah.
So yeah, really nice stuff for sure. But Rob, just so you know, Rob, even Marcus, he puts it well here. Out of all the covers of that title, that's the one that stuck out. And
that and the Electra cover, from Bizarre Adventures, that was pretty amazing.
That one too, yeah. But this one I've never forgotten since the day I saw it. So
okay, all right, good. Did you buy it, Ruben?
I never actually got myself a copy of even the comic, the magazine. Yeah, I love looking at it, but I didn't bother to buy even the comic. And, I didn't put out $60,000, but I think whoever did, I think it's fine.
I agree.
I think that's a 6-figure cover on a ball.
Hold on.
Yeah, nice. 6 figures. Is that what you were expecting, Felix?
No.
You know what? I thought it was going to go higher. I really.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I think it's a nice buy for whoever got it.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Me too. All right. Let me just quickly ask you guys. We've seen these things are not really rare anymore, but what do you think about this? I don't know. It's cool. 2 out of 3 panels. They're large panels. It's like Silver Age Marvel Kirby style, but like. This is now what, the second or third piece similar to this that has sold for over $200,000. Like, obviously, there's enough demand for it, so it's worth the money because people out there want to pay. But I don't know. It's just it's wild to me that it's getting to the point where a really strong McFarlane Spider-Man page is going to take almost $250,000. Like, because they're not rare, you know what I mean? He did enough spot. People like to talk about how, but McFarlane only did, X amount of issues. And it's like, well, I don't look at it that way. I look at it as McFarlane did X amount of issues multiplied by 22 pages. That's a hell of a lot of pages.
Well,
That's
but to the point, so we were just talking about, someone like Galassi who wasn't necessarily like a really common penciler. There's some math equation, I don't know exactly what it is, that says you have to do at least a certain amount of issues for you to be important enough to have a legacy, but it can't be so many more issues if your art is going to maintain a certain level of value. And I think that McFarlane's Spider-Man is a really good case study, and we're still in the middle of it, so we don't really know what's going to happen with it. But that Hulk cover of Spider-Man, which broke the $660,000 hammer price way back in the day.
Yeah, but there's a whole backstory to that, so you can't use that.
Well, we're gonna, because it's now an old sale and it has affected every sale that came afterwards. But when it comes to actually having interior pages, there weren't a lot of interior Spider-Man pages, and of course Todd owned a lot of his own work, so not a lot of it had made it out. Now, clearly over the last 5 or 6 years, we've seen a lot of it hit the market. Now, if each page maintains a $200,000 or more value, then we'll have seen that McFarlane is now really actually seen in terms of being a great comic creator by art buyers, not just by comic fans. Now, I don't think you're ever going to see that with Spawn. I think there's covers, certain Spawn covers, that will have the ability to approach that certain level, but the interiors I don't think are going to get there the way that his Spider-Man pages are.
Dude, you're talking my language here, and I'm going to tell you now. For me, I'm a big Spawn guy. I got about 7 or 8 covers that Capullo McFarlane did, prior issue 60.
Did you read those comics?
Yeah, dude, I had a comic book.
And you have nostalgia for them?
Do I what?
And you have nostalgia for the writing, or you just like the artwork?
I love the art. I mean, everybody goes, "Oh, you're the Adam Kubrick guy," but I'm going to tell you, my favorite artist of all time is Todd McFarlane. I owned the cover of Spider-Man 4, and I hate that I sold it. For me, Felix echoes what I've said anytime somebody calls me. This is not an investment. Don't look at it as stocks. Buy the art you like. But if I had to pick between McFarlane and Jim Lee, I'm telling you, invest your money in McFarlane. He did 20 or 30 issues, and he did another dozen or so issues in Spider-Man. Bro, I'm telling you that for me, McFarlane is the guy to buy if you got the money to spend it. And I bought a bunch of McFarlane covers. Capullo McFarlane covers because I love his inking. For me personally, I think McFarlane finished Capullo's covers and Spawn. His style, there's a clear difference, if Miki or someone else inked them. And I think that when I see a McFarlane page come up like this for $200,000, would I pay it? No. But I understand it. And I still think to this day, and Felix may disagree because he's in the other side of it than I am, I think that McFarlane is the better investment. And I hate talking investment because these are not stocks. Buy art because you like it.
That's okay. We understand the division between the two, and we still talk on about both sides.
And it sounds like you agree with me, actually.
Bro, I love arguing, so maybe I do. But I'm all in. I mean, I own some Jim Lee pieces, but for me, I'm all in for McFarlane over. Not that I agree with this fucking price, but I am in 100% over Jim Lee, McFarlane vs. Jim Lee. And I still think Spawn covers are a nice investment because you can still get them between 20 and 40,000. Nice covers when McFarlane inks them. I think that's still a decent investment. I think one day, me and Felix, when we're old and cranky and we got giant gray beards, well, I already got one. We're going to be talking about Spawn covers going for crazy money.
I think they will get there. I do agree. I think that they will get there, but I think that pushes the value of the Spider-Man pages up even more.
Yeah, of course. 100%.
Yeah.
So I just want to tell you, and it's okay. Everybody has their favorites for whatever reason. To me, the reason everybody loved the McFarlane, the vast majority of readers, is because of all the tiny, cool little lines. The billions of little tiny lines he puts in. Blah blah blah. Yeah, the way he did the webs and all that stuff, but. He didn't really. He's not exactly the greatest artist. His anatomy ain't the greatest. Yeah, his like the way he draws humans is pretty awful. Like, look at this. Do you honestly tell me you think this is nice? Like, you probably do because you're a big McFarlane fan. I'm telling you, this is not the greatest art.
I actually bid that to 30K, so I wanted to try and get it. But no, listen to me, dickhead. I understand what you're saying. But again, I mean, I think McFarlane was more. Oh, shit. I think it was more of a generational push back in the 90s than Jim Lee. And I know Jim Lee sold way more covers. For me, I'm not into the whole value of a piece. I want something that I like. And I would prefer to buy a Spider-Man piece than an Amazing Spider-Man. And I know I'm off the norm. I don't give a flying fuck. I know what I like and I know what I want. And I would rather get, I thought his art changed when he was inking his own stuff in Spider-Man. So I would definitely.
Oh, I think those are better aesthetically. I think that his Spider-Man artwork, when he was doing everything, his artwork was better in that second series. But there's just no doubting the value of the Amazing Spider-Man brand.
Of course.
And I mean, I actually think that I like Eric Larson's run a lot more. But that, when you think of what Venom looks like, it's because of Larson. It's not because of McFarlane. Larson, is the guy that gives him the crazy fucking long tongue and all that stuff.
I know, Matt. You and I will talk on the phone one day about that. We'll
and honestly, I got no dog in the fight because I didn't like any of those comics anyways at all.
I met Larson personally back in the day, and I have a strong opinion. So you and I at OAX, we can talk about it. Felix, come on, have a Guinness with me.
I remember him from the Mirage years, and I used to see him around in Massachusetts all the time because he was working for doing Turtles.
Yeah. What about you, Felix? What do you think, brother?
I think that price doesn't surprise me, and I think that's just where we're at. I think any page of that quality, that's what we're looking at. I would say, dollar for dollar, I would agree. McFarlane over Jim Lee, but I think Jim Lee is I almost look at it as 1A and 1B. That is just where the money's going. That is we are now in that period where the people who grew up with those comics, this is their sweet spot, the way Frank Miller and John Byrne were 10, 15 years ago.
So true.
So this is just what we're, and I think we're going to see this for a while longer. So that price does not surprise me at all. I would never pay it. I'm not the same fan you guys are, but what I do know is I can be objective about what people like and what the market has decided. It is what it is. What can you do about it? I bought all those McFarlane comics off the stands as they were coming out. I was right in the middle of all that hype. I understand it. It is very exciting, and I understand McFarlane more than some lesser artist that's also very valued. I think Jim Lee just sold his Batman Wolverine cover for $100K from Albert. I'd rather spend $100K on a vintage Jim Lee piece, whatever that is. I'll take $100K blind of a vintage Jim Lee than $100K new Jim Lee. But
100%.
But here's the thing. That's just me. And I think the market is going to value that first time ever published Batman, Wolverine on the same cover a lot. And then they will value it a lot going forward. And I don't think the art or the era or the fact that new versus vintage is gonna matter there. What I'm really seeing is this emphasis on obviously first appearances, but also the idea of a trophy piece. Something that everyone can agree is a trophy piece, like Superman 233 trophy piece. Action 405, what I own, not a trophy piece. So it's going to be you're going to see these wild valuations.
Yeah.
So $200K for that page, I think is actually not bad compared to what I unfortunately see. What I think these covers are going to go for when they start hitting the market.
Yeah. $500,000 and up. I agree 100%.
And to Rob's point, as far as investment, I mean, I'm the worst person to talk about investment because I buy commissions. So I know going into it that the only value I'll ever get out of those is if I publish my own book that has those images in it and gives them provenance. But which will probably happen, to be honest. But that why I buy commissions, two things is that number one, I do love to art direct, and I want what I want, and I'll pay for it. But the other thing is that it's a more direct support of the artist than anything that they're going to make off of something they do for somebody else. It's free money to them. And I think that it's more fun for me to put money directly in the pocket of an artist, even if it's through a rep, and sometimes a lot easier through a rep, but at least you know that they're making money. And like when this stuff sells at Heritage, the artists don't get a piece of that. You know, this is like, who knows what this sold for originally?
Yeah, but you know, it's funny you say that because when I bought the Sabretooth #1 cover, I had paid Vince $70K. And I'm not shy about my pricing. I'm not shy about, you know, telling people what I have because I don't give a flying fuck. You know, just because I paid something doesn't mean I want to sell it for that. And when I was on Bill's show and I had we were talking about it and I mentioned what I paid, I was very fine paying it because it's one of my favorite covers of all time. I had a half a dozen or more emails saying, dude, Mark Teixeira was online talking about how he just sold it to Vince for $45K. You paid too much. I don't give a flying F. I felt bad for Tex. That Tex didn't get his full amount of money because the way it was pitched to me that he was repping Tex. But again, it sucks a lot of times for the artist that they don't make their full amount. But I mean, I didn't care paying for what I paid. And I think, and Felix, you were with us earlier, I was telling them earlier in the conversation that I truly believe that our generation, 35 to 60, are going to probably invest more in comic art than than a lot of the other types of art. You see these crazy prices, a $200 million piece of Gustav Klimt. I think that original art in comics will get not to that crazy value, but to the amount everybody wants physical property to own. I think that we're going to get there with original art. I'm not saying go ahead and invest your money in original art because you're going to make you're going to make a killing one day, but I think it's our future. And I'm not talking about what Dinesh and Mike Hansen are pushing first appearances. I'm talking about the quality and the aesthetics of the art. I feel very strongly that that's going to be something people are going to invest in the future. We're investing in it now, and we're talking what's the biggest cover, the biggest piece, the Batman cover that Halpern bought from Joe Lee for $2 million. I think it's more. I think there's a lot more coming. My opinion.
Oh, you get the rights and Frankenstein, piece. Certainly Frazetta covers are going to be taken off. So there's a lot of area where there's a massive crossover with what is classically considered fine art and with comic books.
What do you think, Felix? You're the guy that's really into the modern art. That you're the best guy out there when it comes to selling modern art. Am I crazy when I say that?
Well, I mean, back in the day, even when I was, getting into this in the early 2000s, I was looking at what slabs are going for versus art, and it just makes zero sense to me. And to me, people who make that kind of slab, they just didn't know about art. They just didn't discover it. Ruben, I think I lost everyone. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but actually, your voice was actually the one going in and out.
Oh, okay. But
we saw the true Felix. You're a goddamn robot.
Okay, but as to what the future might hold, and I've said this a bunch of times, I really think Lucas Museum of Narrative Art is going to have a huge impact because it's going to be a tourist destination. You're going to have a lot of people walking through those doors, and I've experienced this myself being in institutions, and it's like being in Europe and seeing bande dessinée, museums, and you see art presented in a setting like that. It really stirs something in you. Not everyone who walks through there is going to say, oh yeah, I would like to become an art collector, but there's going to be enough. And I think even a bigger impact is a domino effect, because ultimately museums have to get people in the door. They got to sell tickets. There is a commercial reality. If Lucas Museums proves to be popular, I can see other institutions that have to date turn their nose up at commercial art, at illustration, at comic book art. Now all of a sudden find a reason to legitimize it. Now there's worthy of say academic study. And people say, well, where's the nostalgia? Like, we all collect because of nostalgia. You have new people coming in, they won't have nostalgia. I don't think that matters as much, and or it's not really art. And the intelligentsia, the highbrow, that they will never accept comic art. And my own feeling is this: like comparing comic book art illustration to fine art. isn't what people should be focusing on. I think what you look at are the collectors, the people who are spending the money, and that's where you see the commonality. Why do people buy these things? Why do people collect? And a lot of it has to do with what I was just saying, trophy hunting, and like the guy who bought the Damien Hirst shark floating in formaldehyde for $12 million, which drove people crazy like 15 years ago. Did he have any nostalgia for that? No, but he still wanted it because it is a trophy item.
Well, that's contemporary fine art, and contemporary fine arts. I don't even think there's a parallel necessarily with contemporary comic art. But what you touched on something.
I think comic art in general, not the old masters or anything, just
right. But you had said too that these new kids that see the stuff aren't going to have nostalgia, but that may be their ground zero. Like them seeing it in a museum may be that moment of nostalgia, the start point. So 20 years from then, they're going to recall not experiencing the comics on the newsstand or even reading the issue, but that time they went to the Lucas Museum with their family on vacation and had this amazing experience. And that becomes their new, their new ground zero for that. And you're right, that is going to have an absolute domino effect in the way that people will understand and support illustration work. To your point, LACMA was not showing for the longest time almost any figurative work for like decades. And the Helter Skelter show kind of like turned things around with high concept art and the Damien Hirst, dead sheep and stuff. And then in the last couple of years, there were a couple of exhibitions, including an exhibition of Cartoons Magazine artwork at LACMA, like based on the fact that they had done an event with Robert Williams, who was a kind of a hot rod kind of artist, and was being seen now that he's an elder statesman of lowbrow art as like the progenitor of this new type of artwork. You're also now starting to see museums show fashion illustration work. So anything that's figurative and narrative, or anything that's even figurative and commercial, and you can't get much more commercial than either like Mad Men type placards of like ad campaigns than fashion illustration work. There have been multiple exhibitions at high-end fine art museums that show well-designed clothing with right on the wall the original designs that the designer of that piece did. This is all building forward into a type of appreciation for commercial art that has never existed or hasn't existed since Andy Warhol was riffing on it as pop art, back in the 1960s.
Speaking of Andy Warhol, that's the point I was going to make, which is pop art sprang out of the 60s. It wasn't that long ago. We're talking 50, 60 years ago. And it didn't take long for it to be accepted. And, I think there is maybe it's cynical, but I think there is a little monkey see, monkey do, and there will be a little follow the leader. So I absolutely believe that, we will start seeing other institutions besize Lucas showcase this kind of art.
You saw it street art, yeah.
Matt, I don't mean to cut in because I don't want to lose this thought, and because I forget shit. I drink and I smoke, so I forget stuff. But Felix said something very, very important. First of all, I think the art collector evolves, and dude, my first piece of art, I bought a Simon Bisley commission from freaking Albert Moy in 1989. I met him in Central Park when he was skinny, and it has changed so much since then. From the day I started collecting art, I used to love, and I talked earlier about it in the show, I used to love buying D&D art. Jeff Easley, Larry Elmore, Keith Parkinson, and I bought it cheap. Even until the 2008, 2010, I was buying it cheap, $1,500 a cover. And then this guy, Matt Coder, wants to do his TSR D&D museum, and he paid me a boatload for my shit. I got Felix money. I'm telling you, I got Felix money because he paid so much for that TSR art. So I really believe that as time goes by, they don't have to have read the comics in the 90s, but they know, Wolverine, Deadpool, Superman, Batman. They know what are the pieces that are worth money. And I believe that the collectors are going to raise their level and spend more money, as I think we're seeing. Nobody thought that Superman cover is going to go for $1.25 million. So I think as time goes by, like the Lucas Museum, it's going to educate people and open up their mind to see other things and buy things. So, I don't know. I think
I don't think it's necessarily going to follow what we have decided as a hobby. I think it could take a different form. It could be other art that we don't necessarily value. Like talking about trophy pieces, I think a perfect example of that is the Joker cover that went for $100,000. Right?
Because Fish is crazy. Fish was nuts
because the people bidding on it identified that as a key important cover. Now, will the academics, will the scholars, is that something that they're going to champion? So I can't say, and only it's not a cop out. Time will tell. It could be.
No, but Felix, there was an underbidder that pushed Tom to that, and
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, for sure.
So I don't know. I think our don't buy art for investment. Buy it because you like it, and I think you'll be fine. I think our future bodes well because we're in a niche that is growing.
But we shall see what becomes valued and what becomes the things that the new collectors who didn't necessarily grow up as comic book fans.
Felix, you saw some wackos bought him in as a $90,000 cover and $50,000 splashes because he was doing digital work for all his time. I mean, does that consist of value of the piece, or is it just somebody really wanted it, and does that mean there's someone else is going to want it later? I think I don't know. I think if people have the money and they want to buy something nice, I think they're going to do it.
Yeah, for sure. It's like that is a huge number, and
it's a crazy number.
And it might have been shocking, but that didn't really surprise me because I know there are buyers like that out there. Obviously,
Well, dude,
I don't know who bought that, but
you got the pulse on those guys.
Yeah, it doesn't really shock me.
What did that McKean piece go for?
I think it over 3, I think, or 4. It was a lot. The one that Dave consigned himself, right? The one.
Yeah.
Minute Joker. Great piece.
Should have gone for that much.
Yeah.
Great fucking piece.
Yeah, I think that to me should have gone for more than the Joker, and I think it did. I'm pretty sure it did.
And then jackass Marcus White talking crap about monies at DC. There are some key pieces in DC that they're going to make some killer money. I mean, I hate to agree with Marcus, but there are some pieces out there.
I mean, can you imagine if the powers that be at DC ever figure out, Legion of Superheroes? Like,
oh, I talked about this with another guy. You're so true.
If they figure that out, there is a mountain of money to be made for people who have been picking up the good Legion stuff, and people who love it, love it. I mean, like, my era tends to be, the Great Darkness saga. And I tried to get into, Legion 89, Legion 90, and it just didn't grab me as much. But there's no doubting that the artwork on some of those covers is extraordinary. But because it's Legion, it's completely undervalued.
Look at your buddy Keith Fromm. He sold some Legion covers. I mean, not him, but his estate. And they went for pretty cheap from what I understand from collectors.
Yeah.
Don't mind. While you guys have been having this awesome conversation, I've been entertaining the chat guys with a little bit of the show and tell of what we were supposed to be doing since the show went off the rails. But that's cool. I like to have a great conversation about
this is a great example right here. This Defenders cover for 175. I mean,
crazy expensive.
That to me is crazy. I mean, this wasn't much more. I'll take this all day long,
Absolutely.
But to Marvel's still Marvel, and the hobby, the market is just way more into Marvel.
Defenders was such a terrible
Felix, I agree with you. I will PayPal you double for your piece right now. Give me your account.
I believe you. I honestly believe you, but no, not for sale because I'm stupid.
When it is, call me, please. I'm a big fan.
Thank you.
No, but Felix, let's be serious. I know you agree with me. Not only is I believe the Swamp Thing 21 was 192 or something like that, less than 20 more than this, right? like I was explaining on that show of Hold for the Gold when we talked about the cover. To me, it's not even it's a beautiful cover, and people think, oh well, but it's not the Bissett Tottleben of the interiors. It's still really beautifully illustrated, and on top of that, it's not really even about the art as much as it is representational of everything that has come in the last 40 years in terms of maturely written comics for adults.
I think that takes a certain amount of I don't want to say connoisseurship, but actually just
emotional intelligence, we'll say.
Just nerdiness.
Yeah.
Like you have to dig deep into comics as an art form, as a medium, the history of comics. Whereas, like, hey, here's Spider-Man, right? That's just easily digestible.
But to your point, right? Like you talked about trophy pieces. The piece that you have is a trophy piece to smarter people. It's a harder demographic to impress.
Sure.
Like the thing, yeah, but again, it's like I said during that show, and like Marcus is saying here, the birth of Vertigo. Absolutely. It's like literally without that one comic, right? And more jumping onto that title, and doing what we did with it. It just we don't end up seeing Vertigo and all these other great titles that have been read by millions of people all around the world. We're not introduced to all of that wave of British invasion writers, right? That came in during the 90s. I mean, think about that. It's what it represents in terms of everything that came after it, right? It's like a cottage industry unto its own, if you will. Just mature comics, really, and bringing in people that didn't really care about superheroes, and all they really was Vertigo.
It changed the course of comics. It was hugely impactful. Yeah. I don't think you could possibly even overstate the importance of it. And yet, first appearance of Black Cat by Al Milgrom is going to be 5x. That is just the market. That's just the hobby. So like the fact that he impresses smart people, but ultimately, who cares?
Yeah, I mean, you want your taste to be, to some degree, validated by the taste of other people you respect. Sure, it's good to have expensive things, like you say, but they don't mean much if it doesn't mean much to you.
I don't give a fuck. I don't need anybody to hold my hand and tell me that I was a good boy and I did a good job by buying whatever piece or whatever. I don't give a fuck. I buy what I want because I like, and for whatever
then that piece is going to mean more to you anyways. So
yeah. Yeah. What's up, Dave? Good to see you. And Jeff is trying. He's such a Chaikin nut hugger. He's trying to convince us. It all started with American flag.
I can't even argue with that because
he's got a point. But did it really hit the same with the same kind of sort of sledgehammer? It was big at the time. I just because of the fact that Swamp Thing was DC and American Flag was an independent, right? You still had that extra kind of
first comics
visibility
on the Swamp Thing. You know what I mean?
I mean, I'd love to own that Grimjack cover.
You can sort of divide it like before Swamp Thing and after Swamp Thing. And this came before Swamp Thing when you didn't have like all of a sudden comics started getting like brainier. And you imagine American Flag #1 on a newsstand or on a spinner rack with your average Marvel or DC book that was being drawn by Herb Trimpe. I mean, that was seismic. It was absolutely mind-blowing picking up American Flag. Yeah. It is unfortunately sadly forgotten. I think it would have been better if it was just a mini, like 1 through 12. The market was different. There was no trade program. There were no collections. So guys had to put out the comic every month in and month out if they're going to pay their rent that month. And it eventually caught up to all of them. They all burnt out, but their strongest stuff is still incredible. And I'll die on that hill. American Flag 1 through 12. Yes, just a monumental achievement by Chaikin.
Yeah, I let me just say this, and you can tell me, and I'm sure Jeff will. Well, Jeff's already talked to me about it a lot in person, anyways. But Felix, I'm curious. When I remember, so I didn't have a lot of money, so I really couldn't afford to buy even all the Marvels and superhero stuff that I wanted, right? So I every now and then I'd get a little bit of money here and there from wherever, and I was attracted to a lot of those great indie comics from like Eclipse and First, and I loved Chaykin's art on that stuff. But when I did buy American Flag by Chaykin, I will say I was, I think, 14. I didn't really get it. Like I could tell that it was meant for more adult readers than I was at the time, And I don't think I was a super immature kid or anything, but I felt like the subject matter really was not meant for a 14-year-old, and I had trouble getting into the story, but I loved the art.
Well, I mean, page 3, he's talking about his herpes medication. I mean, it's inherently an adult title. I mean, the only cosplay I ever did as a little kid was Bob Violence, which was the hologram character from American Flag. My mom sewed me the costume. I wore it to BossCon 85. So, like, I was super, super into it. But I also recognized that Howard Chaykin had done the Star Wars comics I read when I was a little kid. And so there was that interesting little connection there. But he got lazy. Like, the book got sloppy. Those, like you say, those first 12 issues, Hard Times is amazing. And the second storyline was pretty great, too. Then it just became something else. But I love Chaykin's Shadow. Chaykin's Shadow series was amazing. And then by the time he got around to Black Orchid, which was sort of like bad porno comics, he kind of lost me again. Like, I was like, I didn't quite understand,
Black Kiss.
Yeah, Black Kiss, right.
That was my first introduction to him. I love Black Kiss, man. That was some good shit.
It seemed beneath him, like, to me, like an unnecessarily crass thing.
I like Howard Stern on terrestrial radio more than satellite, and to me, like, Howard Chaykin on American Flag was sort of the perfect balance. He didn't go too far. Yeah. Black Kiss was just it gets boring when it's when it's that it just every page just something pornographic and extreme. Yeah.
But Felix, so you were saying you felt the same way, or did you really enjoy the story?
It wasn't like a comic you could fall in love with, but it was so different. I had to check it out and I had to read it. And I knew the ideas in there were just so far above your standard comic, superhero comic that I just wanted to see what this guy was doing. And of course, it didn't hurt that he drew babes and garters and fishnets and all that. So yeah. But the layouts and like and I think Ken Bruzenak, who was the letterer, did really inventive stuff.
Lettering is incredible. The use of Zipatone in that comic was amazing.
Yeah. Oh no, beautiful. Visually stunning for sure. Yeah. Absolutely. I just wanted to point out here that God, this thing's been on the market many times since I was focusing my collecting on Hulk back in the 90s, early 2000s.
What issue? What issue is this?
This is the anniversary 250th issue.
Is this Buscema?
It's a Sal. But obviously the big deal. It's not just because it's a Silver Surfer appearance that people like to collect, the Silver Surfer guys, but it's two origin panels. So that adds, everybody loves the whole origin retold thing, right? So that transformation, origin retold, that people go after that stuff like it's hotcakes. So I understand the demand, but I feel like, wow, like I can't believe these things are hitting $20,000. Like it's just
in a vacuum that is a lot, but then again, relative to everything else we're seeing, my reaction that doesn't seem like such a bad.
How much do you think the Buscema covers are worth now? Like
I agree, and that's the thing what you were saying, Felix, because it's right, and relative to everything, it's just that for me, when you've been around since the time that, like, the pages you talk about, like this one, for instance, was passed in front of me and I could have picked it up for $175. Like, I don't know about you guys, but like my mind still, even though I'm aware that it's worth a lot more today, my mind still sees it as, it was $175. I could have bought it. And the art hasn't gotten any more beautiful in the last 25 years since I, first had a chance to get it. And yet it's it would cost me, 100 times more than it did back then.
You know what that tells me, Ruben, is you didn't really want it then. You don't really want it now.
No, I don't. I don't. Yeah. You're right.
So
yeah.
all that is kind of irrelevant. I think it's if you really want it, like Woovie and his Sabretooth cover, like what it sold for yesterday doesn't matter. It's just what do I have to pay for today to get it?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I want to see if there's anything. If you guys spot anything you want me to show, I just want to say this Vampirella. Am I the only one? Let me click it. Am I the only person who feels like if this was the computer, if this had been done in the computer era, you'd be swearing that somebody did a sort of digital cut and paste and put that head on the alien? No.
It's funny because
it looks like it doesn't belong.
What, Felix? What's Delacrest's name?
Gene Park.
Yeah, Gene Park. He says that was a fair price. He thought it was a good number for it.
Oh yeah, I'm not making any comment or aspersions towards the price. I'm just saying that it's really off-putting to me. It looks like
are we having like a bottle experience where like because it's in glass, it's making the head larger?
I don't think so. I don't know. I think he may have painted
it takes away from the hero.
Yeah, it feels like he originally painted a normal human head and then realized, oh no, okay, I got to do an alien or whatever, and then he repainted it.
Floaty. It's floaty. Yeah.
It looks like it's just pasted on. It's weird. I don't know, but yeah, $55,000. I mean, isn't that what these things tend to go for generally? These Vampirella covers?
I don't think so.
Tens of thousands.
I don't know. I don't know, but I'll just say overall, in skimming all the results, this felt like I hope I'm not jumping ahead, but my reaction this was, this the insanity, stop the insanity. It never fucking ends. It's just everything just seems, everything seems just gets, I don't know. It seemed like a very, very,
it's crazy, but look at the last couple heritage auctions and with their 25%, price increase. I mean, obviously we all have our own deals on the side, but it still shows that you got to send it to Heritage because Comic Link and fucking Comic Connect, they don't get the same numbers, man. They just don't.
I just want to say it in response, since there's a pause in the talking, rather than typing it, I'll say it. I made a comment earlier about how Chaykin Star Wars art is awful. And Lee saying Chaykin hates his Star Wars stuff too. Well, he should. He should. I mean, listen, it's earlier in his career. There's reasons for it, but yeah, it's not. I'm not gonna. You buy that because you're a Star Wars fan, not because you think, oh, I want an excellent example of Chaykin's artwork. I mean, no, you don't go for Star Wars if that's what you're looking for. That's for Star Wars fans. Period. So.
Perfectly serviceable work at Marvel in the 1970s. I mean, compare it to the Herb Trimpe stuff, compare it to anything else. It's absolutely fine.
It's serviceable, but compared to as good as he's gotten in his career, that's
he improves, which is great.
Hard to look at that stuff, honestly. I don't know what you're talking about. Binder? What do you mean by binder, Tom? So not sure. Hi, Mickey. How you doing? Show the Zek Secret Wars. Listen, Dave is a massive Star Wars fan. He doesn't give a flying fuck about what I say, about my opinion.
I don't think it's going to offend him, and I think if you ask him, he would tell you the same thing. But who cares, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Our nostalgia is our nostalgia.
That's it. It ain't about the art. You're not buying that for the art. That's my point.
The Booch has a good point. There was some nice Perez stuff that went for some strong money.
Let me see. So is there rather than look at my tracked lots, how do I find the auction so I can just, is there a way to find so that I can just do searches for whatever you guys call out? I can then search instead. Like let's say I'll click on, let me click on one of the things in the auction. Okay, then I'll click the link for the auction here. Okay, does this allow me to just use this?
Yes. Right above where it says all, hit the down arrow and go to original art.
Original comic art.
Yeah, and now hit search. No, just hit a blanket. You just hit a blanket search will show you everything.
Oh, right.
Fucking Felix the Pro.
Right.
He brought some class to our show.
All right. Mind you, a lot of this stuff is what I'm
guessing this is going to sort. This is sorting by results, like highest first.
Well, hold on, because I usually do lowest, from the first in the order that they were auctioned. So that's what I basically do.
Ruben, let me. I apologize, but I'm dying to ask Felix. You've been around for a while. You collecting? You a Frazetta guy at all? You got any big Frazetta pieces?
I don't. I mean, Frazetta is a guy that likes. If I could collect it all, there are things I would like, and I would probably go for a pen and ink. Just in terms of bang for your buck. Over
this is
oil.
His skill at brush is so far beyond, and I mean pen, using ink. To me is so, and I know I'm in the minority here, but I've said it many times, so I'll say it again because I saw this piece and I love it. I think he's so much leagues better as a brush man with ink than he ever was with painting. I do like a few of his paintings, but for the most part, I think he's one of the most overrated and overly talked about painter I think ever. I don't know. I find I'm not a big fan as everybody else is with his paintings. Some of them are great, but not a lot of them.
Just to let the people know in your chat here, in Canada, smoking crack is legal. This is why he's saying such foolishness.
Nah,
I mean Tarzan art has always had amazing people connected to it. It's an embarrassment of riches if you collect Tarzan art from the 1960s or backward. You've got, Virgil Finlay did Tarzan, Frazetta did Tarzan, Roy Krinkle did Tarzan. You had, oh my God, the teacher at Art Center. It's like an amazing group of artists who are illustrating the character with just incredible illustration skill.
Talk about underrated, Matt. Virgil Finlay, love his art.
Yep. I have a beautiful Finlay abstract piece.
I think I don't know what happened here, but it looks like everything here is what I've tracked. So I don't know that I'm actually. Plus, I'm looking at stuff that shouldn't be in the comic art.
Bernard Hogarth, thank you, Marcus. Yeah, Bernard Hogarth did a very long run on Tarzan, incredible stuff. And then, Al Williamson, was doing Tarzan stuff in the 70s for newspapers.
Great anchor on Daredevil with John Romita Jr.
Great anchor for Wally Wood in Weird Science Fantasy.
All right, Marcus, you wanted to see some Zek. I don't know why, but it's not like this stuff is his greatest work. In fact, it's some of his worst work. But
because
look how awful this is. Oh my God,
horrible! Fucking horrible.
That is like, it's literally, it's just, oh my God, I don't even know what to say. It's so bad. But yeah, whatever. We all know the story. Well, most people know the story. Whatever. It was the entire series was under a tight deadline, and that's the main reason. He couldn't keep up, and whatever, couldn't do a great job. But yeah, he had tons of inkers. You can even see here different inkers on the same page constantly. I don't know, but hey, people just love their Secret Wars because it's, again, nostalgia, right? And 13. What is it? 13 grand for this?
What did it go for? What did that piece go for?
13 3/4. I mean,
that ain't bad. Why is Marcus think it's too expensive?
Wow, it's a lot of money, man. Holy crap!
But it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money for bad art, is what it is.
And then you got one that went
Marvel Secret Wars.
Well, that's the problem. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of like, it's not very good. I love that, but that's probably the worst stuff of his career.
Wait, this is a good one, Ruben. Your buddy Marcus, which I always disagree with, but the Miller Wolverine, I happen to agree that was way too much money for that awkward-looking Wolverine.
Which one?
Oh, no, not Wolverine. I'm sorry. The Daredevil piece.
The Miller Daredevil.
Yeah, that was with him with his bow and arrow with stick. That was a lot of money for that piece.
Let me ask you, Wolvie, and you're going to be biased because you love McFarlane so much, but you take an equivalent quality as determined by the fans and the collectors, right? Like you take your best, not best, but a very good McFarlane ASM cover, ASM, versus a very good Miller Daredevil cover. In your mind, what would go for more? What do you think would go for more?
I think McFarlane goes more,
That's
right?
a great question, and I have a story if they want. If you
Good night,
want to
Nick.
hear it. So obviously the Miller would go for more, but I'm going to tell you, back in the day in 2010, Dave Mandel reached out to me. He had a killer Daredevil Kingpin cover, the one that Scott Williams has.
Yeah,
he
that
offered
got
it to me for
reversed. That got
$60K.
reversed on publication. Yeah.
Yes. So when he offered it to me, I was in the middle of buying a McFarlane cover. I was buying the Spider-Man 4 cover for $55K. And when David offered it to me, I said, listen, it's a beautiful piece, but I really have something I'm more interested in. So I'm going to tell you that I think Scott Williams would be interested in this piece. And I hooked him up. I don't know why I didn't have to hook him up because they know each other. And he ended up selling that cover that Scott Williams has on his calf gallery, thanks to me. No one gives me credit. Sold it to him. And I went with my McFarlane number 4, my Spider-Man number 4 cover. So for me, the collectors prefer to pay more on a killer Daredevil Frank Miller cover, maybe, than on a Spider-Man McFarlane cover. But for me, bro, I'm all about art, dude. I love the art. I don't care. I had a guy ask me the other day, would you rather have the last page of Hulk 180 or Weapon X #1 by Adam Kubert? Adam Kubert's Weapon X #1 is worth way less, but it's one of my favorite pieces ever. And I said, I'm into the art. I would rather take that because I don't sell much of my art. So 95% of people will say to me, take the Daredevil Miller piece. But I would say to you that I would take the McFarlane cover any day of the week.
That's fine. But the fact that
I know you disagree with me, and that's okay.
No, but the fact that we were even discussing this, not that long ago, it would just be like, of course Miller's worth more, but I don't know anymore. I don't know.
I think they're pretty close. I think they're a lot closer than we're maybe even giving credit. It really depends. Like again, not all things are created equal. So like a cover on the McFarlane ASM run that is of the same relative importance within its own run to a similar Miller Daredevil cover, probably around the same price.
Exactly. That's bananas to me, but there you go. Look, that Wolverine page, I love Frank Miller, obviously. I don't think that's a 100K page, but that just goes to show, right? Like people like what they like.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what I was just saying to Marcus is, imagine though, if that page was hitting 100 now, can you imagine what a really strong page with him in costume would go for now?
Yeah, there was
one of 4 title pages though, right?
There was one a couple years ago. It was a really good one, and I think Dave said he bought it. And I think it was in the high hundreds.
In the high hundreds?
Yeah. I don't think it was in the high hundreds yet.
Okay.
All right, so Felix, to make it more clear, the one the one I'm talking about, the cover to 171.
Yes, I know that the one that you're saying Scott Williams got, right?
Yeah, thanks to me, no one gives me credit, you fuckers. What does that cover go for in auction? In your opinion, $500,000?
You set the record straight now. Now we know.
Damn straight on Rubén show. What do you think that? What do you think that cover goes for now? $500,000?
No clue.
Is that the one where it's like the first Daredevil appearance of the Kingpin?
I don't know if it's the first, but he's like he has a flying kick and he's kicking. He's kicking.
Yes,
Kingpin, but that cover's a little odd because they flipped it in publication. So you look at it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you look at the art and then it doesn't quite register as the cover because it does not quite the same. I do believe that that would benefit from trade dress, but then the trade dress wouldn't quite fit because again they flipped the art. I don't know. That is a complicated cover. We're a little more complicated.
And the cover before it and the cover after it are way better. So the 170 where it's, you know,
171,
the Kingpin over the city, and then the 172, which has got Bullseye. They're both just much better covers than that middle cover.
I think that's, you know, that's like, it's subjective.
Yeah, but
it's not like
dude.
so much. It's not like so much different. I think they're all kind of in the same group. You know, I would put it, if I'm ranking all the covers, I put them in the same band.
Yeah, you know what? You said something so important. It's all subjective.
Rob, Gil is asking, this one's definitely for you. What would sell higher, McFarlane's Spidey or the Spawn art from the original series in his collection?
I think it's
McFarlane's Spidey. Clearly,
no question, Spidey.
Yeah.
No question.
I think you guys might have talked about.
Don't get me wrong.
Sorry, what's that, Felix?
I think you like that the Batman cover that sold from the Key From collection. It was supposed to sell for $1 million, or, you know, people thought it underperformed at 700. I thought that was a crazy good result. I mean, why?
Can you remind me of the cover that you're talking about now?
It's the one with
with the Batman logo signature, McFarlane, right?
Yeah.
Oh, the famous
Felix,
the famous McFarlane cover, wrapping up the girl.
Yes, Felix. Why have we never talked before? Everybody.
I'll say this for Wolvie's love of Spawn. I'd rather have I'd rather have $700K worth of Spawn art than that cover myself. You know.
Oh, okay.
Felix, wait, hold on. I love this fucking guy. I never met him, but now I got to go and buy him a beer in OAX. Felix, I had so many people reach out to me and ask me the same question, and I said to them, it did not underperform. That made great money, and everybody. Again, I don't know many people like you. The 6-7 people I talked to, I said, it ain't ever going for 1 million. It made great money at 842,000 or whatever it was. That was a huge
That's
number.
a win.
I agree.
Yeah, huge. Yeah.
I don't know. Like, there's only 4 McFarlane Batman covers, and that's one of them.
It doesn't matter. He's known for Spider-Man. Who cares?
Thank you. Yeah.
But if you're a McFarlane fan and you love Batman, and there's a lot of people that are both of those things, I guess they just don't have any money.
Yeah, well, sure, but
if you're a McFarlane fan, it's because of Spider-Man.
Yeah. But if you're a Batman collector and you want one of like a published page by all of the greatest artists of their eras, then you've got 4 shots at a McFarlane cover on Batman.
And I would say that's obviously the most memorable McFarlane Batman cover. Sure, I agree with
absolutely
all that.
Absolutely.
Isn't it? In fact, actually, wasn't it the only one he did for Batman?
See,
no, there's the one where he's got the hook thing on his hand, and
yes,
and
right.
The rumor is Felix. And the rumor is Felix could probably confirm or deny it, but Felix's buddy Joe Lee, I heard that he paid $1 million for the cover to Hulk 340. I would pay $1 million for that 10 times over. I'd pay $850 for the fucking Batman cover.
So that was the question. That was the question I had at Heritage during the reception in New York Comic Con, and they had it hung up on the wall. It looked beautiful, and people were, I think it's $1 million. I think it's $1 million. My reaction is, then what's Hulk 340 worth? And because we're talking about characters that are
exactly
that aren't closely that he's most associated with, right?
No.
I just want to clear up that if Marcus is backing me up, and we'd have to check just to be sure, I guess. But when I meant that was McFarlane's only Batman cover, I meant for the Batman title. So it's the only one he did on Batman, I believe, and then he did those covers for the year 2 on Detective.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Ruben, who cares? Don't worry about it.
No. Hold on. Listen, I don't give a shit. But trust me, Rob. Trust me. People, especially those with money to spend, they absolutely give a shit for anything they can pull that is like something of importance. Like, it's key. It's key. Rob, it doesn't matter what you think. The market. We're talking about the market. You're not the market. The market loves that shit, man.
Now, the Ghost Rider cover. I want to talk about this one if you guys have a few minutes.
Yeah, it's awful, but go ahead.
So, no, it is crazy money.
No. I just want to say. What I mean is. I just will quickly. Let me say it really quick. What I mean is ever since it came out, I remember when I bought it. Right, I was collecting Ghost Rider. Even to this day, whether it's with color or no color, when my eyes fall on it and I don't know what's going on. I can't see what I'm looking at. Am I the only one?
I don't know this cover. I don't know this cover. But I was just as you're saying, I'm looking at this like what's happening here? I can't tell.
Yeah. What's happening? Like I don't see I see Cyclops in the background, but like what am I looking at in the front here? What's I don't know
the thing you're looking at in the front is the X-Men logo. That's the only thing you're seeing, and that's the only thing that sold this in the day at the comic shop.
That's wild.
Although Ghost Rider was going through kind of a bit of a renaissance at the time. But I mean, it reminds me of Tim Vigil artwork. And I love Tim Vigil, but I mean, it's sometimes really hard to make out what's going on in some of his stuff.
Okay, well, no, it's Derek is letting us know they had turned Ghost Rider into one of the Brood. That's apparently what we're looking at. But I love the Brood and I love their design. And this, I don't see Brood. I just see somebody threw up like on the, I don't know. Somebody threw up, ink, pencil and ink onto the board. Like I can't, I legitimately can't see what I'm supposed to be focusing. My eyes can't focus on it. It's so, I don't know. It's just bizarre.
I mean, it's only about 2 inches on my screen, so I can't make it out anyway.
So
but
I got a fun story about this one.
Yeah. Look at this.
So it sucks.
Is
That's
that the sheriff?
26, I think.
Yes, 26.
So I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you a story. A little bit of provenance. And so Ghost Rider 27 is a much nicer cover by Jim Lee. And a close friend of mine, big ass collection, a lot of money, bought the cover from Tom Fish. Ghost Rider 27, not 26. And when he was offered Ghost Rider 27, which is the one after, way nicer because the X-Men are in it very prominently, he said to me, Rob, Fish wants 80 grand or 85 grand for this piece. Should I take it? I said to him, dude, the X-Men are clear and beautiful. Fucking buy it. And he almost didn't buy it. So now looking at this piece of shit cover going for 85. And if you look at Ghost Rider 27, if you guys look it up online, the Ghost Rider 27 cover is so much nicer. He made a great deal.
Well, they're lined up. So you have Wolverine here and Gambit here. So it's kind of like the most popular characters from the run at that time, easily discernible from the background.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Alberto saying, this is one of the rare examples where it's actually better to see it in color. Well, even in color, I remember just being confused. It was a bad.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Because you're trying to make Ghost Rider look like a fucking Brood. It looks stupid. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's just weird.
And I mean, even that next cover, it's a little busy. Like it's not a particularly.
Yeah, but you got some clear images of Wolverine and the X-Men. It's Ghost Rider 27 is way nicer. My
it's better than this
for the same price. Yeah.
What else you guys want to look at? Anybody? Let me know what you want to look at. You guys in the chat, especially. I'm trying to think. What about you guys? Either you, Matt, Felix, Rob, anything that you remember standing out that you were like, oh my God, for any reason, whether it was beautiful
Let's go to the Elder Statesman. Felix, what did you think blew the covers off the doors in this auction?
So someone in the chat earlier said, I'd like to see Felix's stuff at the secondary market. And I didn't know this had happened until people told me today. I've been out running errands, but 2 Daniel Warren Johnson pages went bananas. And I know there was a Trad Moore page that broke even, and there was a Nick Klein page, a Nick Klein complete Thor issue, where the guy did a little better. So there you go. That's what stood out to me. But the Daniel Warren Johnson stuff, the guy really cleaned up.
Can you look? I don't participate in the chat rooms, but I read them. But can I just make my opinion clear? I know people bust your balls a little bit because some of the times your price is a little high, but who gives a flying F? If someone pays for it, who cares what it sells for later? They paid for it at the time. They loved it. That's it. Who cares if it made better money or less money on the secondary market? Fuck that bullshit.
Waller.
Yeah,
I love Omaha.
I
love Omaha.
Now your video's adults only, and whatever. It's
well, Felix, you should know that all my videos, there's this kind of setup where it asks you, is this for children? Is this content for children? From the day one, it's always been marked, no, not for children. So I think I'll be okay.
He may act like a child, but he's not.
Plus, I'm not monetized, so I think the algorithm will leave me alone. Probably, hopefully.
Is that Omaha or some shit?
It sure is.
As far as Omaha art goes, this is pretty tame. So
Yeah.
Exactly. But very, very lovely pinup, and he did the stippling in the back, which is really cool.
Nice close up there.
Yeah, that's really, really nice. So yeah, very cool. Big Omaha fan, and I actually am kind of pissed. I decided to stay out of this. I didn't even watch the auction, and I thought, at the last auction there was about 5 pages from the same issue that is from her first appearance, Bizarre Sex number 9, right? And those pages all went for between $4,500 to like $7,000. So, and I was like, well, I'm not really. I'm trying to stop collecting anyways. I don't want to spend that kind of money, so forget it. And then I look and I'm like, what the hell happened? $1,875. I would have bought that. Even the most expensive one tonight or yesterday, whenever this sold, $3,250. And then there was some just around over $2,000. I would have liked it just, again, the first appearance thing, Omaha.
And a page without like a ton of nudity on it, is a great example of a really good illustrator who is working in a particular style that is signature to the era. I mean, before the explosion of black and white, sort of animal superheroes, Omaha precedes that. That's before Turtles, it's before Albedo. It was certainly more adult. You could say at its worst, if you're gonna try and sex shame somebody, that it's mainly for furries these days. But like, Reed Waller was a good illustrator. That you could say the same of that kind of quasi pornographic stuff. Trey Pop-Tart art was great art in its day. And it holds up. There's just something kind of cool about it. But it's got to be hard to sell because owning that type of thing is becoming less and less acceptable. Like selling anything with like extreme nudity or any kind of exploitation, perceived exploitation of women is going to be really, really hard to resell.
Yeah.
Unless you throw a superhero outfit on it and cover their tits. And then it's all of a sudden it's the $500,000 piece.
It's really interesting. I mean, think about this. Like when we were kids, right? Growing up in the 80s, if you could sneak into an R-rated movie or you waited for something to show up on Cinemax, there's no nudity at all in mainstream
comedies. Not at all. No more. Yeah.
How about the I thought it underperformed the MCP Splash by Barry Smith, the Weapon X MCP Splash by Barry Smith. I think it sold for like $50,000.
I think
that felt a little under.
I think that was that's a Stop the Insanity candidate because I think that sold not too long ago.
Yeah, I see. That's why I was wondering. I went into my records, right, and into all my thousands of scans, and I was like, oh, this one already sold recently. So I'm like, okay, I for sure have that one with a price. And I was right about having the scan previously, but it didn't have a price attached. So I'm like, oh, did I maybe just confuse it because I had seen it in somebody's cat gallery? But then I started doing searches online, and there was I could find no record of it having sold anywhere else. So what the hell's up with that? I would swear it's sold.
I think Carl Choi is a regular viewer of your show, right?
Yeah, semi.
Okay, because I'm pretty sure that was in his calf.
Yeah, I believe it was his. Yeah, that's right.
And the Travis Charest.
That's right.
That was his too.
Oh, it sold for a little bit less than I thought.
I think he has a bunch of stuff in this auction, and I'm guessing he was paying something big off.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. That's what I imagine he's doing. Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. But bye. Have a good one. Arigato. Thank you.
Timothy Finney. I know he's in Japan. How you doing, Timothy?
Yeah. Exactly. Have a great
day. What did Bern Hogarth end up going for? The Bern Hogarth Tarzan daily.
Hold on. These guys in the chat have been begging me for Perez all this time. Let me do the Perez stuff. Okay. What Perez did you want to see? I didn't think there was anything exciting in Perez. It's just a couple of Infinity Gauntlets. I don't know. I don't care about that stuff because you see it all the time. It gets kind of boring. What is it that you guys wanted to see? I thought this one, even though it's the Crusader, I don't know who he is. He's a nobody. But just based on the Bronze Age Perez splash page factor, that alone, I'm surprised people weren't willing to pay more than $3,000 for it. But Yeah, I don't know. That's just, it seemed a little cheap for me for just.
I'll
Just
tell you what
because-
was. I'll tell you what was crazy. How about that War Machine? War Machine by Hopgood. It was on front. It went for like 40K.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm gonna get to that one right after this. But just trying to figure out what these guys are saying. There's nothing good from Perez this time, guys. Why? What did you want to talk about? And you keep saying binder. What are you talking about, binder? 3-ring. See, look, 3-ring binder. How come it's not showing up when I'm?
Yeah, the
I'm
Perez the 3-ring binder cover. Nick asked about that earlier. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
It must have not been on Heritage.
No, it's right there.
Is it
It's
on
right.
Ape?
You can see it right there in the upper.
Oh, that green thing?
Yeah.
Oh, this thing. Oh, okay. I just see who's who. I'm like, what the heck is that? Okay. So this is, the wraparound cover to.
If that's all original art, 10K feels cheap. I mean, what's the size?
Yeah.
What's the size on that?
Yeah, if this is original art, I would say the figures all look to be original to me. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah. These figures. I mean, the way it's inked, it looks like a bad copy, but no. This is original art. So let's read and see what it says.
It looks like they built the trade dress around it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's the wraparound original art featuring heroes on the front and the back. Oh, so it's the front and the back cover. Right. Okay. It's for the 1990 Ring Binder series. All right. They had those holes punched into them.
Oh, I didn't even see that. 10K's cheap. 10K's super cheap.
Yeah. To me, this is ridiculously cheap. Guys, all of you in the chat, did you want to see this because you thought it went undersold, or because I don't know why did you want to talk? What exactly did you guys want to talk about this?
Even if
I think a Perez cover for 10K.
Yeah, even if it was just a front cover, like that back cover.
Yeah.
You can throw that out and it's still a
Yeah.
great deal.
Yeah, exactly. The front cover alone is worth 10 grand. I don't get it. That's so weird. Okay, so let me see.
Oh, so someone had it marked for 26.5 on a dealer site and it ended up selling for 10K.
Stop the insanity.
That's why.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Stop the insanity, people.
Here we go. 26 and a half. Yeah, but I gotta say though, these types of covers, these types of pieces are very difficult to price because it's esoteric. You know what I mean? It's not a comic book cover, right? It's not a magazine cover.
No.
It's a cover to a binder.
To me, you have, if let's say that was just an unpublished commission.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
from a great Perez period, it should have gone for that much.
Is that like a Trapper Keeper cover?
I you know what? Maybe it was a binder to collect the Who's Who's or something. I don't know.
Yeah, the Who's Who's. Rather than doing comic book issues in 1990, they did the series as what loose leaf is, like with the three hole punch, whatever. Yeah. So you would buy a pack that was wrapped in plastic, right? That was your issue. So it had, let's say, the usual amount of pages, I don't know, 20 something pages. And they were punched, they were hole punched, and they were more like cardboardy, I think if I remember correctly. And yeah, they were hole punched. And so, you had to kind of put them somewhere and you had to buy a binder for them. So
I'm curious if the dealer who sold this for 26.5 bought it back.
Interesting.
Oh, was it a dealer or somebody like probably who tends to sell on consignment a lot? Because that then it kind of tells you a little bit more, more insanity. This person he lost a lot. Well, we don't really know what they paid, right? So yeah, Lucy.
The dealer could have sold it, and who knows? Maybe the dealer sold it himself.
Yeah, but that's it. That's what I'm saying. You never really know who, did the dealer, own
Nick
it?
says he traded
it on consignment, Yeah. See, different strokes for different folks, Tom. I thought that was the stupidest idea ever, but you love those binders. What can I say? I didn't even know Marvel made binders.
The Hopgood Iron Man cover with War Machine, 40K. That is ridiculous.
I'll get there in a second. We're almost done here with the Perez. Nick says he's the one who got it. Oh, hold on. I did a trade with someone that if they got it at 10K or less, I traded them a piece of art.
Okay. So Nick, congratulations, Nick.
Congrats, Nick. You got a bargain there, I guess.
Yeah,
unless the piece you're giving up is worth 25,000, obviously. But no, yeah, that's pretty cool. Very good. Congrats, Nick. That's cool. All right. So yeah, let me go back there. Let me check out that Hop Good. Yeah, because I was freaking out too over that.
Nick, you can keep the back cover. I'll pay you $10K just for the front cover.
Split it up. Split it up.
But congratulations, Nick.
Yeah, Iron Man 283 cover.
Oh, it's not even the good one. Wow.
I mean, Kevin Hopgood, not the greatest
40K
art,
for a guy. I never heard of him.
I never heard of this guy.
I mean, I did, but only because at the time he had just broken in. But yeah, he had like a cup of coffee, just like in the majors. You get a cup of coffee and then you're out of there. I don't know. But
is that overlay? Was that even printed on the comic?
I don't know. It looks to be glued to the comic, I think.
No, look at it. It's separate, clearly.
But
the War Machine one, look. Because it's missing from the artwork. So
right. Oh, you mean
overlay?
Oh, right, because it's hold on. So this is right, Iron Man and right, because they crossed it out to put War Machine, right?
Is that Iron Man logo art?
No. That's what I'm saying. That's like a glued on.
No, the War Machine's the overlay.
Yeah, the War Machine had to be there's the overlay. There's a tape for the overlay.
Yeah, it's an actual Iron Man comic.
Yeah.
But regardless, 40K?
Like
I'll take the fucking Bob Layton cover that's over 50.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like look, I don't know, the artist is really like a no name. He didn't spend much time in the business, but if you're a fan of War Machine, I'd say, oh yeah, that's a pretty cool cover.
Hold on a second.
Hold on.
Yeah. Number one Marvel fan says that's the first appearance of War Machine. Is that right?
Oh, is it?
That would explain it. Is that right? That's what he
says.
Oh,
that would explain it if that's true.
I wouldn't trust his fat ass.
Okay, Tom. So, okay. So Tom's a comic book nerd for sure. So he would know. So
Tom starts hitting the bourbon. I don't know if he's talking for real.
Yeah, and it's Michael McIsaac, and he's correcting him, saying it's not the first War Machine.
All right,
yeah, I'll go with McIsaac, the attorney.
It's Iron Man 291 is the first appearance of War Machine.
Well, this is 283.
Time out for fucking Tom.
Yeah,
but I think it's just a title. I think it's like a War Machine storyline, but that's not actually the War Machine armor.
So Tom is now correcting himself just to say first cover appearance, I guess.
And then McIsaac says he was on the cover before. This fucking Tom is crazy. Tom, you're nuts.
Tom, go back to smoking crack. You get out of here, man. I don't trust you anymore.
No Bob Crow for you, Tom.
Yeah, don't trust you anymore, man. Now Rick's saying first appearance, Iron Man 118. What?
Well, that's the first Rhodes.
Nobody's buying it for the guy inside the armor. You're buying it for the armor. So we still don't know. Now somebody's guild's asking if it's the first appearance.
Regardless, it's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, 282. The issue before it is the better cover.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's like the classic War Machine cover, and this is the second part of that storyline. But they don't actually call it War Machine armor until much later.
Correct.
Yeah, the bottom line is, and I think this is the point that Rob's making too, is that taking everything into account.
Yes.
Like even if it was the first forget cover, first appearance of any kind of War Machine.
But it isn't. The issue before has War Machine on it as well.
Yeah, but that's not. I get that, but that's just listen to my point. My point is, and I think it's what Rob's trying to say. Even if it was the very first appearance of any kind, right?
Not too much.
It's still not. It still shouldn't be worth 40,000 because who the fuck is War Machine? Who cares?
Who cares?
That's our point.
I will give Tom credit. If we're talking about beers, he knows his shit. But when it comes to comics, I don't know. I mean, I know he's got to come to comic book stores, but he don't know his shit. Sorry, Tom.
Oh man, yeah. The first cover and appearances in the issue before this. Yeah.
Rainer, shut the fuck up.
So yeah, so it's even worse. And I don't think Heritage said it's the first appearance. Let me check here.
No, they definitely didn't. It's just Crazy Tom talking his nuts and nuttiness.
Yeah. No, they just sold it like an Iron Man cover. So yeah, crazy stuff. All right, what else we got? What do we have to look at? Machine.
I'll tell you another crazy one. The one that I think Heritage made a mistake by advertising it as a first appearance. The Bishop by Will Portacio sold for almost $50K, and it's not the first appearance.
What comic was that?
Uncanny X-Men 283, I think. Actually, I'm positive because 282 was his first appearance.
Uncanny X-Men number 283. Oh, this one.
Yeah, I think it's advertised as first appearance, but it ain't.
It's first full appearance.
First full appearance, right,
yeah,
right.
Hold on a second.
Still, I mean, he's on the cover of the previous issue. I mean,
exactly. And
no. But hold on, guys, hold on. I gotta step in here because you're about to say what that guy Comic Tom. I've seen him do. It's why I don't listen to that guy. So the younger 30-somethings in the comic hobby, what I've noticed is that after all these decades of everybody understanding what a full appearance and a cameo appearance means, right? These 30-somethings in comics are making mountains out of molehills, trying to confuse the issue. And the reason is because historically, what we referred to was when you talk about cameo and full, it always referred to how much does that character appear in any given issue. So when you say it was a cameo appearance, it was either the character was maybe on a page or two or three, a panel, whatever. That's what cameo meant. And then full appearance meant the character, he appears throughout the whole issue, right? So Hulk 180, Hulk 181, right? Cameo in 180, full appearance 181. But those comic guys, they're all, for years, there's videos all over the internet where these guys are like trying to make an issue where there is none, going, oh, I don't get it. You know, because they're speculating in comics, right? So they're like, why is the 181 so much more expensive than an issue of 180? That's his first full appearance. You see him on the last panel in full. And I'm just thinking, you
with
idiot.
His character name written.
Yeah. You know, I mean, are you guys that stupid? Like, you really don't understand. They're talking about the character's appearance in the issue, like, you know, throughout the story or not throughout the story. They literally think it's about how much of the body you see. Oh, he's there.
Even that is kind of ridiculous, right? Like, even that separation is just an excuse to make something valuable that perhaps shouldn't be.
Exactly. Yeah. That's bullshit, because the first appearance is covered at 282, and there's 5 issues before this one that they show Bishop, and one of them was a DPS that sold for $100,000 a couple years ago that has a full appearance of Bishop before this fucking appearance. So the moron that paid $50,000, I say he's a moron. Period. Felix, you agree or disagree?
Although, what does a half splash, you know, Will Portacio early X-Men page go for? I mean, is it that?
I feel like just because it's a like 60% splash or whatever, Portacio, you know, was pretty popular on that title at the time. Yep. I still feel it would have probably still gone for, I don't know, in the 20-something range. I don't know. Rob, you know more than me. I don't really care about this stuff anymore. But yeah, it just seems like it still would go expensive. It's not like it would have gone for $5,000 or something, right?
No, my whole thing is that Bishop, they put first appearance on there, and it's not even. There's issues.
No. They clearly they covered their asses by saying let me read it here. First full appearance, so issue. So that means it's the first issue where he's a part of the story throughout the whole story. That's all that means.
I have a question for everyone. Is Bishop in anyone's top 10 favorite X-Men?
Good. He's not in my top 100. If I don't know if that's
you know, I was going to take it further. If not top 10, top 20, top 30.
Yeah.
This is just because it was an X-Men character, and
well, I'll tell you why.
I mean, in that era, he was a very popular character. He was certainly one of the top 3 most popular characters within a few months of that these comics coming out. If you remember the Wizard top character lists and shit.
Oh yeah, but I was already too old to be paying attention to like what Wizard was trying to tell me was the most popular shit on their lists. You know what I mean?
Story about Garb Sheamus. He came to my store. I'll give you a story about him on the side.
I got all kinds of Garb stories.
But that's no. But seriously, like right, like I read that magazine for the I don't know first year or something, but I stopped because I was in my early 20s. But it felt like I was reading articles written by 15-year-old kids, like massive nerds who just were trying to, I don't know, rich kids who were writing for a magazine. It was weird. I don't know. But yeah, I wouldn't pay attention. I don't care. I wasn't influenced by any stupid list from any magazine. To me, it was like they introduced him. I was like, okay, what's this about? Oh, some character from the future. I don't even like Cable. So why would I like Bishop? Right? I was like, I don't give a shit about Cable. I don't care about Bishop. But like I always say, there's people today who collect this stuff who are in their 40s, right? About 10 years younger than me, who were at that perfect age. They were around 10, 12, 13 years old when this guy appeared. And when you're that age, you love every new character that comes out. You're like, oh,
it is an interesting story. I mean, it's a good era for the comic. So like it was selling well because it was still pretty decent. And you had, Protasio's following Jim Lee on the title. It's still being written by Claremont. I mean, there's a lot of upside for this era of the comic. I think it's a really nice page, but I don't follow the usual pricing on this stuff. So like,
I like it too. I was a fan of Portasio, so
I guess that's a separate question. If it doesn't make your top 10 favorite, how about just objectively top 10 most important? Throughout the run of X-Men, or top 20 or top 30. I don't think he ranks there either.
Felix,
but, it is a first appearance. Yeah.
Under none of your metrics do I personally put him on any list. I mean, to me, he's just forgettable. I know they tried to make him, they used him a lot. They tried to make him super popular. And again, to younger people at the time, I guess he became really popular.
And what was he, like the second Black Mutant at Marvel?
I have no idea. Was he?
Yeah, after Storm.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Not that matters.
I'm sure
representation matters.
I'm sure Marvel fan would probably find other people because he knows his shit. But anyway, I mean I agree with Felix in this sense that when you are talking about a first appearance or is it a top 10 or a top 20? Regardless of the fact, if you're going to be hunting for a first appearance page of a character, you can't push to the side that it's his actual first full appearance in an issue. I don't know how guys that are first appearance guys are going to push that's a good thing. I mean, or a valuable thing, not a good thing. It's a gorgeous page. I would have paid $20, $25 for it, but I wouldn't have paid that much because for me, it's not. I mean, okay, first full appearance issue. I'd rather pay $150 for the 282 cover. I probably couldn't get it for that price, but I mean, if a first appearance was important to me, I want to get the actual first appearance. I'm not a first appearance guy. I don't give two shits about it. But my whole thing is, someone paid $50K for that, and I think they may have been a little disillusioned with the fact that it's a first appearance issue. I think that's ridiculous.
Well,
but again,
good. If they didn't pay attention, then they paid the asshole tax. I got no problem with that. The other thing too, to Felix's point, is what's a character? Is Jubilee anybody's favorite character? Is Jubilee an important
or Boom Boom?
But I mean, she definitely has her fans, and she was, again, important because one of the only representations of an Asian character in a major published comic at the time. And because representation matters, I think it's kind of, that means something. And also the fact that it's a character that was created by Jim Lee. So if you're getting an early appearance, you want it because of that, probably. Just like if you want something that is absolutely unobjectively connected to the Whilce Portacio run of X-Men, it's got to be a Bishop page.
Yeah, good. I guess that's a good point. Ruben, if I may, Felix, being the elder statesman of our group here, how do you feel about the whole first appearance craze with these guys pushing it?
Well, I've talked about this before, and look, this is not an easy hobby to learn, to navigate. You do need a lot of experience and knowledge and even expertise with comics. But you don't need that if all you care about is the first appearance. You don't need to really know anything about the comics. And it takes all the subjectivity out of it, because again, first appearance is mostly an objective fact. I mean, you're just seeing with this Bishop what exactly is a first appearance, but for the most part, the hobby has determined what a first appearance is, and that's all you need to know. So you can sort of skip the education part.
Steve makes a good point. Sunspot was black, and wasn't he? Was a mutant.
Wasn't he Spanish?
I thought he was Latino.
Well, he was Brazilian, but a black Brazilian. So
he's your people, Rubén. Come on, man.
It's not my people. I'm not Brazilian. But yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I could care less. But good to whoever loves that stuff and bought it for that price. Whatever, man.
And someone pointed out that Mark Silvestri created Jubilee. That's absolutely true. But it was Jim Lee that turned her into the Robin to Wolverine's Batman.
But again,
I just wanted to say that this Dazzler cover is probably the thing that made me happiest to see, because I love Sienkiewicz, and in the 80s he was doing so many great painted covers, and the Dazzler ones I never see them. I don't know where they are, why they've never really come out over the years, but yeah, it was just fun to see. I love that.
This wasn't the graphic novel cover, was it?
No. It's a Dazzler number 28. He did like maybe a year long run of cover, something like that on the title.
What year, Rubén? If you scroll up a little bit, what year is this?
Oh, 84, sorry. 83.
Okay.
Yeah. So that would have been right around the New Mutants run, I think, right? Or right before, or right at the same time. Maybe as the New Mutants.
Yeah, number one came out in 82.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that seems like a high price for me.
Well, I mean, it's beautiful. It's Sienkiewicz. It's fucking gorgeous.
But he's also incredibly prolific.
I agree with this more than I agree with the freaking Gulacy 60K.
Yeah, I don't know, but Matt, for me, I wasn't sure either. I don't know what to think, but the reason I don't know what to think, and this is why I won't really complain about the price being high, is because, as I said, the Sienkiewicz Dazzler covers never come out. They never come out. So you don't really have comps to say whether this is high or not, because we don't really know, hey, how is the Sienkiewicz Dazzler demand out there in original art land?
That's a whole other. Again, I love Felix's criteria of like, who gives a fuck about Dazzler? Probably the worst X-Men character, a disco character, is the dumbest thing ever.
I always enjoyed her. Okay, in the X-Men. It doesn't mean I want to collect her art or anything. I don't love her that much.
The comic was pretty bad. Like the Dazzler comic was pretty bad.
But okay, fair enough. But I love Sienkiewicz. I've always loved Sienkiewicz, and I have such a fond memory of all the covers he was doing on this title. And I don't know. I wouldn't want to own it for $40K. I'd own it for $10K, maybe. I don't know. But that's
because you're a cheapo. We understand that about you.
I was gonna say like 20 to 25,000 even sounds high, but are we seeing, is this a tipping point for Sienkiewicz covers? Because he did a ton of them, and when he does his little paintings that he offers on his website, he charges a lot for them, and then they always end up selling for less when people resell them. But is this a moment where we're going to see that tipping point? He's also working that documentary. Will that help? Will that push his price point up, even though he's very prolific?
So I have a feeling about this cover that has nothing to do with Sienkiewicz and his talent, which I actually think I agree with Rubén. I think this is a beautiful cover, and I really don't care about Dazzler. But there's something about, that's why I asked what year this was. There's something about like 60, 65-cent covers, which were the last ones to have the Marvel Comics Group banner across the top. I think there's just something about those covers that really strikes something with the Marvel zombies and the fanboys,
Okay.
And I think that, as much as the fact that this is a great Sienkiewicz piece of art is there's gonna be a little premium on top because it's from that right time.
I'm going to say this. Someone said it's prime Sienkiewicz. It's all prime Sienkiewicz. Sienkiewicz has always been an amazing artist. He's still an amazing artist. Like I don't think this is prime Sienkiewicz. I don't think this is any better or worse than any of the rest of it. I would say Electra is prime Sienkiewicz if we're going to
years prime Sienkiewicz, no?
But I think what they mean is more like with Sienkiewicz. Like you're right, Matt. He's been such a brilliant illustrator all the way through. Especially from the moment he got away from aping Neil Adams, right?
Which was Moon Knight.
Which was already in the early 80s already. So he's been brilliant for 45, almost 50 years now. But I think what people mean is because most of us are in that same age category. We were already kind of loving this stuff way back then. We've been loving it for decades already. So you can't, when people say, oh, prime. It's because it's another way of saying, oh yeah, that's that old great stuff. When it doesn't mean he's not great now, but you know what I mean. It's the memories of like all that old stuff, And I gotta say, because I don't know anybody if this is probably not the right crowd for it, but one of the reasons, many reasons I love it, but one of the other reasons I love this too, this particular one, is because Sienkiewicz always had he had an influence from an artist, an illustrator named Bob Peak, and so I'm sure a lot of guys here don't know who that is, but a famous movie
poster among others.
Yeah, a big movie poster artist, a famous illustrator, non-comics illustrator, and I mean he I could tell early on that he was obviously influenced by Bob Peak. It took decades, but I finally got it confirmed that he was a Bob Peak fan. And it wasn't just coincidence, but that's the other thing too. I like Bob Peak's work, so I see that in this, and it's like, it's beautiful. I like it.
Baron's Story too.
Oh, and Baron's Story. Jeff, I noticed was still with us. Jeff has several Baron's Story pieces, right, Jeff? If you're there. But let's see. Well, what else? What else we got, guys?
Kazra entered the chat.
Kazra's entered the chat. Aping David Grove. Nah, that's more Bob Peak. Then you're confusing Peak and Grove. Grove is great too, though. Hey, Kazra, do you have that book? I have the David Grove book. That's an awesome art book. And is that you popping in here? Oh my God, it's a party now. What's happening here? Hold on. What is going on? What the hell? All right, I'm gonna put you back out until you fix your issues. That was weird. That must be. Is that you, Kazra? I can't even tell if it's Kazra. That was weird. Probably him though. But like I said, to me, it was the most fun thing to see in this auction. There's Jeff. Jeff is here still, and there you go. Yes, Kazra introduced me to Baron. There you go. Look at the connection, fellas. Look at that.
Baron Trump? Fucking Kazra.
Thank God, no. Thank God, no. There you go. Wrath of Khan. Yes. And you say you do have the David Grove book. Beautiful. Yes. It's awesome. Yeah. Star Trek. Exactly. Yeah, he did so much stuff. I've got a giant book of his work. Huge hardcover. It's fantastic.
My favorite
Rubén, really quick.
Commercial cover of that era that Sienkiewicz did is that "What If the Hulk Went Berserk" cover, which was just
I love that cover, man. A great book too.
As a big Hulk fan back in those days, that was like one of my favorite issues. That was for that cover, Yeah.
Hey, Matt, when you were in LA, did you go to that Bob Peak, Drew Struzan co-exhibition that was in the most bizarre venue? It was a cemetery. You know what I'm talking about? It was.
Oh yeah, that was up at the Western, like almost the Western Heritage Museum at not in there. It is in the cemetery. It was at Hollywood, not Hollywood Forever, the Glendale one.
Exactly. Did you?
Yeah, actually, a friend of mine is a security guard there now.
Yeah. Did you see that exhibit?
I did not see that exhibit.
Oh, incredible! They like Apocalypse Now. They're all there.
Yeah. I actually almost bought one of the elements of the Apocalypse Now movie art 12 14 years ago. And it went cheap. It ended up going for like, I want to say $11,000 or something.
Let me see. All right. What was the other one, guys, you wanted me to check out and look at?
Forest Lawn. There we go, Lee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
How about some of the Liefeld stuff? Some of that stuff went pretty high.
Some of the what stuff?
Some of the Rob Liefeld art went kind of high, no?
Well, doesn't it always go pretty high? It feels to me like it always goes quite high. You know, let me go back. I mean, not that I really want to look at it, but let me see. Liefeld. Okay, so there was this one, X-Force 2, the second Deadpool appearance page, so 38 grand, almost 39. 39, yeah.
First of all, it's not the second appearance of Deadpool, which is bullshit, but anyway.
Okay, here we go again. 87, a page from 87. Is this the first Strife? Is that what that is? Strife?
I think that's the first issue, not the first appearance, but yeah, it's the first issue. Which
You know,
I
Wolvie, it could be bullshit, but it doesn't matter because in our current, current
State of the market.
Yeah, it's the first appearance or nothing.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. That's if whether or not it truly is a second appearance, it's almost irrelevant.
Yeah, good point. You're right. It's the agenda pushed by the right.
Well, look, I mean, like I said earlier, what somebody paid, what was it, $40,000 or $45,000 for the Preacher #2 cover, because it's probably one of the earliest, that's ever been on the market so far.
Yeah, but I would take that over any Liefeld piece, in my opinion.
No, whatever. But I'm just saying that stuff matters to collectors. I'm just saying, if that same cover, that same painting had been used for the cover to, I don't know, number 23, like it wouldn't go anywhere remotely near 40 grand. It'd be like,
I think that's where first appearance comes into play, because wasn't that Saint of Killers on that?
Oh, was that? Well, I never read it.
Yeah,
I never read the series, so I don't know. I'll take your word for it, though.
Great book. Great fucking book.
Okay, so that character on the cover was Saint of Killers?
Yes. 100%.
Oh, okay.
How much did that terrible Captain America cover go for? The Liefeld.
With the shelf chest.
Yes.
Oh my God, wasn't that like in the high 100 range? Or something?
Yeah, like a ludicrous amount of money.
Yeah, I think it was in the high ones or something. Like, yeah,
I mean, that's like whoever bought that just wants like trolling rights.
If you have that kind of money, I mean, you're almost buying it as a conversation piece.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly
a weird kind of flex. Yeah, it succeeds in being a weird kind of flex.
I think Alberto Gonzalez bought that cover.
Yeah, I don't think so. Anything that involves Rob is a party anyways. 140. Okay, 140. Thanks, Marcus. Yeah, that's crazy. That's but yeah, you're right, Felix. That's exactly what I said when it happened. I was like, in fact, even before the auction ended, when they first announced that it was going to be in the auction, I was immediately thinking, okay, whatever this goes for, the buyer's buying it clearly so they can have the cool conversation piece.
Do you guys know who Rob Rush is? The collector Rob Rush? He
was here. He was here earlier in the chat.
He has a get together every year at Heroes, and I unfortunately I haven't been, but I've seen pictures. And he has I can't, maybe it's God, what's his name? The guy who did all the Marvel cards.
Hell of a bourbon
Joe
Jusko, who I also don't think is particularly very good.
A Thor in a mankini, like a G-string or something.
Oh yeah, that ugly one. That's hideous.
He's got it in a really ornate frame. He's got it on the wall. He's got
I've seen pictures. Yeah.
Yeah. So this that Liefeld cap is like the even more crazier version of that.
Yeah.
Jusko to me is like Tom of Finland doing superhero comics. It's just like the weirdest looking stuff. I don't get the appeal.
I think that was the aesthetic at the time, just like huge muscles and 80s, Arnold.
But at least
Boris Vallejo.
At least that
was a much better technician.
For sure, but at least it's that same shape, right? The same bulky.
Yeah, but at least that was decent looking. The fucking cap by Liefeld, I mean, his breasts were bigger than freaking Dolly Parton's.
The Mankini, as they call it. Yeah, the Mankini. Right, Mankini.
I mean, what do you think that terrible recent Miller Wolverine cover would go for? The Wonder Woman, the really atrocious ones.
Miller Wonder Woman.
Yeah, it's worse than the Wolverine, possibly.
I don't know what you mean. You mean like last year, 2 years ago,
Yeah.
or something? He was doing some kind of variant or some shit or whatever.
Yes.
Oh yeah, those are hideous. Yeah, all of them are hideous.
Yeah,
I mean,
he lost
but what do you, Felix, what do you think those would sell for? I mean, like those are published Frank Miller covers.
still big money.
With the Wolverine one, I mean, it's a Frank Miller Wolverine cover, and it's absolutely terrible. But maybe that's the appeal.
I mean, it's still.
I don't think people are buying that for the same reason. I don't think it has the same like this is terrible appeal like the Liefeld Cap. I think it's just the right name. It's a big character, and you don't really. How good it is totally subjective, and again, I don't think that matters as much. Just as long as it's the right name and the right character.
Well, I think in the court of public opinion, those two Miller covers are widely considered to be among the worst covers of the last 20 years.
Yeah, so says you, old man. Who cares? Who
No,
cares?
not me. I'm talking to the general public. Like if you polled people, everybody was just like
that. Maybe that's changing. Maybe it's not. Like I said earlier, I think like if you get into this hobby just focusing on first appearances, that kind of simplifies things for you. And I guess my one hope is that people will grow out of it or just develop taste. Develop taste, yeah.
I think Felix brought up a good point with regards to the Liefeld Cap. I think it's more of a generational thing. They're like, oh shit, look how dumb this looks. I want to have it. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you told me Dinesh or one of the guys in his crew got the piece just because it stands out so much because of the stupidity of the piece.
I think so. There is a kind of I used to see this in the fine art market. There's a place called Francois. It's a Francois Garibaldi, which was a fine art gallery in downtown LA, and there was a place next to it called like Dark Room or something, and like one of the most atrocious art shows I've ever seen in my life, where it looked like someone took like all the paint tubes out and just made like this terrible brown mess and like spread it all over. And they were like hanging, all the pieces were like $20,000 to $40,000, and the entire show was sold out. And what it was is that there was this kind of trust fund kid ecosystem around this gallery, that they liked the parties and they liked to go there. And so they knew that in order for it to last, they had to buy art. They had to support the scene, and they did. And this is way before the pandemic. So this is before pandemic pricing would even impact anything. And they kept that gallery open for like 2 years, and half of them never picked up the paintings that they bought. They would just kind of like leave them there. So there is a bit of a flex in being like, hey, you see this? I own this terrible piece of shit, and I spent like 40 grand on it because my dad makes a lot of money.
What you guys? Any of you guys Barry Smith fans?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What you think of the prelim to the cover to is it number 9? It went for like 22 grand or 23 grand. Number 7. The prelim to number 7. The painting
number 7 of what?
Conan?
Smith, number 7, the Conan saga, I think it was. The painted covers he did back in
the Conan Saga magazine. Okay.
Yes, he did it back in 86 or 7, I think. I actually own the original cover of that, and I sold it to Mark McDermott years ago, probably 20 years ago. And then when I saw the prelim go for 27,000, 28,000, 30,000, it blew my mind. It's just a fucking prelim. It's no paint, no nothing.
Well, the only one I remember in this auction, I remember seeing one, I think, wasn't an Earl Norham prelim?
That was a prelim also, but no, there was a, hold on, let me look it up. It was Conan Saga number 7 preliminary painting, preliminary art.
Okay, hold on. Before I go to
the original was a painting.
Okay, hold on. Before I do that,
Felix,
that
blew my mind. That absolute Batman shit blows my mind. I don't know anything about it.
Felix, I know this is not your guy, obviously, but and I don't really know anything about the pricing. I haven't been following the pricing of the Batman, absolute art or whatever. But I'm just curious, like being a cover. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a variant to #1, but it came out like literally recently, like not a year ago when the first issue actually came out. Is that right?
I don't know.
Oh.
I believe this is a variant, but I don't know when it came out. But
I see here.
Yeah, it came out this year. Looks like
it's a combination. It's for Panini in Germany. Actually.
Yeah. So this cover, you couldn't even find it in the States. I guess it's for the German edition.
Exactly. Yeah. Wow.
But if that was just a regular Batman cover, I don't think it's 16. I think there is the halo effect from Absolute Batman
exactly.
Brawl, which it's the nuttiest thing I've experienced. And I've been into comics for 50 years. I've been going to stores for over 40 years. I've been around long enough to have been at the Image team signings at Golden Apple in LA, which are legendary. And the signing we just did a couple weeks ago in Oakland of all places, I think was even bigger.
Oh yeah.
So I'm curious. I'm not a DC guy, but the Absolute Batman, everybody tells me it's the hottest title right now. Is that one of your guys,
yes.
Felix?
Yeah, one of my guys, yeah.
Okay. Is it? I know it. You could tell me the name. I probably wouldn't know who it is, but I hear the art is very, very hot right now. Is it because of the book or because of the art, or both?
Both.
Interesting.
Because the guy doing the art, it's his. That book is him. It's his stamp all over it. He did the designs for all the characters. How dynamic and how it's drawn people in. It's all thanks to him. So it goes hand in hand. So you pulled this up, Ruben, and usually I sell issues complete. There is no discount for anyone buying it complete. It's just the combined cost of all the art. And I think I sold this for maybe 14, 15. Oh,
nice.
And it's probably on calf market data. Someone can look it up.
Yeah. And this guy was able to make money, even though he has, let's say, some, the top 25% he doesn't get. He's still in the green. He's not losing on this.
No, he still made money, and he didn't have to break it up.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's why I posted it, because I wanted to ask you about, if you knew if this guy had, if you remember, made money.
I remember this issue was one of the lower priced issues because the cover doesn't have Thor on it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I figured. Yeah. Wow. Well, good for him. Good for the reseller, whoever that was. Let me see here.
Felix, who's your most popular artist of all your crew?
Johnson.
Right now it's Dragata, Absolute Batman.
Nick.
Yeah. Okay. It really fluctuates depending on what they've got coming out and what they got going on. But in terms of value, it's been Trad Moore, but Nick's higher. Even Nick's higher than Trad Moore now.
Wow. I mean, forgive my ignorance. I don't buy much modern art. I mean, you have a beautiful site, but do you have any of your guys or any new Wolverine books or something that I would be interested in? I should look at.
There will be interesting stuff for you in 2026.
Okay, shoot me a text when you're ready. I can.
Nick Klein Wolverine, here we come.
Well, Felix, you might as well give him the bad news now. Remind him how you operate. Remind him that he will not be getting.
So if you are interested in a complete issue, we can talk. But if you just want individual pieces, I don't pre-sell or allow dibs or anything like that. It's all dropped and first come, first serve.
Felix, do you know who I am? I don't fuck around with that stupid shit. If I want the whole issue, I'll take the whole issue. I don't give a flying F what it costs.
That was just answering Ruben's.
Don't insult me like that again. God damn it! Don't insult me like that again, okay? You jerk off. You and me are gonna have a talk in OAX.
You're gonna be talking to the wall. I won't be there, man.
Just don't bring the Scarface guy because he scares me.
That's funny, but no, that's cool. And Felix, I wanted to say, not that you give a shit either way, whatever. But so you remember that I during one of my shows, I had a little chat talking about a segment of the show. We talked for a while about the Absolute Batman when it came out as a comic and what we thought about the artwork and all that stuff, right? So I still to this day have not gone past that first issue, mainly because I don't read a lot of comics, period. But I've been trying to get into reading more lately, and I decided, even though I wasn't all that interested, I decided to give Absolute Superman a try. And that one also, it's okay. It's not exciting me. However, it's interesting enough that I've read up to like the 8th or 9th issue, and I'm probably going to make the effort to catch up. And once I've caught up, I am going to give Absolute Batman a second try. I'll reread the first issue, and I am going to, because I did enjoy it quite a bit. So I am going to give it a shot, and and try to read as many issues as I can.
I'll tell you what it is, and I'm on the ground level. I'm with these guys at shows. We do signings at stores. I see the makeup of the fans and the lines. I am at the shop every Wednesday, and on the Wednesdays, it's Absolute Batman Day. You get kids like you haven't seen in a long time. And this is the analogy I would make because I lived through this before. Okay, if you're a Spidey fan growing up in the 70s and into the 80s, I mean, you went as far back as Ditko, but mostly you knew him from Romita, Andrew, guys like that. They all drew Spidey similarly, you know, basic human proportions, somewhat realistically. And then comes along this guy, Todd McFarlane, who just blows it all up and just goes, these crazy proportions and these crazy contortions and the wild spaghetti webbing. And, the fans went nuts for it. And I think in a very similar way, you have this Batman who, is an 80-year legacy character who's always drawn very suave and sleek and, 007 as Bruce Wayne or, like a swimmer's build. And now you have this hulking Batman with thunder thighs, and he's got shoulder pads with spikes out of it. And look, to a lot of us, that's like, oh, how ridiculous. But I think it tickles that same part of the fan's brain that McFarlane Spidey did back in the day. And I feel that same kind of energy from the fans.
Yeah, I feel like, how could that Bruce Wayne keep his identity a secret? Like, anybody who looked like that, immediately was Batman.
You're asking questions that don't matter.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. You're right. Who cares?
People just like it. Like those McFarlane, I mean, it's not, none of it's Watchmen. It's just, it's what they enjoy.
Yeah, but Felix, I just wanted to your point about, here came this Batman with the, tiny little head, the ginormous arms and whatever. Actually, while obviously I noticed that immediately, it wasn't like, oh my God, this is so different, whatever. No, because we had already experienced it with Dark Knight when Dark Knight came out, because it was this giant thing.
Correct.
Giant old man.
So that was a sort of one blip where you had the off-brand or a different looking. It's an old Batman. So and this is like, you're talking just bulkiness, sure, but there's a whole manga language that Nick is bringing to American comics, and so the young audience that grew up with manga and understands manga is intimately, this is speaking to them as well in a way that's not necessarily going to speak to us.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like, a lot of the guys that you rep have a kind of non-traditional approach, which makes them really, really unique, and it is definitely interesting. Like, when I first saw Daniel's stuff, I couldn't wrap my head around why it was popular. And probably the same is true of Trad Moore, that I don't understand how it reached a certain level of popularity, except that it when you look at it, like the second you look at it. And I think that based on what you appreciate, what you collect, I know you've got Dark Knight stuff, I know you've got Killing Joke stuff, that there's an interesting eye that you have that is now putting all of these artists under a similar umbrella via the fact that you represent them, which signals when you pull the next guy in, hey, this person, this person's about to blow up too. Like, there's a really interesting curation that goes on.
Well, there are a lot of artists. Sure, there are a lot of artists that are super talented and whose art, from a business standpoint, very commercial. I know we could sell it and everyone could make money. But I'm really interested in the truly unique voices.
Yeah.
You know, not just house style necessarily, unless it's a guy like Stuart Immonen who started the house style. You know, but otherwise, you know, I guess just
new, fresh, and new and different. Something that somebody that offers something that hasn't been done. Hopefully, you know.
But really different, like really, really unique. I mean, like if you go back and look, and you go back even to like, you know, Manhattan Projects, and you're looking at that work, it's a very different thing than what was happening in comics at that time. But it was also special. It was also incredibly well written book. And but that artist then goes on to kind of change styles a couple of times, always in an interesting and more unique way, like kind of breaking out of not, you know, being a really powerful illustrator, but somebody that can't be imitated. And I think that that's like a hallmark of the artists that you represent, is that they're not easily imitated artists. Like they really have a point of view and a really specific style. And so if you're putting together a portfolio or a collection of important artwork, you're kind of one-stop shopping.
Well, a lot of them are imitated. You know, a lot of them aren't imitated. Like James Harren has sort of inspired a whole school of imitators, but he's still the original. But you know, Rubén, you had a Jeff Purvis Hulk cover on earlier.
I bid on that. That was a beauty.
So I love that Peter David Hulk run. I'm curious, like amongst you guys, who is your favorite artist in that run? Because you don't believe it or not, mine was if you throw Sam Keith out because he only did 2 issues, mine is Purvis over Keown over McFarlane.
So I will tell you this, Felix. At the time, I was digging the entire run. Okay, so no matter who was on, like the stories were just so good. Then all the artists that would come on, like, this guy's gone, he was great, but now this new guy, he's great too. You know, I was enjoying the title for so many years, and including Jeff Purvis. Now, having said that, in the decades since, I got to be honest and say that as far as Jeff's work on the Hulk goes, I still today love how he draws the Hulk. But when I look back at the art, like especially through the original art, his regular normal human people are ugly as shit. Oh my God. He cannot draw people like normal, regular people. You got to look back on it, man. It's not good. But the Hulk looks great.
Did he do the Joe Fixit character? Was he the first guy to do Joe Fixit?
Yeah.
I love that issue. And those issues where he did Joe Fixit, I think are phenomenal. But I'd otherwise have to go with McFarlane.
That may play a big part into why he was my favorite.
I think Peter David made the book because he went through McFarlane, he went through Purvis, he went through Keown, he went through Gary Frank.
Yeah.
So I got to give it. He made Aquaman. He made Aquaman fun. But if it comes to art, I love the '90s, and my number one guy is I love Keown over McFarlane. Shut the fuck up. Sorry. And I would take Purvis over McFarlane also, and then Gary Frank.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What do you, Felix? What do you think about what I said, man? Be honest.
Yeah, I agree that they weren't, the people he drew aren't necessarily aesthetically pretty, but it didn't matter. I mean, I wasn't really looking for that in that book. So
yeah, it was enjoyable. Like I said, went back then, especially, I was enjoying every minute of it. Yeah, every issue that came out. Yeah, it was a really fun time for Hulk for many, many years.
Yes, a lot of years.
I liked the John Byrne Hulks too. I mean, like that was a really interesting era.
Oh, loved it. I was almost crying when I found out. I was cheering when he got on, and then a few months later, when I heard the news that he was leaving, I was like, "Oh my, are you kidding?" Yeah.
Adam Kubert had a nice little run with Peter David in the mid '90s too.
Oh, speaking of Kubert, I like the in this auction, Andy and his father did a cover of the Hulk with Silver Surfer. I love that.
Adam, that was Adam and his father, not Andy.
Was it Adam? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I love that.
It's funny. Yeah, the guy who sold it's a fucking idiot. That cover, about 2 years ago, I was at Adam's house and he said to me, "Hey Rob, I want to start selling some stuff through Heritage." So I hooked him with my guy and we got a nice deal. And that was one of the first pieces he sold back in 2024. And it sold for like, I think, $18K. Whoever bought it resold it recently, yesterday or the day before, and it only went for like 9 or 11K. The guy lost his ass. That was a great cover for the price that it recently just sold at.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And that sold for a lot more money in 2024.
Sorry, which one now?
So it's Adam Kubert did it with Joe, with his dad Joe.
Oh, the one that I was talking about.
Yes, same cover.
Yeah.
About 2 years ago, Adam wanted to start selling through Heritage, so we picked a whole bunch of pieces, and we separated them and we sent them in, and that was one of them. The first group of art he sold back in 2024. That was one of the covers, and it sold for good money. It sold for like 18 grand in 2024.
Okay. That was only a year and a half ago or so, though, right?
Right.
Like
whoever bought it recently, he tried to resell it, or maybe he sold it to somebody else, and whoever tried to sell it now lost his ass. I think it went for.
Oh, really?
Yeah, look at the price. It sold for like 11,000, and it sold in 2024 for like 18.
Oh,
he lost his ass.
Well, when it sold for 18, was that like a private deal or auction?
No, Heritage sold it for Adam.
Oh, it was a Heritage one. Okay.
Oh yeah. Adam sent them like we put together like 10 or 15 pieces, and we did is we did separate envelopes for the whole year, like 4 or 5.
Yeah. I'll have to go back and look at the first sale listing so I can add it for a future Spoppy Insanity show.
Yeah. It sold good money back in 2024, but then the guy lost his ass just now.
Yeah, like Rick says, he didn't hold for the gold.
And with that, I have to go. But hey, thanks for welcoming me on. Great to see you, Felix, always. And I'll see you at OAX this year, I guess.
Good.
Yeah. And Rob, good to meet you virtually.
Brother, good to meet you too, man. We'll see you at OAX. Come to the Bub Crawl.
Absolutely. And Ruben, the pleasure is always mine.
Oh, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. And again, let me know whenever you can when you want to set up another show, man.
We'll do.
Okay.
Bye, everybody.
Right.
Thanks,
I'm
Pat.
going to catch up on the rest of your episodes, man. I'm driving to LA tomorrow.
Awesome.
Yeah, I leave them on. I listen to them.
Very cool. All right. Take care, guys.
Take care, brother. Take it slow. Hey, Felix, not to go back to like Felix 101, this is the first time we speak, but when it comes to your artists, do you pick your artists? Do you solicit them, or do they come to you?
They come to me.
I had a feeling.
Early on, I reached out to some, but for the most, I say in the last 10 years, for the most part, I don't really want to bother people. I figure if they're interested, they'll make their interest known, but I really don't want to, bug people.
But so you no longer have to go after them because your reputation precedes you, obviously. So you don't go after them anymore.
No.
Interesting. What do you think of a guy like Josh Cassara? He's got some nice stuff. He's done some good shit.
Very good. Very, very good. Yeah. Obviously he's a big Marvel guy. So, I don't know if you're repping or not. It sounds like you're working with Adam Kubert, but
he's just a good friend. I've known him for like 20 years.
Okay. But yeah, I don't know who Joshua Cassara is with, but
nobody.
He should do well with anyone he goes with.
That's what I told him. I buy all his Deadpool Wolverine covers. I've bought tons of art from him, and I asked him one day. I said, "Why?
How is it dealing with him? You have any issues?"
Bro, he's super cool, and he sells his stuff for very affordable. A guy like you could probably make him a lot more money.
Sure. Yeah. I'll tell you I say most artists can't handle the basic part, the nitty gritty part of just packing up the art and taking it to the post office. So
yeah, that's the word. That's the only thing I hate about selling art. The only thing I've ever hated is packing, and that's it. But mind you, I'm meticulous though, and it takes me a long time. So that's why, the obsessive compulsive nature that we spoke about, Felix, that my tendencies, like I've got to have the tape not only stretched out tight, but it's got to be straight, and it can't get all folded up so that there's air bubbles underneath. Like it's So I'm taking like a long time on each package, and
so not all artists need reps.
I get it.
Most artists do, and
most do, yeah.
Yeah, will do better with the rep, but not all artists need reps. If they can handle their business, that's the number one thing.
Yeah, I was curious.
I was just going to say to add to that real quick, if I may, Rob, that when you mentioned Josh Cassara, because I've been seeing his stuff, online too, and thinking, it's very, very nice stuff. I really thought, and it's interesting, Felix, coincidentally that you're here, and he brought it up because when I over the last few years, ever since I noticed Josh's work. When I first started noticing, collectors posting it in their galleries, one of the first things I thought of when I saw his stuff, other than, hey, that's nice stuff, I was like, he's got the kind of style and approach that he looks like a Felix kind of artist. He looks like a Felix
thought the same thing.
Yeah. I'm like, he looks like he should be at Felix. Yeah, Felix should. Why isn't he with Felix? He looks like he fits with them so good, So
yeah, well, there are a lot of, for sure, there are a lot of talented artists, good artists, and commercial artists like Josh. But my reality too is I can only rep so many guys.
I know. Hey, Felix. By the way, since we were talking about packaging being the suckiest part of repping artists, what on average would you say it takes you to? For the average package, let's say a one page package, you got to pack it up and send it off. I don't mean, going out to the post office, just from the time you sit down and pack it.
I've actually calculated this, and it's about 10 to 15 minutes, depending.
Holy shit, you're fast.
I'm fast.
No,
You're not fast. I've kind of got it down, but still,
wow.
It takes concentration, and I'm up till 3 a.m. Most nights.
Yeah. No, I get it. It takes me 30 minutes at least, and that's like if I'm kind of watching a YouTube video while I'm right here with the thing on my lap or on my table, right? I'm packing it up, and if I put on something on YouTube just to sort of while away the time a little bit. It kind of slows me down even more, obviously, because I'm occasionally looking up from what I'm doing to see what's happening on the video. But even just concentrating, it's like 30 minutes for me, and then 10 minutes to get on and onto the Canada Post website to fill out the damn order, blah, blah, blah. So 15 minutes. Wow, I wish I could do that.
I think I do believe that's the part that knocks out most guys who try to be reps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's possible. Although I gotta say though, I've never heard anybody. Not that I really ever talked to a bunch of reps or anything, but I've never really heard from anybody in the hobby say kind of like, oh yeah, so-and-so, he used to rep whatever. Yeah, he always complains how much, he stopped doing it because he just couldn't stand all the packaging involved. I've never heard that, but I assume everybody has to hate it. It's so monotonous,
Yeah, like I tell guys, this is a huge part of it is basically a blue collar job,
Yeah.
So,
right.
Yeah. Got to be prepared for. Yeah.
No, that's exactly it. And Ian, my taping is pretty world class, you must say. I appreciate it. Thank God. It better be for like 30 minutes per package. Shit, man.
The reps, man, that's a lot of work. I ain't getting out of bed for 20%. No offense, or whatever you make. I am fuck that.
You know what? I don't even listen. Because it's that for the finances are obviously more of a private thing, and I would never ask anybody. I've never asked anything about that. But I will say, Felix, for you, for whatever it's worth, all right. And you don't even have to respond to it, but just for whatever it's worth. The other day, I was having a regular chat. I have a weekly chat with a couple of friends, and we were chatting, right? And the topic of what was it? Something related to you or your business, or I don't know, something you sold. I don't know. One of the guys brought it up, anyways. Sorry. Did you say something, Rob? Because I can't see you. You're frozen. Oh, okay. Now you made me lose my what did we talking about? Packaging. Because what Rob just said about the 20%. So many years ago, let's say 20 years ago, it was fairly common knowledge that an 80-20 split was the average for repping artists back then. And then over the years, I don't know what the average is today, but I know that over the last 20 years or so, because so many fanboys, collector types decided they wanted to be reps so that they could, most of them do it because they want to be buddies with the artist or whatever. And in order for them to get into it, a lot of those guys, what they would do is they'd hit the convention circuit and they'd hit up anybody. It didn't matter, even if they knew that the artist was already being repped, they didn't care. They'd go up to them and try to convince them, hey, let me sell your stuff. Oh, I'll do it for like 15%. And then, some guys would actually switch, right? And then after a few years, it changed, and other fanboys would do the same thing. And they, I'll help you out. You need help? I'll help you. I'll do it for 10%. And
or nothing,
guys,
or nothing, or nothing.
Some guys do it for nothing. Like, that's crazy. Like, yeah. So anyways, the point I wanted to make, and just again, you don't even have to respond, but the point I wanted to make, and I was telling my friends the other day, I was like, you know what? Felix, I don't know what he makes. And I told him, look, you got to remember, he started from scratch. So he started from scratch. It's not like somebody handed him like, oh, here's a 5 or 6 artists you can start with, whatever, right? I'm like, he started from scratch. And on top of it, with guys who were not known quantities, right? And so I don't know what he started with, but let's assume, even if it was at the old school 20% level, I told these guys, personally, given what he has done for these guys, these artists, I wouldn't, and I said this, I don't know if how much I meant it, but I said, even if he had ultimately gone to them and said, after all these years now, hey guys, listen, I basically made some of you like millionaires. From now on, we got to do it like the old school galleries in New York City, 50-50 split. I told him, I said, even if he had done that, I'm pretty sure he didn't do it, but I said, even if he had done that, like, if I'm the artist, I'd still be like, you know what? You have made me a ton of money that nobody else could have made for me. And the way it's not just about the money, but, the way you raised my profile within the industry, let alone the hobby. I'll do that, So anyways, bottom line being,
Thank you, Rubén. That is so kind of you. If you are going to negotiate my next deal, I mean, I'm announcing publicly. Rubén is my agent. He's gonna get me my deal.
But yeah, funny. That was just the point I was trying to make to them, because one of my friends was like, he was freaking out. Like, come on, and I'm like, look, well, obviously,
it's funny you should mention that, because there is an artist who came to me. And really, he really wanted to join, and he offered me 50%.
Oh wow!
50%. Yeah.
Nice.
Wow. I didn't accept it, but it's the same. I brought him on, but it's the same deal as everyone else. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You took him anyways. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. So, anyways, but that's the point. I was just trying to tell my friend, he was freaking out.
Well, look, Rubén, you've been doing this yourself, so you have an idea. But for the audience that doesn't know, who only sort of hears about Felix comic art from the big flashy sales of like Absolute Batman, and think it's that's all I got to do is sell 5-figure pieces. I will say that it's like you said, we started from nothing, and to this day, I still sell more pieces under $100, even $20 pieces, $30 pieces, $40 pieces than anyone else except for Anthony, but certainly any other rep. And it takes me as long to pack a $20 piece as a $5,000 piece, but I do it. In a vacuum, of course, it's not worth my time, but it's all about building the audience and keeping people coming back.
Right.
It's funny you were before, I don't know why I got cut out, but I saw you were talking about some of these artists and even some of the collectors. There's a very big, and Felix knows it better than most of us. Big story that there's one of the bigger collectors that went trying to go behind Felix's back to get, I think it was Daniel Warren Johnson. But these artists know when you got a rep. I mean, again, I don't know shit about Felix with regards to his art because I don't buy it from him. But I know his reputation, and these artists, they fucking stand by him because I know that DWJ told this one collector, hey, listen, leave me alone. You know, I work with Felix, talk to him. So clearly he's making them enough money where they're not going to go leave for a few fucking dollars. So, I mean, he's doing something right.
But that's also Dan. Dan is all integrity. You know, I could tell you Dan's stories all day long, and I've told these stories before. But I'll tell you one real quick. You know, when I started repping him, I discovered him through Deviant Art. You know, he wasn't even really a working comic book artist, but I just found him fascinating as I got to know him. You know, the guy had a drive. He was drawing and putting his stuff out there for nothing, for no other reason than he had to draw and he had to create. And he was just motivated to get better. And so
hold on, Felix. Sorry to interrupt, Felix. Can you?
Sure.
I was kind of a little bit sidetracked by taking care of the comments. Can you tell me who are you talking about right now?
Daniel Warren Johnson.
Oh, okay, Dan. Okay.
So I mean, he started at the bottom. I mean, he wasn't even doing comics. He would show up to comic book conventions in Artist Alley and draw your portrait as a zombie. That was his shtick, you know. So he now then he started working. We started working and putting his commissions out there. He said, "Wow, this guy's actually, you know, he can do amazing work." And he got a gig at Dark Horse, not a comic he didn't really care about, but you know, he was excited. It was a big deal for him to get hired. Well, just around that same time, Robert Kirkman, you know, who was in Walking Dead was huge at the time, had taken notice of Dan and came to Dan and offered him a creator-owned, like I'll write something for you to draw. And at that time, you know, you do a book like that with Kirkman at the height of Walking Dead, I mean, that's potentially life-changing. But you know what Dan did? He turned it down because he had already committed to this Dark Horse book that ended up being bullshit, like nothing. He hated it, but he stuck to his word. So anyway, that's Dan.
I've done, you know, let me tell you, and that's cool to hear because you don't find many people like that anymore. But Kirkman, I've known him for probably 15 years. I've sold him art, and I sold him big pieces, like 100K plus. Mm-hmm. And you know, I've seen him at a show once or twice, and I go, "Hey, dude, I'm the guy that sold you this." He don't fucking care. I mean, not that matters for a guy like Daniel Warren Johnson. But Felix, help me understand. I don't find his art that big of a deal. What's my problem? I don't understand DWJ's art. I mean,
that's okay. I mean,
it's cool. Look, help me.
I think part of it is generational.
Educate me, brother.
It's generational too. You know, I think there's a lot of stuff we like that the generation before us doesn't get, and the generation after us doesn't get. So I think it is a very generational thing. You know.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: it's not just the art. I mean, he's a complete creator.
I'm sure he's a good dude.
If you read his stories, what he comes up with, people get really invested emotionally. And his hit streak is just unreal. It's unbroken. Like he hasn't put out a dud yet. You know, like everything just it just builds on the thing before, and his audience gets bigger.
I see some of his, like, the Power Bomb. Is that what it's called? The Power Bomb.
Do a Power Bomb. Yeah.
And I look at it, I go, hey, this is cool art, but I don't get the appeal. Is it because I'm stuck in the 90s? Am I that much of a loser?
I mean, again, the art on its own is what, you know, you're not going to necessarily respond to if it's not aesthetically pleasing to you. But if you read the comic, I think you'll get it. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, that piece, man, that guy lost his ass because it sold in 2024 for like 18 or 20 grand.
Who Ruben, can you scroll up? Who was that?
That was Adam Kuber with his dad, Joe.
Oh, okay. So this is the one you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah. When Adam, like I said,
I love the inks.
Yeah, that was Joe. Joe did it. His father.
I know. That's why I love Joe. Joe. Yeah. I'm not a big.
He makes it his piece when he inks it. He makes it his piece.
Yeah.
When I,
very, very distinctive Joe Kubert inks right there.
Yes.
Yeah. Love that. That's why I love it. Sorry, Rob. I'm not. I've never been a big fan of his son's work, except for when they were aping their father in the first few years of their career, because I love Joe so much.
Ruben, it's okay, man. You're into DC, and that's even worse. So you're good. Don't worry about it, brother. We're fine. But I'm kidding. But yeah, so a couple years ago, Adam and I were talking, and he goes, "Listen, I think I want to start selling some art with Heritage. You know somebody?" I go, "Yeah, I know one of the guys very well for years." And I hooked him up. They gave him a great deal, and we separated like 15, 20 pieces to put out for the whole year of 2024. You know, four every or five every auction. And that was one of the pieces we put out in 2024. And he had sold it for like 18 or 20 grand. He was so happy. And then whoever the guy that bought it recently tried to sell it, and he lost almost 50%. He lost his ass.
Yeah, shit happens though, right? I mean, and like you said, it's not even 2 years.
No, it's a year and a half. Hey, Felix, this Marcus says DWJ is highly influenced by the Cuberts. Is he full of shit, busting my balls, or is he for real?
Yeah, he's having fun.
Bro, why is Marcus like that? You really like this guy?
Yeah. I think we can bring Tom back out of timeout and put Marcus in.
Fucking Marcus. Deep throating his wieners over there in Fremont. What the hell, dude?
Here's one I didn't understand.
Did you guys have Wiener Schnitzel on the East Coast? Rob?
No, we don't. But I bust Marcus's balls. But I think he goes to some place every like Thursday or Friday to get wieners, hot dogs, and he sends pictures on Instagram. And he's got like 4 or 5 wieners with some comic books. So clearly he's a wiener fan. But we don't have Wiener Schnitzels here in Florida. I'm in West Palm, dude. I get you a bunch of Cuban food. You want some croquetas? You want some fucking empanadas? I can hook you up.
Hey, Jason, if the seller would have listened to me, that's right. Then again, I bet you there's plenty of people who watch the show and they just get pissed at us and me and Matt, for showing things that, they happen to be the losers on, and they still are going to go and do the same thing. A lot of them are just kind of like gambling and speculating, and they think a lot of these guys think they can make money. They think they're good enough to know how to buy and sell and make a profit quickly, and they don't get it, that it's really way harder than.
I call that comic art day trading. I think we started seeing more of that post-pandemic than we had before. It's always been around, it's always
not to interrupt. Over here in West Palm, it's 1:15 in the morning. I'm gonna close out. Yeah. Felix, it was a pleasure to meet you finally. I hope to see you at OEX. We'll talk some shit and have some more fun. Rubén, always, it's a good time. Anytime you need a fat ass to talk shit, give me a call.
All right, great.
We'll do. Thanks, Rob.
Same here, Felix. Okay, thank you, sir. Yep. You guys take it easy and have a great Thanksgiving. Don't eat too much.
All right.
Later, bro.
Take it easy.
Oh man.
I mean, I can't believe that people. These are diehards.
Yeah, it's still over 3 dozen. I'm like, what the hell?
Wow.
Yeah, it's you. It's the power of Felix, man.
No, I don't think so. But I know Marcus will hang into the bitter end.
Oh no, yeah, he's. I'll say one. I can say many things about Marcus, but as far as my shows go, very, very loyal. He's loyal to a lot of people, and he's basically been here from day one. And not only that, but even when on occasion when I thought, okay, he'll miss this one, he was still there. And I'm talking about it's always on a Sunday night, and my show always begins. It goes live right when it's time to start closing San Diego on Sunday. And he's supposed to be, I guess, I would think he's supposed to be helping break down the booths with Albert. But the guy's always, and maybe he is, but if he is, he's doing double duty because he still tunes in. He's here even during San Diego Sunday at 5:00 West Coast. I'm like, what the hell, man? Holy shit. I mean, talk about loyal. I told him a million times, like, you don't got to feel like you got to do that. Trust me, I'd be cool. Leave, take a break for a few weeks, come back whenever, but he's always here, man. Very, very loyal. But that's what I'm very happy about, like with my channel. The one biggest success that I think I found is that I've sort of cultivated a small but very loyal following of guys in the hobby who just like to shoot the shit, have some fun at the same time, and know that they can come here and speak freely. They know that I'll speak freely. And yeah, man, just again, it's very friendly. Everybody's friendly to each other. I can't remember ever having a single episode where maybe somebody comes in and starts being an asshole to anybody. Like nothing. Like everybody's been so cool, super cool since the beginning, and that's it. So I'm happy. I got my loyal following, So
That's excellent. That's excellent.
Yeah, because I kind of like have to have cultivated that because there's no money in it, right? So I only do it as it's since I don't really travel to shows anymore, I do it because it's kind of my own way of staying in touch with the hobby on a weekly basis, and it's like the equivalent of maybe being at a convention.
Well,
my favorite.
The comic RL days, I think you were pretty active on that, right?
Oh yeah. But listen, back then we were in those days, Felix. We were in our early to mid 30s, right? So you have a lot more energy back then in those days. And in those days, just like I used to basically I used to call people out on their bullshit. And of course, there's always that little, what do you call the vocal minority of people who would not like to hear the truth. Like if I call somebody out on a chat group or whatever, because I think they're bullshitting or whatever the thing they're saying is it needs to be called out. The sad thing is that there's always a small group of people who would then jump to their defense and give me shit, and nobody who thinks like me would ever stick up for me publicly, but privately they'd start sending me messages. Oh yeah, I love the way you told that guy off or whatever, and it's like, yeah, thanks for nothing. Like stand up for me if you really believe what I'm saying. Stand up for me publicly on the list, not privately. That's not helping me, because what you're doing when you do that, you're helping the vocal minority to believe that they are actually absolutely in the right because a few of them told me off and nobody stuck up for me. You know what I mean? So it's like you're making them believe that that they're absolutely right and I was wrong to say what I said. But that's why I loved it when you came along. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe 2004-ish. I'm thinking
later.
A little bit later. Okay.
2006 around then. Yeah.
Okay. But when I saw you also giving some people shit, in particular, a particular guy, no point in mentioning the name or whatever, but was very a very well-known collector at the time, no longer really active in the hobby. And you didn't get along with him for whatever reason. I don't know the story behind that, but then I remember you calling him out and shit on his shit, and you had your fair share of scraps, like I guess everybody did, but I like that. I liked that about you, because I was like, finally, like, somebody I can watch and just, call somebody out on their bullshit. I like that. So yeah, that's my vague memories of those days,
Yeah, I think people who are collecting now, it's just a different experience. But that comic RL, I mean, it was in your inbox, so I think it really connected us to the hobby. There's no getting away from it. Like even now, this is once a week for you, but that comic RL was 24/7.
24/7, yeah. No, that's it. I mean, that it was 24/7. You couldn't get away with it. And that's, I guess that's part of the reason why it always constantly devolved into some kind of, flame war, as they used to call them, arguments and whatnot, right? So yeah, whatever. But the fun thing is that I don't regret any of that shit back then, because it was a precursor to what CAF eventually became. You know what I mean? Everybody these days gives CAF all the credit, but I always stick up for the fact that I think without Comic Art L, there may never have been a CAF. I think Comic Art L really started everything in this hobby in terms of trying to bring collectors together online.
I think if you go back further, Comic Art L spawned the Long Box, which was the proto CAF. It was run by a different guy. Yeah, and you could put like 5 pieces on there. And I think Bill came up with something even
right.
more comprehensive, right? So
Yeah, exactly. That's right. I didn't remember being called the long box, but I remember something about the. But actually, hold on. Are you maybe? Is it possible you're confusing it with? Because on Comic Art L, when we still had that back in those early days,
talked about the Lowry.
Right, and that's where you were allowed to put 5 pieces in your Lowry.
Yeah. So, but the site was called Longbox, which disappeared. But I'll tell you, like, I'm so obsessive. I used the Internet Archive to look up the old URL, and you can look through people's collections, and it's not like, and you can look through like there, I don't know, maybe 300-400 collectors. You could look through them all. And what people like their top 5 pieces. I actually found out where a lot of stuff was, from that search.
Okay. Yeah.
I picked up a piece or two.
Yeah. Look what Alberto says. Cap is so yesterday. Snicked. It's where it's at now. Okay.
No, tell that to Bill and Kazra.
Yeah, I don't know. What do they think about it? Have they talked about that at all, or?
I don't know. I don't.
I know you don't watch. Yeah.
Just so you don't take it personally. I don't watch your show live.
No.
I mean, Bill.
No, I know.
You're 1 day a week. You're a little bit more manageable.
Yeah. But to be honest, Felix, to be honest, I'm actually surprised that you were watching at all, if only for the reason that I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, like this guy has X amount of artists. I don't even know the number, but more than enough. And you make so many sales on every issue of every title.
No, I watched you during pandemic when you were on Bill's channel.
Okay, yeah, back in the
I think I wrote to you. I really enjoyed that show. But when you started your own channel, I didn't really get into it until. Well, I would again, it would bother me if I couldn't see the whole thing. What am I missing? It's stupid. But I think it might have been Marcus who told me last year when you guys were talking about, it was you and Carl Sodergren talking about the Absolute Batman sale. And there was a lot of chatter, as there usually is, a lot of, it's pretty toxic, I guess you could say. Just people feeling very negative about it. But I just thought you guys were really fair. Like, you don't necessarily like the comic, you don't necessarily like the art. But at the end of the day, the market's the market.
It may have come off sounding that way, but I was trying to be very fair on both sides. I did try to say, like, I didn't think it was, oh my God, like this is the reason. Like, for sure, I expect the artwork to start exploding, blowing up. Blah, blah, blah.
I thought you were fair for both sides. It wasn't all pro. It wasn't all con. I just thought it was a measured take. Carl too. And I said, wow, okay, because you could go for the clickbait, right? And,
I don't know.
Be all performative and
no.
outrage, right?
Oh yeah. No. You ask these guys. In fact, ask anybody here who watches my show live. Not only do I never do clickbait bullshit, in terms of, because if you're doing clickbait, it's because you want views, and if you want views, you want subscribers. If you want subscribers, you want to monetize. Okay, that's how YouTube typically works for most people, right? Ask anybody here. I have constantly harped on the fact that I tell people, if you're watching now for the first time, if you happen to be watching, don't hit the subscribe button unless you like what you're seeing, you think you're going to be back to at least watch once in a while, then okay, subscribe. But otherwise, don't subscribe, please. I do not want you to subscribe. And I tell them,
I know you're going for quality over quantity.
Yeah.
I disagree. I think you should go for quantity. You should
What?
go for quantity because I think you will be like even the casual subscriber, right? You will start showing up in the feed. I think you're gonna build. That's how you build your audience. That's gonna be how you build your audience.
This is the thing, though, Felix. I don't want to really build the audience. The reason being is because I think what makes my show.
That's a different. That's fair.
Yeah, I think because what makes it fun for everybody is the fact that I'm able to manage interacting so much with everybody, right? And this is like I'm averaging. Let's say it depends on what type of show I'm doing, But basically, I average on a live stream anywhere from 3 to 6 dozen live viewers, right? Most of the time, it's closer to 3 or 4, let's say, dozen people. But I got to tell you, on those busier shows where everybody's really active with the chatting and there's closer to like 5 or 6 dozen people, oh man, I fall behind. I'm like 20 minutes behind, 30 minutes behind on the chat, on the comments. And I can't.
Yeah. So I do something similar. I can't even, it's too distracting. You know, I'm trying to talk about something and all of a sudden I see a comment, it's going to throw me off my train of thought. So I get it. But you know, here, look, I think for any other YouTube channel, for anybody else who's doing this, you want the most numbers possible. The truth of the matter is this hobby is still small enough where you don't need that many to have an impact. You know, it's still a small hobby. You can move the needle with not, you know, you don't need tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of viewers.
But move the needle in what way? I'm not trying to make this something where, I can monetize it. Listen, I'm not going to lie. If YouTube, if I found out that, hey, me doing this as I do it so far, as I've done it for 3.5 years, hey, if I just fill out this form on YouTube's back end, they're going to pay me like a couple of grand a month or whatever for doing like.
I don't do that. I don't do that either, because I think if you do that, they cut in the ads. I just forget it. I mean, how much can you make? Like a nickel? You know, so
not even. It's trust me, it's really bad, and there's no way to make money. Like I've watched a lot of YouTuber people who do shows, and they've revealed how much they made or whatever. You know, there's a comic book guy, with a channel at the time. He had just under 20K. We'll call it 20K subscribers, right? And with 20K, he showed his paperwork, whatever, and he had made $5,500 off the ads over the last year. Okay, so that's a guy with 20,000 subscribers, and that's what it took for him to make $5,500. So imagine the biggest channel in our space. I mean, there's really only me and Bill, right? Bill has a little over 7,000 or 7,500 subscribers, right? So imagine this other guy to make $5,000. It took him 20,000 people subscribing. So that means, that means CAF, off the advertisements, CAF makes nothing. So imagine me with my 700, and you can't get monetized that way unless you have 1,000. So I still have to wait till I get to 1,000 before I can actually monetize. And then, judging by what I've seen from a lot of other non-comic type people on YouTube, people that are just at around 1,000, they're like every 2 months they make anywhere from $25 to $75 off the ads. That's you know what I mean? Like I'm never gonna make money at this, so it doesn't matter. I can see that.
I think that's why you have you talk about your loyal following. I think people understand that. You are in a way, you're providing entertainment, and not to make it too highfalutin, you're providing a service. So someone asked me, I'm sorry, was I surprised at how big Absolute Batman's gotten? Like, I knew it was going to be big, but I did not know it was going to be this big.
Yeah. I would imagine exactly. But yeah. So that's the thing, right? It's since there's no money in it, I got to do it for fun. I just got to have fun with it, and I tell these guys over and over and over the last 3.5 years, like I have them to thank, especially the loyal ones, but also the people who can only watch on rewind. I know not everybody can watch or wants to watch multi-hour episodes, but especially these regulars, because no matter how long or how brief the episodes have been, my regulars have been here through thick and thin, right? Yeah. So, and I always tell them, I don't make money. I wish I made some money with this, because I'd find some kind of ways to, give you guys freebies and shit like that. But I can't, I make literally no money. It costs me money to do it, so I can't afford to be giving, freebies or whatever. But I wish I could give them something just for the I appreciate I'm a guy who likes loyalty. And I appreciate the loyalty, and I like to pay it back whenever possible. And like I said, hopefully they can be satisfied just with the entertainment factor and just be happy that, hey, it's something to do on a Sunday night that they can have some fun with, kind of thing, you know? So yeah, that's it. But that's why I'm saying, like, I was curious that you said that. What would be your main reason for saying that? Oh, you know, you should try to get grow it and get bigger or whatever.
I guess you don't need to. I guess ultimately, like, well, everything you just said, it doesn't really matter. But you definitely, you know, fly.
You were I guess basing it more on the idea that, oh, because if you know you got something, you can make it bigger, and if you make it bigger, you can monetize it, that kind of thing.
I think in general, you know, it's a good thing to have a large audience if you can, but
right.
you know, because you do sales shows too. So
yeah, but I mean that's what I do, sales shows, because of the fact that 8 years ago ish or so, I noticed that there was a trend in the hobby where people had begun to more and more deprioritize direct. And you're a big exception, obviously. We can't you know you're the outlier, so we can't compare it to you. But you aside, I noticed that people were moving more and more towards, I'll prioritize the auction. There's an upcoming auction that, you know, they'd come to the site. Oh, I really like this piece, but I don't know. I got this thing at the auction in 5 days. I'm going to look at that first. And it just got more and more and more like that. And so then ultimately when I opened my channel, I realized, okay, you know what? This, you know, I saw that, you know, because I had been watching the Dueling Dealers thing, and I go, that was working pretty good for them. And so I thought, okay, people seem to like to do this. So what I thought I'd do is I'll do the art drops, but rather than start off on my website, let me just try on the YouTube channel. It would give me a fun thing to do, because, you know, when I would drop something on the website, I don't know who's looking. I don't know who's on my site, right? Except for the buyers. And I go doing it live.
You definitely want as many people to tune into that show then, you know.
What show?
You definitely want as many people to tune into that show you just described, where you're doing the drop, you know.
Oh, when you're doing like a live sale.
Yeah,
I know. Yeah, I know. But that's basically what it is. It's more like I just see it as what I've always done. It's an art drop whenever I have art to sell, except I do it live so I can interact with the people rather than do it on my website, you know. And then whatever doesn't sell, then I put it on my website, you know. So I don't really count those sales shows as, oh, me trying to monetize my channel. It's just a different way of doing an art drop kind of thing for me, you know. So that's it. But yeah, I mean, I noticed, like, you, correct me if I'm wrong, like you're into what, like the tens of thousands of followers on Instagram?
Yes.
Is it 100,000 or is it just
not quite 80 something.
Okay, but you're getting close. Wow, like, that's pretty exciting, because in the sense that, like, I honestly never would imagine that there's. I mean, okay, obviously, out of the 87,000, I'm guessing. Tell me what you think. I'm guessing that the majority of those people. I'm not going to guess at a number because I have no way of knowing, but I would think that the majority of those people, because that's a huge number, are mostly people who enjoy buying the comics that all your artists do.
Not necessarily. Not even buy the comics. They may just like looking at pretty art. I mean, that's
looking at the art. Okay.
Yeah, they just like looking at the art, and you know, I would guess most of them aren't even buying the comics. So
right. Oh, okay.
It's just if you think of it as a subset, a percentage will be interested in art, then obviously the higher the overall number, then the higher that smaller number, right? So
right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I thought that a good proportion of them would be comic book readers, and then of course, out of that 80 whatever thousand, you know, a small, tiny percentage are actual art collectors or whatever.
No, honestly, if you think of it that way, you know, people are, oh, you sell out. Well, there's actually a lot of eyeballs on this. You know, a lot of potentially interested people. Yeah.
What do you mean? On what?
You know, just across social media, but mostly my newsletter. Yeah, my mailing list is pretty bulky.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bulkier. It can't be. It can't. Is it bulk? It's not bulkier.
No. But compared to say your average mailing.
Yeah. Oh, I would imagine that. And by the way, do you have to use I'm assuming you're using like a third party for your mailing list?
Yeah.
And do you have a service that allows you you can send to everybody with one email, or do you got to break it up and send a chunk, this chunk to these, like
it all goes out in one email.
In one shot? Okay.
Yeah, it's part of my deal with Bill. It's part of my deal with Bill.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So he runs all that.
Yeah. No, it's just because I had used to do it connected to my old website when Bill was running it. But the email was, he didn't want to handle it for whatever reason. I can't remember. And so I went with Monkey, whatever the Monkey thing. MailChimp, whatever, right?
Yeah, so I do MailChimp too, but through Bill.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Yeah. But and it's good. So if they have a service where you can get it all out in one mail, especially for you, that's important, right? Because then you don't want to have everybody with the complaints of but was I in the second batch of people that you first hit send on to this one, and then I hit send these, I was in that other, yeah. You don't have to deal with all that nonsense or whatever. But hey, everybody, we've been here. It's been a long time since we've done a show this late, and as much as I've loved having Felix here and Rob here and Matt here, and especially you, Felix, because it's your first time, so that's awesome. I really appreciate it. But I know you're on the West Coast, but still, it's late.
A lot of fun. You didn't need me. Just Matt, I knew was good. Rob, I really didn't know, but he was hilarious. I think you got those two of those guys. So this was a show. This would have been a show I'd enjoy anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate that. But yeah, I kind of wish that we had, that I maybe didn't tell you that Matt was on all of a sudden, jumped in tonight, and that we had kind of saved this for the more sort of specific.
I've just been doing various stuff I need to get caught up on, and I just checked my email, and you sent that email an hour before I saw it. And I said, "Holy shit! There we go." All right. So for those in the audience who don't know, I reached out to Rubén earlier this week, and I said, "Next time you get Matt Kennedy on, I'm happy to jump on just for something fun for us to talk about. It won't take over your whole show. Just 5-10 minutes. Obviously, it's become something else this time." But Rubén said, "Well, you going to tell me, or is it really going to be a surprise?" I said, "It's really going to be a surprise." And so Rubén said, "Okay, I will let you know the next time Matt's going to come on." And you weren't expecting Matt to come on tonight because you sent me, hey, guess what? Matt is here.
Yeah,
I said,
exactly.
So then I clicked on it, and of course, I immediately have technical issues. It took me a while to get this get it.
Yeah. No problem.
It was a lot of fun. Your chat is hilarious.
These guys are awesome.
I can see why people tune in Sunday night. I could easily make this a habit. I will tell you, Rubén.
Careful, Felix.
I'm going to try not to. I'm going to try not to. Dangerous.
Very dangerous. You've got a lot of packages to keep packing,
Yep.
So, by the way, I like. How much are you the only guy packing? You can't. Are you?
Yeah,
you can't.
I am.
Oh,
I all myself. Yeah.
So every single day of the week, you got to be putting at least many hours every day just to pack, right?
It is. It's an 80-hour a week job, 80 to 100 hours.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, that's.
I mean, 7 days a week. So.
Yeah. That's what I would absolutely expect.
Yeah.
Wow, that's outrageous. Yeah, man. So even more thankful to you, man, for hanging out this long as long as you did, because I know you could have gotten a lot of work done while instead of being here, whatever, So
this was much better than packing art, which is what I should be doing. But yeah.
Even I will say that. Of course, I'll agree to that. Of course, it is, because I can't stand packing art.
Marcus, I'm pretty sure I am subscribed. I'm pretty sure, but I don't spend that much time on YouTube other than when I have to upload something myself. So I'm pretty sure I am subscribed.
Yeah, there you go. Christopher Edwards. Thanks for a Super Bowl. Super enjoying the show. Great guest. Yeah, Felix, love the Felix Comic Art Podcast. There you go. Yeah. Before we go, Felix, speaking of the podcast, is there anything you want to kind of throw out to my audience for the people that are still here and the people that will watch on Rewind? Is there anything you might want to promote?
Not really. Just this. I get it. And I knew without having to be here that this must be a fun time because I know all the guys who are your regulars, as you said.
Yeah.
So
sure.
Nobody's showing up if this sucked. So I get it now, and I'm gonna try to avoid you. I can't watch this thing live, man, because there goes my whole Sunday evening.
Yeah, I know.
I can't help it. Like I said, in spite of myself, obviously I'm friends with Dave Mandel, and I love.
I haven't seen Dave since I don't travel anymore. Haven't seen Dave probably in like 20 years since my last convention. How's he doing? He looks like he's doing okay.
Doing great. He's doing great. So he has his own podcast.
Yeah, I know.
I avoided that for the longest time because I just did not want to get sucked into it. So even my buddy Dave Mandel, it took me years before I finally, got into his podcast. So, but of course, in typical fashion, I've listened to every single one. So. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. You gotta. I know, but if you can't help yourself,
in my mind, I can break off the Matt Kennedy chunk of Ruben's show, start there, and then I'll figure out another chunk.
Yeah. Well, like I always say, like I tell everybody, man. Like I you know what? It's shocking to me. It makes me. I don't know. I'm so thankful because some of these guys will come in. Like it happened tonight, like with Maki Pupu, Michael Reyes. He comes in, I don't know, sometime around maybe 9-ish or so, or 8:30, whatever. And he's the first thing he says, "Sorry, I'm late." And he's not the only guy who does that. And I'm like, every time I'm like, why are you like, don't apologize. Like this is not important in the great scheme of things. To some of you, it may be an important, I don't know, part of your week or whatever, but like in the great scheme of things, right? Our health is most important, our friends, our family, that's important. Coming here to listen to me do stupid things, say stupid things, and by having my guests, busting balls and whatever, that's not really important. So I appreciate it, obviously, but to apologize? Nah, never apologize. I'm grateful if people just come in to say, I can't stay, but just wanted to say hi, guys, whatever, and they jump out, and people do that, But never apologize for just because you didn't be here from the start to finish. You know what I mean? So
Stanley 29 asked, does Felix have a collecting exit strategy?
He's just trying to keep the show going. That's what Stanley's thing is. Felix, you need to know. He loves to keep the show going no matter how long it goes. He's always like, keep it going, 2 more hours. Yeah.
Stanley, it's dropping dead. It is dropping dead. So Ruben, are you able to do a giveaway, with this platform you're using? Can you do some kind of randomized giveaway?
Yes, I can. I have the giveaway tool that StreamYard.
Well, Marcus says there's only 29 people left, so people got a 1 in 29 chance to. I'll give away the prize. How about that, Ruben? Can I give away a prize on your show?
Of course you can.
All right, hang on a second.
You want to do it? You see, you guys, look what you did. You're guilting Felix into giving you free shit. Oh man, you guys are hilarious.
This was this is the hot book of the week. It is our Daniel Warren Johnson, Batman.
Wow.
It's our exclusive, limited to 1,000. So we sold this for $80 a pop on Wednesday, sold out, and it's been on eBay for you. You go look for yourself on eBay. So
I hear somebody said it was for $600.
Yeah. So if you want to do your randomized giveaway, I'll send this to whoever. Whoever's lucky.
Okay.
Whoever is lucky.
Okay. So you know what? Okay. Let me open the randomizer. Here. Let me get this. I got to jump out into another tab. So let me get this started. I haven't used it in a long time. So I wonder if. Let me see. So yeah. Okay. So this is the one. Okay, so you know what, everybody, How about you do the hashtag? Let me see. You know what? Hold on, Felix. Okay. The official name of the business is Felix Comic Art, right, Felix?
Correct.
Okay. So you know what, guys? Do hashtag Felix Comic Art all together, of course.
So I mean, I think Marcus says there's 29 people who are still tuned in, but maybe a bunch of them are asleep or something. So it might be fewer than 29 hashtags. This is your best chance.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. I'm actually getting a 31 count, so it's gone up a little bit right now. Oh, look at all that. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know. I'm not going to count. You know what? I'll start collecting comments. I think I can do it while you guys are typing that in. So let me do that. Okay. You guys are going to have a good chance because, look at Marcus. Okay, that's enough. He wants to improve his chances. Come on, last call, everybody. Last call. We got to get Felix out of here. Let him go to sleep, or let him get back to work. More like it.
Get back to work.
Get back to work.
Everyone knows when they send me an email. They say, "How are you still up?" I'm still up. You know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'll. This is early. It's 1:45 here. I'll be up probably till 6 in the morning anyway. So.
Okay. Well, you are worse than me then. You are worse than me. Yeah.
But the thing is, Felix, I only wish I had enough art to sell that I could fill in that time rather than filling it doing other, stuff or whatever, I wish, even as much as I hate packing, I wish I could sell enough art that I could spend that many hours till 6 in the morning just doing nothing but packing and then shipping it out the next day, Okay, let me see how many I got, guys. Okay, so it's 18. You guys are going to have a really good shot here.
Wow, 1 in 18 chance. That's pretty good.
1 in 18, man. That's like better than 5%. Holy crap. And I would say that exactly. So that the speculator types have a hard time trying to dump it onto eBay. Felix should sign. Oh, actually, no. It's his business, so that would probably increase the value. So that would probably.
Marcus put a terrible thought in my head.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, all right, guys, that's it. Last call. That's it. It's down to 29. So, okay. So let me see. Yeah, we're still at 18 entries. And I promise I didn't secretly put my name in. I'm not going to do that. But all right, guys, let me share now. I'm going to share the screen with you so you guys can see it happen. And let me see here. Get the share screen going and giveaway. And here we go. Add to the stage. All right. Okay, everybody, you ready to do this? Let us go. Let's see who it is. Wow, Alberto.
Alberto, congratulations, Alberto. That's fantastic.
And look what Tom was just saying like a second ago. Alberto will probably win.
That's amazing.
Holy shit. Oh my God. Is he here or did he leave? No, he's got to be here.
He must be here because he did a hashtag.
Yeah, he put the hashtag. Yeah. Holy shit, man.
You may not know this, Rubén, but Marcus, Lance, Alberto, we're all in the San Francisco Bay Area.
Yeah, I do know that. Yeah.
Alberto, do me a favor. Shoot me an email, please, with your shipping address and shoot me an email that you won the prize on Rubén's show. I know this sounds ridiculous. I'm not going to freaking remember. There's just too much stuff in my head all the time. So just shoot me an email and I'll get this out to you. I'm actually headed out of town for the holidays starting tomorrow. If you shoot me an email now, I can get this packed up and shipped out in the morning before I go. Okay.
Yeah.
So please shoot me.
Oh, there he is. There he is. Yeah, there you go. So he's hearing it. There you go. So get in touch with Felix, Alberto. All right. And before he leaves town, or big deal. If he leaves town, then whatever. You get back in touch.
Everybody who's still waiting for a shipment from me, Hey, I'm sorry. It's gonna, I've got a lot to send out, but there's also a lot of stuff I still need to send, which is not going to happen until I get back following week. So anyway,
there you go. Yeah, will do. He knows you got a lot of shit to do, so that's good. I don't know who that guy was. Maybe one of your customers making a joke, but M Mondo. Yeah, anybody know who's M Mondo? He's never been here before, at least not under that name. He said, what did he? He's probably one of those guys I was talking about at the beginning of the show. The guy who keeps giving me a negative on every single episode I do. He also started saying, "Give us a better giveaway," and so I don't know who he is. If anybody knows him, rat him out, so we know if he's joking or being serious. But there we go. Felix should hire Marcus, and there you go. Okay, all right, guys. Let me get rid of this here. Remove. Yeah, and so thanks, Felix, for doing that. That's really cool, man. That's really nice.
Not at all.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun, and hopefully, I'll be back in the audience talking shit with everyone else.
Yeah, for sure. And would you be open at some point to maybe doing, like, I don't know, if I come up with some kind of interesting idea for a planned show?
Sure.
Because when you guys went off on that tangent, off of the heritage, and you started talking, just about the hobby in general, whatever. I love talking about that. The guys love talking about that. We've done that many times on my show, and I've even done 2 episodes of a show that I call the State of the Hobby Address, and it's basically where I think we are at the moment, where things are, right, where are we going in the future? Is it positive, negative, that kind of stuff. So it that kind of thing, it covers those conversations about, like, what things are selling for, how sales are happening more. I've actually told these guys last week that I was maybe going to do a Tonight Show, not about heritage, but about a trend that I mentioned to you a few minutes ago, this trend that has been happening for years that I've noticed about more and more collectors are prioritizing, at least for vintage art anyways, prioritizing the auctions much more than anything else. And my thoughts on that, it may be good. Everybody loves to get to the auctions and whatever, and look at what's new because they get great stuff. And that's well and good. But there's potential negative consequences of everybody more and more as collectors shifting and prioritizing buying from auctions before anything else.
I don't know that's reversible.
Yeah, I know
that trend is reversible.
And I agree that I too don't know. But I thought, I wanted to kind of talk to these guys about what I think some possible consequences of that may be or whatever. And so I don't know. I thought maybe if I did another show that kind of talks about, again, the hobby as a hobby and as a business in general. If you ever wanted that interests you at all, maybe come back and
sure.
maybe
I can tell you real quick that our hobby sort of mirrors fine art in that way, where once upon a time, the dealers, they held the power, and then that balance of power shifted to the auction house. And it hasn't gone back.
Nope.
And look at our hobby, and the fact of the matter is, when Albert hangs it up, when Berkey hangs it up, who's going to take their place? I think it's impossible. I think it's impossible. So I think this is just the direction we're going in.
And those 2 things you just mentioned about those 2 dealers, that's part of also what I want to talk about because of what you just said. Because it leads to so many what if. What will happen when those guys are gone? Like, they have their inventories and collections are worth so much money. There's nobody in this hobby who has that kind of scratch.
Rubén, it's more than that. It's more than that. It's a double whammy. Their collections, their holdings are now going to enter the supply chain, right?
Right.
At the same time, they're no longer part of the demand side of the equation.
Right.
Both of them together are doing so much bidding, keeping things propped up. So now you take that away, plus a flood of all their stuff. Yeah, it'll be it'll be interesting. Yeah.
That's it. Well, that's it. That's what I want to talk about. But I don't know.
Great.
those type of does talking about the hobby in general, would you have interest in that, or if you had your own ideas that you'd want to come on and talk about, I'd be open to.
No, whatever. Just look, you just killed 6 hours or whatever it is. For those of us who have been in the hobby, we're obsessed with this nonsense. This is, it's just, we could blah, blah, blah all night long. So
I know.
It could be anything. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you so much again.
Fantastic. Always, thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Felix.
Okay. All righty.
All right.
Take care, guys. Good night, guys. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Oh, happy Thanksgiving. Of course. Thank you. I forget from time to time. That's why the little thing in the corner is here.
Happy American Thanksgiving. Okay.
Exactly.
Good night, guys. Good night.
Exactly. Bye, Felix. All right, guys. I'm gonna head out too, and just to let you know, I again don't have anything planned as always for next week. So you know what that means, guys. It's probably going to be what type of show is it going to be probably next week, guys? And you know what? The truth is that even if I wanted to plan something for next week, I probably wouldn't, because of the fact that I don't remember. Like I don't remember. I always have a show anyways, right? But I don't really remember what the live crowd sizes are during the previous Thanksgiving weekends that we've done the show, I think my memory of it is that I always end up saying, oh, it's quite a pretty decent crowd given that it's Thanksgiving. Aren't you guys supposed to be with your families? So I think it's okay, right? So I hope to see whoever is going to be available this coming Sunday. And it'll be a hangout. We'll just shoot the shit, talk about whatever. For those of you watching live and on Rewind, if you stuck around this far and listening to this, if your main interest was wanting to tune in to talk more about obviously the main focus of what was supposed to be tonight's show, which was the Heritage Auction, I apologize that it did go off the rails. But at the same time, we got, Matt and Rob. We had a great time with those guys. That's always funny with Rob. And then Felix, nice enough to come in and hang out with us as well. And it's his first time. And because it was his first time, I wasn't about to sort of say, hey, Felix, you got to go, because we got to, stay on topic or whatever. And I figured it'd be an interesting show anyway. So I do apologize, though, for those of you who only cared about wanting to talk about nothing other than this weekend's Heritage. Next time, the next Heritage Auction, it'll go smoother, I promise. And but hey, it was still a lot of fun, and it's a first time in a long, long time that we've had a show this long. What is it? Almost 6 hours now. Yeah, we can break the 6 hour mark. But yeah. I feel guilty though. I feel like now that the thumbnail for the show is all about it, it makes it look like it's just going to be about Heritage. I feel like I should maybe redo a thumbnail and put it up for Rewind people to let them know that it was kind of talking about a lot of random shit. I don't know. I'll probably leave it as is, most likely anyways. But let me jump in and see what the rest of you are saying. Good night. Good night. Yes. Good night. Good night, Felix. 6 hour show. Happy Thanksgiving. Killer show, says Ian. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us, Ian. Glad you had the time. It's not often, obviously, that you're able to hang around this long. So I appreciate you. And talk about that. I got no app. The Rubén DaCollector YouTube channel and website Comic Book Art Gallery has no app. No app needed. The website works very well on a telephone without an app, or so I'm told. Hangout, that's right. Hangout Guild next week. Answer my CL. What was your question, Ian? CLZ? I don't even know what CLZ is. CLZ. My brain's fried right now. So, what is CLZ? That was 4 minutes ago. I don't even know if you're still here. Same as this show ended up. Awesome. Thanks, Tom. It was a good time. I mean, I certainly had a great time, even though it didn't stick to plan. Whatever. Premium app. don't know. What are you guys talking about? Apps? I got no apps. We are sick of the fam by Sunday. That's a good way to put it. I can understand how that could be an issue. Absolutely. Especially if you're the one hosting, right, Marcus? I totally get that. Oh, and that's true. I forgot about the fact that because so many people travel, right, they use the Sunday to get back home. Right. Good. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, thank you. Come on, let's make this the longest show yet. No, there's way too long for that. Alberto, it's what was the record, guys? I think it was a few minutes past 7 hours. Yeah. So that's still over an hour away. So now I'm gonna go. I want to see if I can get kind of a snack and some more water because I'm feeling a little hungry. Yeah, and I'm honestly with a 6-hour show, I don't give a crap anymore. I didn't bother to break up last week's show into chapters, or I did, but maybe 4 or 5 basic chapters that covered a lot. I don't think I'm going to bother. I don't want to stay up. I want to relax now. I want to relax, maybe watch some football highlights or something. So I think I'm going to take the night off from having to break this episode up into chapters. Thursday to Sunday is a lot to take, especially with your families, right? So close. We can break 6. Well, I think we broke 6 now. Look at that. Scott Hinton saying this was better. What can I say? It lucked out. Kind of lucky in the sense that you got to thank Matt for that, Scott, because it was Matt's coming in unexpectedly today that was the key to me reaching out to Felix while Scott and Rob were talking, and emailed them saying, hey, just so you know, Matt's in. And that's what, as Felix had explained, when he and I talked earlier this week, and he said he wanted to come on a future show with me and Matt. I said, well, I'll let you know the next time we have a Stop the Insanity or Hold for the Gold episode, with Matt. And I go, or if Matt ever unexpectedly pops in without planning it, like he does from time to time, I'll let you know. And so that's why I fired off an email to him while Rob and Matt were talking. And and then he replied, and he that's why Felix came in, so all happy coincidences, all ended up working out for the best. So there you go. I was here 8 minutes till. Okay. Any new movies? Well, we'll talk about that maybe next week. We'll need stuff to talk about other than how good or bad it went with your families over the Thanksgiving holiday, And you saw I finally figured out what you meant, and you saw indeed the 3-ring Perez binder. Not sure why you guys were so thrilled to see it. And by the way, guys, you never told me what it was exactly that why you so badly wanted me to show the 3-ring binder. You never told me. Is it because you thought it went cheap, like Felix was saying? Why'd you want to see that? Go back to the auction results. Yeah, not quite. Got my giveaway, so that's all that matters. There you go, Alberto. Look at that. Alberto even took off, right? That's how lucky he is. He took off, then he came back, and he wins. That's wild, man. Okay. Anyone that watches your show knows better. Knows better than what? Because that's also 5 minutes ago, Hyder. You took off and you came back. Nice. Look at that, Tony. It was a great show. It's only 2 a.m. here in New York and in Montreal. Don't forget, 2:02 here now. But wow. You were how long were you watching? Tell the truth, Tony. How long were you watching? I know you weren't here for most of it, because if you were, you would have said hi a long time ago. And let's see, $600 book. Yeah, it's true. What a gift, man. $600 book. I mean, not that you're going to go and flip it, but that's a pretty good gift. Thankfully, it only cost him a few bucks, so that's good. It's out of his pocket. It doesn't feel so bad, Peter, you're still here. Peter, you're one of the guys who likes to go to bed earlier than most. How the hell are you still awake? Any thoughts about Harrison Ford? Not really. except that I'm still smarting over the fact that about that one time last year when I was telling you how much I loved Age of Adeline, right after I finished telling you how much I hated Harrison Ford. And then I'm like, oh, you know what movies I really like? Oh, Age of Adeline, that was awesome. And then one of you, I don't know, Marcus or whoever it was like, that's Harrison Ford. I was like, it was? That was funny, man. That was funny. All night site counseling show. Steve, what's good? Steve, you're still with us. Holy shit. What's going on in Ottawa, man? That's what retirement does. It allows you to stay up longer. Let me see. Trade for a sketch card. Thank you, David. I appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out so long. I appreciate that. Great to have you back, man. I still wish we could do a show and tell, David, by the way, if you're still here. Would still love to do a show and tell someday. You just got to give me a Monday, a free Monday, so that you could do it with me. Maniac sketch. Ooh, it's tempting. CLD Comics app allows people to request to make keys. Someone agrees to it. Is it one person or a group of people, or how is that managed, as that is well used in comic community? Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Sorry, Ian. Totally beyond my scope. Nah, I think it was 7 hours and 2 minutes or something. Actually, Stanley, pretty sure there was a 7-hour one time. Oh, you know which one it was? It was the one that Barucci was on. Nikki B was the one where we did the episode that was to celebrate the 20th or 25th anniversary of Dynamite Comics, Dynamite Entertainment. All right, as a publisher, 20 years as a publisher, right? And then because I wanted to start from the beginning of him as a 13-year-old, you know, how he got his start in the business. And so I wanted all the details as him being a convention guy as a 13-year-old, flipping comics at the con and stuff like that. We spent like six hours or something just getting from the beginning of his story to the point where, okay, now he's at 2004. He's about to open Dynamite by accident, Dynamite Comics, become a publisher, right? And then that was it. And so we only spent, I think, the last hour on Dynamite Comics in the end. And so I think that's the one. That one went, I think, 7 hours and 2 minutes, something like that. So there you go. Nikki has the record show. Yes, sir. And Buscema camp covers where Rob was mean to me. Give him a wedgie now. Wanted to make a book a key, and they even said my request was good, but not a valuable book. Concern is that Sway's community history is not seen as key. Value is, and how is that determined? Again, I'm not really a comic guy. The only connection to comics these days for me is that I'm trying to get more back into reading. That's about it, Ian. So I couldn't tell you about that. Tom should be able to, though. He's a comic store owner. Carlos, look at that. Carlito came back. Shocked that we're still here. Indeed. But we're closing it out. I just wanted to say bye to everybody, and might as well catch up since I'm up so late. Saw a group of people making books keys at the same time. I don't even know what that is. Is it political? Okay, you're asking the wrong guy. For Black Friday sale, how about that Mazzucchelli page? Not at 5, whatever you were, 5.5 or whatever you were asking me. By the way, speaking of Mazzucchelli Daredevil, Alberto, did you see the one? That from this weekend? Because that one sold for almost 5.5. Everybody has their opinion. I think mine is $8K. If that one is $5,250. Yeah, man. I mean, especially with the opening widescreen shot, standing there in that cool pose, looking sideways and firing off his radar. Yeah. So there you go. We're gonna watch Wicked for good. I haven't even seen the first Wicked, actually. I never even saw the play. Even though Wizard of Oz is like one of my all-time favorite movies. This episode is longer than The Lord of the Rings. It is. Nick had it as part of a trade if the binder went for 10K. Oh, right. That's why you want. Okay, so that's why you wanted to see it. I get it. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for reminding me. Nikki told us that. Yeah. I was here all along. I never took off. I don't know. You were kind of silent, and didn't like 2 hours or something go by without you posting a message? It felt like it for a while, no? Even Ian's still here. Of course, easier to be on the West Coast. That's why it's mostly my West Coast guys that are still here. Hyder, not West Coast, but he is in Texas. That the description doesn't always match. Very true. Right. This episode's so long, Ruben grew a beard. No. This is probably, just so you guys understand, when I said at the top of the show, when I said, it doesn't get much longer than this, this is so this is what I have. So I shaved for last week's show, right? And usually I shave on the day of the show, the Sunday. I'm not sure if that's what I did last week. I can't remember if it might have been a day earlier, but maybe Saturday or Sunday last week, a week ago. And this is all I have. So this is all I have from last, my last shaving last week, which again, I love because I hate shaving and I don't like to have to shave. So if I can go once per week shaving, I love it. Nope, not too much longer. Questions, chat. We're almost at the record. I don't know. I'm telling you, man, it's 7 hours, man. Go check out the Nikki B episode. I'm pretty positive it was 7 hours. Came in when Felix was showing off the Swamp Thing. Okay. Nice, Tony. That's still several hours, man. But you should have at least said hi, man. What's up with you? You're my man. How could you not come in and say hi just so I know you're here? You don't have to chat after, but at least say hi. Let me know you're here. Ulan Art going all in. Nikki B broke Neon Dragon's record. That wasn't the record. That was one of the earliest records. That's definitely one of the longest for sure. And Nikki show messed me up badly. That Nick Barucci show is 6. Is it 6 hours and 10 minutes? Are you sure? Not 7 hours, 10 minutes? I guess we set the record. Wow. Because it's, by my clock, it is now streaming actually 6 hours, 11 minutes, and 2 seconds. Hey. So congrats to everybody. Thank you, everybody, for the 24 of you still here. I appreciate that shit. We've had some episodes that, were less popular. Mind you, typically like on the Super Bowl, Super Bowl Sunday and the Christmas and New Year's episodes. And, those episodes, I tended to have like averaged about 25 people, a couple of dozen, at least getting towards the end. So it's crazy that there's 25 of you still here. But yeah, Felix kept you, and even now that he's gone, you're still sticking around. So that's pretty awesome. Okay, I was hoping someone in here would have. Yeah. Sorry, Ian. I wish I could help you. I'd like to help anytime I can. But I'm certainly of no help with that, and clearly nobody's answering, so I guess that nobody really knows. My crowd really is very, very art-oriented, not as much comics. And the ones that are into comics is just reading, go to the store, pick up the comics, and read comics, Your price is fair, honestly, but I had to try. I get it. I mean, I'd be open to offers. I'm still open to offers on it, like whatever. But like, that was a really far drop, So yeah, and I did give big drops on most of my other stuff that I was showing. Right? It's just that to me, I still love it, and the other stuff wasn't quite, Mazzucchelli Daredevil level stuff, So that's why. Nick show. Yeah, I could have sworn it was 7, but anyways. Can Ruben do the giveaway? Apparently not, because there's no more giveaways. Yep. West Coast can't hang with the East Coast crew. Man, that's yeah. I mean, you're well. Actually, is North are the Carolinas still East Coast or are you Central Time, Tom? I keep thinking that the Carolinas are 1 hour behind Eastern, but no, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe so. Maybe let me know. Yes, mine is much better because Dee Dee's in every panel, right? Thank you, Ian. And Scott Hinton's still here, man. What's up, Scott? Hey, Scott, what brought you here? Let us know. I'll stick around for a few more minutes if you just. I like to get to know the viewers and the collectors in the hobby, right? So, and I know this is 4 minutes ago, but if you're still listening, let me know. Is this your first time here? Was this your first time, or have you been here and just silently didn't type messages, or have you watched on Rewind in the past, or is it literally your first time? And if it's your first time, let me know how you found me. Just always curious about that stuff, you know. Great historic show. We got the record. All right, man. We've set many records here, Stanley. Together, always together. So there we go. There we go. Look at yay. Glad to know I wasn't the only one clapping. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if it's really something to be congratulated that we're like we never shut up. A lot of people that talk to me are like, man, I'd like to watch more of your shows, but your shows are too long. I don't know, you know. I get it on Rewind for sure. On Rewind, it's already over. It's not as fun because you can't talk with everybody, right? That's why I always tell people it's really a kind of channel that's made for the live experience, you know? Yeah, because we can all talk. We all do talk, and that's what's great about it, right? But so yeah, sorry, Rewinders. You know, I love you guys and I appreciate you guys, but still, the most fun. The reason I do this is because of the live crowd, and that's why I have always done it live. I don't want to do pre-recorded shows, you know. I want to be able to talk to my crew, you know? So, yeah, exactly. Oh, look at that. Look who came in. Another Cali kid. The talk of the, I don't know, second or third or fourth hour. It's still going. And you may want to make a 6 hour plus investment, Carl, and watch the whole show because I'm not going to break it up into chapters this time. And at a certain point, you were talked about and your art was talked about. So there you have it. Extra points for East Coast Owls. That's true, too, because it's way later for us. Yeah, indeed. Carl in the house. Ruben will change his thumbnail to feature Felix wall to wall. Yeah, no, I would never do that. You know me, man. I'm not, you know, I feature if it's a planned guest, then whenever possible, I like to have them on the thumbnail for sure. But yeah, no, I wouldn't go and make a new thumbnail just to put Felix on it or whatever. But I will say maybe I'll email Felix to ask him if it's okay with him. I think I may just add onto the title of the video. I may add, you know, that it's. Because I'm gonna have to rechange the title and think of something else just so people kind of get the point. The Rewind viewers get the point that it didn't end up quite like a full show of just looking at art from Heritage. And maybe I'll ask him if I can put his name, and then I'll, yeah, you know, maybe kind of come up with some kind of a name that talks Heritage and Felix or whatever. If for only for fans and friends of Felix that, you know, don't watch my show, maybe the algorithm will pick up his name. Maybe not. I don't know. So who knows? Well, whatever. I'll ask him. Pat yourself on the back. Really awesome show. Appreciate that, Stanley. Thank you. We hit a record. We're here for the Rubén giveaway. Yeah. Why don't you give away something? You give away something, Alberto. You pop in here into the chat, and I'll give away just like I did for Felix. I'll use the tool, and you give away something. And shit, can you imagine how good the odds are now? There's only 15 people watching. But anyways, yes, Tom, Mountie, you're waiting for Mountie art. Wow, almost bought a piece with one back in the day. You know what? Ian, you should go to CAF and visit George Hagenauer's. I mean, if you're being serious, visit George Hagenauer, his gallery, because he has. I know for a fact he has he has kind of like a comic strip of the Mounties. It was a comic strip that focused on Mounties, and he also has a pulp painting featuring a Mountie from back in, I don't know, like 100 years old or at least 85 years old. So if you're serious, George Hagenauer is your man. He's got Mountie art. So there you go. All right. East Coast. Okay. True night owls indeed. Yeah, especially me, man. Like I said, I'll be up for probably another 4 hours. Okay, so Carolina's totally East Coast. All right. Since Tom himself, the guy I was talking to, didn't bother to answer me, you know. Alberto, Ruben. Carl is here. Can we do a recap for Carl? No, you can call him privately and do that. I gotta go, man. I mean, I can stay, but like I'm starving now. I'm hungry. I gotta go get some food to eat. Lots of flying X tonight. The Ricks, they're still with us. Not West Coast either, but still closer to the West Coast than the East Coast. Flying Fs. By that, do you mean flying fox? Is that what that means? What else would a flying F mean? I don't know. Let me see. Indeed, but you need the official recap. Couple more hours. Yeah, you can, but I can't. I'm starving now. Holy shit. Clip your long shows into multiple. Why do you keep saying that? I know I can do that, but it takes too much time. I don't care. Like I said, again, I do care about anybody that spends any amount of time watching my content, Marcus. You know that. But I make no bones about it that you guys, especially you loyal ones, the live viewers, definitely I do it more for you than anybody else because that's what the show's about. It's all built around having fun live, you know? So that's the thing. And frankly, yeah, I don't have enough. I don't have time to work on some of the shows that I got to do, you know, to prepare for them behind the scenes and stuff. That's already enough time to spend on my free time, let alone break it up. Oh yeah, and don't forget, after every episode, I usually spend at least 2 hours breaking up the episode into chapters for the Rewind people. Sorry, Rewind guys, I'm not going to be cutting this one up. Don't watch it if you don't want to. I am not offended. Trust me. Thank you. Been here before live. Just usually quiet, a bit of a lurker. Thank you. I appreciate that, Scott. I appreciate that. Just like to know, man, you know. Hopefully you being here. And first of all, thank you not only for being here, but especially for breaking out of your shell, as it were, if I can say that, and posting comments, right? Because that's what it's all about. That's what makes it fun. And if you join in on the fun with everybody else, I think it makes it more fun with you, especially since I will respond to your comments. You know, they don't go unseen and unheard. So even though you're more of a lurker and usually quiet, hopefully in future weeks, if you ever come back for future shows, while we're live, hopefully you'll also be more willing to chat a little bit with us like you did tonight. Hopefully we made you feel comfortable enough to make you feel like, hey, I can do this, you know, and it's not bad. Can we talk charade tonight? Do separate show on facts. Oh my gosh. Challenge Felix is the biggest rep. Yeah. I don't know how many does he have? I've got one artist now. And I never had more than 4 at any given time anyway. So yeah, those days are over for me, man. And especially since I can't travel to conventions in the United States. Things could have been different, Stanley, had I been allowed to travel to shows and set up at shows in the United States. But I can't. I'm not allowed because it's illegal. Because they, you know, both of our governments consider that work. It's actual work, and the law says that, you know, Americans can't just come into Canada and expect to get a job without a special work visa. And Canadians can't just go to the United States and get a job without a green card, you know. And they unfortunately consider setting up at conventions work because you're working, right? It makes sense. So it's sad, but it's too bad, and that's the main reason. But yeah, you can't make a living these days in the art selling game, especially with only one rep artist, unless you can go to conventions, right, and sell stuff. Because then I could turn over stuff a lot more. You definitely sell more stuff when people can see it in person and hold it in their hands. Yeah, because it always looks best in person, you know? So you get more sales that way, okay? And then on top of it, the haggling in person also adds to that and makes you, it allows you to sell more. Yeah, so since I can't do that, yeah, no more artists representing for me. Hey, listen, if you know any good artists who don't care that that their art won't be taken to conventions and are happy just to have them online on a website and promoted through my channel on YouTube, whatever, let me know. And if I like their art, I'd be happy to consider it, you know. Let me see. So, sorry, Carl, I got that Palumbo MTG. All right, we can discuss Swifties. All right, you guys are killing me. Blah, 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 blah. Giveaway of signed Mannix comic. Will you? Yeah, but you're not going to come on. You're not going to. How's anybody going to know if you're being serious, let alone actually do it, if you're not going to come onto the screen, you know, into the studio and show us what the heck you're giving away? I will give away a Barbarella metal cover. What the hell is that? I mean, I know it's Nikki B's comic, but lots of giveaways. My family were Mounties. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. You told me, actually. You did tell me that, Ian. Forgot about that. Not getting one right now, but do want one with some time. Okay. Well, like I said, one day, if you're ever really serious, you're ready to maybe get something, reach out to me again, and I'll remind you, because I know you won't remember George Hagenauer. Just remind me, and I'll let you know at that time. The 24-hour diner, man, that sounds good right now, Peter, because I don't know that I really have anything, honestly. It might have to be peanut butter sandwich for me. Ugh. Which I guess there's a lot of protein, so at least it'll curb the hunger pretty quickly. But yeah, I don't know. Exactly. You see, Tom, that's what happens. Talk, hang around, just stay in front of your computer. That's what happens. Portions. Calling it a night. All right, Alberto. Have a good one, pal. That was 5 minutes ago. You're probably gone. Rob's even better at roasting people than Ruben. Oh, he's awesome. Yeah, I love it. I love it, Stanley. I'll have him back at some point. We'll see what I gotta pick something that he's going to be good for. And it would probably have to be one of these hangout episodes, right? It doesn't have to be something that's, you know, sort of hobby related. Although it could be anyways, right? But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, have a good night. If we had a fire pit, would even be better. Is taking our gerbs. Yeah. We'll do a great group here. Thank you, Scott, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. You're welcome back anytime. And I got Magic Spider-Man cards at Disneyland, Carl. Okay, you guys are talking amongst yourselves now. Have fun. What? Rewatch the Chipmunk version. Haha, 3 times. Nice. You can rep Kelly. Okay, yeah. No, that's definitely not going to be repping artists if that's what I'm stuck with, you know. Oh, shit. All right. Just roll it and have the winner contact me on cap. So you're being serious? Because there's still 24 of you here. It's wild. Okay, if you're being, let me catch up. God damn it. Okay, guys, Marcus sounds like he's serious. Marcus sounds like he has a Silverhawks #1 from Dynamite, Nikki B's Dynamite, signed by Mannix. It's a Mannix cover, obviously. And he wants to do a giveaway. Marcus, how about this? Because it's so late, you know, there's 22. There's only 22 people. how about we do it next week when, earlier in the evening when everybody's here? Would you want to do that? Can we save it for that? Because I think that would be more fun than having the usual crowd here. Let me know. Let me know what you think about that. Otherwise, I'll do it, but it just seems like, I don't know. Seems like better maybe do it next week. And then that way, if we do it next week, you can email me a nice scan of it in the meantime, and then I can show it on the screen, that would be cool. Let me know. Is it true that Rubén was cleanly shaved at the beginning? It was not. That's not true. That's not true. It may have grown, but I doubt it. It grows so super. So this is what I've had for a whole week since last week. I shaved it before last week's show, Carl. And this is everything. So yeah, you would not have noticed it. You would not have noticed it growing. Sure. Serious? I don't know. Is that? Yeah, that's for what I just asked you, right? Serious? See, me too. See, that's why I always say, right? That's why I always say I stopped. One of the reasons I stopped, other than I can't really afford to be always giving stuff away since I don't make money, and I'm not like Nicky B. Like, the guy's a multimillionaire. It's not a secret. We all know he can afford to give away all the stuff he gives away, and it's promotion for his company, right? I'm not promoting anything. That's the thing. So it just costs me a lot of money to be giving stuff away. But I do get it, right? Because that's what I always say. I don't like the fact that people, like on Nick's show, right? Like he does a giveaway, and suddenly there's like 30 people more than usual because they just want to get the freebie, right? And oftentimes it's a non-regular watcher who wins it, and it's like I don't like that. So we're on the same page with that, Tom says do it next week. Let me see. Lots of actors made it. Okay, do it for the historic show. Oh, tonight you mean? Yeah, probably the only truly great Steve. Okay, roll it now. Okay, you want me to do it now? You paid $10 cover price for it, and you got Mannix to sign it. I'll do it now for 23 people. All right. Can you? I don't know. Can you? Do you have a scan you could at least quickly email me? And then maybe at least I could put the link, or a link to an image of the. Fuck it, it's too much trouble. Okay, I guess I'll do it. All right, everybody. So for the 22 of you still hanging out, keeping me from my satiating my hunger, we're going to do a giveaway to the loyal ones amongst you, the 22 of you who are very, very loyal, and I appreciate you. And obviously, Marcus appreciates you as well. And so I'm going to do a giveaway on behalf of Marcus. Okay, Marcus has, you know what? Let me. So, was it Silverhawk #1? Marcus, shit. There. Oh, I missed this comment before, by the way. So it's a good thing I went backwards. More people can take you in small portions. Okay, so Silverhawk. I think it was Silverhawk, right? Silverhawks, yeah. Silverhawks #1. Okay. All right. So everybody, I want you to put in here. Let me go. Hold on. I gotta leave and do my. How do I? Okay, I'm gonna refresh. There's no refresh button. Okay, I guess I just got to go backwards. Okay, yeah, here it is. So let's do hashtag Silverhawks. All right. Let me see here. All right, guys, let's do this. I'm putting it in the chat. All right. Hashtag Silverhawks. So if you're watching, if you're one of the 21 watching, put that in, and if you win the draw, Marcus is going to send you a signed copy of Silverhawks #1, signed by Mannix Abrera. So that's fun, and that's generous and very nice of Marcus to do. And yeah, so do that. That'd be cool. And yeah, we'll see who wins that. Let me see. I'm going to start collecting the names. And I got 9, so not even half. Okay, I got 10, so I've got half of you who are still live. We've got 20. Okay, we got 22 of you. Come on, guys. Although I have to admit, sometimes people just don't enter on purpose because they're like, oh, I don't need that comic. I don't want that comic, so I don't care. So that's understandable too. So if that's the case, that's the case. Right now, everybody, I'm going to do a last call to type in #Silverhawks. And so you can win a signed copy by Mannix Abrera of Silverhawks #1 through the graciousness of Marcus Way, and he will send it to the lucky winner. All right. So, yeah, it's very kind indeed. So, yeah, good luck, everybody. It looks like half of the people are like, they don't really care. So this is going to be fantastic. It's going to be everybody who entered has a 10% chance of winning. 1 in 10 is pretty awesome. All right. So let me share the screen for all of you guys. Let me see here. Oops, sorry. I hit stop screen. Hopefully that didn't screw anything up. Share screen, and giveaway. All right, and here, somebody we've never heard of before somehow found out and has come in to try to snag a freebie, even though he's not one of the loyal ones. You see, that's what happens. That can happen, right, Marcus? No matter what, there's no way to fight against that. But let's see what happens. All right. So I'm going to bring this in. All right, here we go. 11 entries. Let me do the draw. All right. Round and round she goes. And who's going to win? Jewish Dragons! Nice. Ian, the California Kid. California. Remember that song from the OC? California. I used to like that song. Yeah, congratulations, Ian. Thank you again so very much, Marcus. Appreciate you. And look at that. The Cali Kid. He's more southern, so it's not like you're going to be able to meet up in person for it, unfortunately. That would have been even cooler. But yeah, it's cool. At least it's fairly local in the sense that it's California, so that's cool. So yeah, congrats. There you go. Thanks to Marcus, of course, and his generosity. There you go. Congrats from Scott. Congrats from Rick. Congrats from Tony Chavez Jr. Still with us, Tony. And more congrats from the other Ian, or the original Ian. You're both great Ians, equal Ians in my heart. And congrats from Carl. There you go. Congrats from Tom. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. And look at that. Even Peter thanks you, even though he didn't win. Yes, there you go. Contact Marcus through CAF Ian. All right, there you go. Very generous indeed. There you go. Michael Rock, I have to ask you, because I always ask everybody, do we know you? Have you been here before? I have never seen the name Michael Rock, let alone Michael Rock 2474. So let me know if it's your first time here, or if you've watched maybe silently in the past without commenting, or on rewind perhaps. You have been here. Do we know each other? Have you typed messages live before? Chronic Lurker. You see? Nice. I know what happens. I know that not everybody who watches live types messages and interacts in the chat, So You see, look at that. Scott Hinton admitted he was a lurker, and he's here for the first time talking tonight. And that's what you're doing. So that's awesome, man. I appreciate that. And so that's cool. But next time you come in live, try not to be so much of a lurker like Scott. See if you can break out of your shell and even just say hi, whatever it is. Let us know that you're here at least. It's nice to know. We're all friends. So, all right. Yes, you're the Californians. Yes, you are. All right. Well, I guess that's a great way to tap this out, everybody. Because, I can't tell you how hungry I am at this point. Look at Pad Bear. Oh, my God, Pad Bear. It is 7:39 in the morning on Monday for you. I didn't jump in just for the giveaway. I left you at 2 a.m. GMT and was surprised you still going when I woke back up at 7. That's awesome. You know how it is here, Pad Bear. You know how it is. Listen. Lately, the shows have still been averaging kind of like, 3 hours, 45 minutes, I would say. It's kind of the average, 3.5, 3:45. It's been a long time since we did a 4+ hour show, especially 5+ hour show. And we broke a record tonight, and by a wide margin. So, this is what we do. We've done it in the past, so it's not like there's no precedence for it. But good to see you back. It's pretty funny. This is part of the fun of when these shows go this long, because we get friends from different time zones going to bed and then waking up and seeing that we're still here. It's really funny, actually. That's how late this one went, which makes it funnier. It's something we'll be talking about for at least a few months until the next time we break the record. Right, everyone? That's awesome. No comments from me today after this show. I wouldn't blame you. Marcus. I think I did my comments on CAP today, but of course not in the last 6+ hours. So I'll probably do that before bed. But take a rest, Marcus. You deserve it. For sure. But okay, everybody, I'm definitely gonna call it now. I gotta go. Thank you again. What else can I say? Let me get rid of this. Thank you so much, Marcus. Again, as always, not for the giveaway, but especially for the friendship and the loyalty and always being here. Whether it's with friendly comments or whether you jab me with your Peach Momoko shit and then argue with me in the comments of my videos afterwards, and followed by personal emails that you will continue the argument with. I appreciate it all. I look forward to it all. So please know that. Always a pleasure. But I got to call you out again one more time really quick. Now that Felix revealed that you were the guy trying to start shit, and now I know it was you who brought the show with Carl where we talked about Absolute Batman #1. And I know it was you who brought it to Felix's attention. Trying to start some shit with Felix and me, huh? I know you like the drama, but I know that I wasn't being a dick. I was being super honest like I always am and trying to be as fair on both sides of the equation as possible. So I knew that, and by the way, even though Felix he's like a lurker, watching on Rewind, mostly the Stop the Insanity shows. But even I'm not stupid. It's like, even though he's not in our chat before today, it's not like I don't realize that it's a small hobby, right? Obviously, somebody could bring it to his attention. And I absolutely expected multiple people, in fact, to bring it to his attention. So it wasn't a surprise to me when he reached out to me privately. And, by the way, just so everybody knows, when he reached out privately to talk to me about that show that me and Carl Sodergren did, it was actually to thank me. It wasn't like he was pissed. It was just to thank me for because he felt that Carl and I were giving a very fair, balanced opinions on the art, on the sales of the art and the comic and how the comic reads, which is what I try to do. I try to be as fair as I can and just give my honest opinion, So you guys know that the show is all about honesty always. I don't want bullshitters. I don't want that. I'm not going to bullshit you. So that's it. I just truth, as long as you're not a prick about it and you're not saying it in a malicious way, I think it's fine, Good night, Ian. Good night. And no, Peach. Yeah, I know. Well, the show got derailed. Obviously, the focus of the show got derailed. So that's that we couldn't get to a lot of stuff. I only mentioned Mandel on the chat because I knew Tom always takes the bait when Dave is mentioned. I didn't. That's so funny. Need more Rubén drama. I don't create drama, but Stanley. I believe it was you. I think it was you who asked me that time when you asked me, hey, would you ever do an interview on CAF Live, whatever, with Bill? Wasn't it you? I think it was you who asked that. And then I decided to just come clean and tell you what had kind of a little bit about what had been going on, unexpectedly or whatever. And yeah, I think it was you who had brought that up, whatever, but that's, yeah. Whatever. It is what it is. No drama for me. And just honesty. That's it. Mandel is a cool guy. He's always a very, very nice guy. Always been very, very super nice whenever we've met in person. And like I said, it's probably been 20 years. But back in the day when I traveled a lot, I used to see him at quite a few shows. And yeah, always a fun guy to talk to. Very nice guy. And asked if you do it. Yeah. Oh, maybe that's what it was. Okay. Yeah. That's it. But anyways, thank you again, everybody. Not only to Marcus, but to Rick and all of you. I really appreciate you, Stanley, of course. Tom, as always. I know. Out of the 22 of you here, not all of you are probably still listening or not typing messages, anyways. Pad Bear, appreciate you as well. Ian, both of you Ians, of course. Michael Rock, the new guy, of course. Hope to see you back here again. And who else? Who am I forgetting? Carl Choi, if you're still here. The other new guy, well, new to us, of course, Scott Hinton. Thank you again very much, Scott. Appreciate it. I hope to see you again here in the future. And by that, I mean, of course, with at least saying hello in the chat to let us know that you've dropped by. That would be awesome. Peter Rowe, good night. I know that you're gone, hopefully in bed at this point by now. Rickster, of course, you as always. And yeah, man, the rest of you who probably haven't posted. Tony, of course. And the rest of you who haven't posted a message in the last 20 minutes because you're probably sleeping right now. But yeah, thanks again, everybody. And don't forget Nikki B. All right, don't forget Nikki B for the specials. I'll see you guys there this Friday if you can make it, if you're not too busy with family for Thanksgiving. And good night, Scott. Thank you. Appreciate it. For the love of God, hey, you can leave, Tom. You can leave. You can leave. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. That'll be for the new record, Ian. That'll be the new record. The next time it'll be, yeah, we'll try to set the record by going whatever for the 7th hour or whatever it is. But yeah, thanks everybody. Appreciate it. Like I said, thanks. A happy Thanksgiving to all of you. Please, if you're traveling, be safe on the roads. A lot of drunk people, obviously, on this weekend. It's not you who has to be careful of yourselves while you're driving. Remember that. It's always everybody else you got to be careful for. That will cause you to get into accidents and yeah. So yeah, have a great one, everybody. Have a great week. See you, those of you who will be at Nikki B's for the great Thanksgiving sale. I'll see you there. And those of you who won't, I will see you back here at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific next week, just for a cool hangout. And I hope other people are willing to pop in with me, because even though I had a lot of people helping me tonight by being in the chat and giving me my voice a rest, the extra time that I've been here by myself up until now is exhausted me. So hopefully some of you guys will be willing to pop in next week into the studio and hang out with me. All right. See you guys soon. And appreciate it, Marcus. And as I say always, last game of the season this coming Saturday. Wish my Wolverines all the luck against the big bad Ohio State Buckeyes. It's known as the game, the most watched college football game in the country every year. And next Saturday is the game. Wish our Wolverines the luck. Hopefully we make it 5 in a row. And that's it. Until then, have a great weekend. Have a great week, great weekend. And we will see you guys. Yes, indeed. We will see you guys and Nikki B's and the rest of you here next Sunday. All right, guys. Peace. And as always, go blue, baby. Go blue.